Hello everyone, Felix here. Alright, I'm gonna have to, I will be a bit quiet. I will be quieter than I thought I would be because I've got people at home. I've got people at home going on. I've got, a lot of stuff happening. I did mention on Twitter that my mom works as a nurse. She had an allergic reaction on the job and had to go to the emergency room herself. She is fine now. Um, She's fine now. She's at home. So is my dad, and they're doing fine. Thank God. Thank God she's doing fine. Um, yeah. So overall, I do have a But yeah, that was a big scare earlier today, which I didn't. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that was a pretty bad scare earlier that we had earlier. But what else what else is there to say? But yeah, hopefully she'll be all right. She had a like when I did my Orlando just travel stream some time back. When we ate at this restaurant at Disney Springs, she had a similar allergic reaction as well. I'm thinking it might have been something to do with the beef. With beef, I'm not sure, but we eat beef on the regular. She has burgers from a lot, and she's fine. So we don't know what caused it, but yeah, she'll hopefully that's been taken care of, and she'll be fine. But besides that, I do have a funny story when I went over to the when I went over to the hospital to just check her out, see how she's doing. I passed by this guy in the parking lot, and he said, "Well, I noticed he had a Korean War veteran's hat on, like older guy, probably in his like 80s or 90s. He's hunched over, but decided, to say, like be nice to him. Thank you for I said thank you for your service." And then that old bastard, I love this. He turned around with this like Cheshire cat grin. He's got this mad gleam in his eye. His face just brightened up the moment he saw me, and he said his exact words, well, like I said, "Thank you for your service." And he said, "I'm ready to go back. But if they take me, you better move to Australia." Oh man, he's just like like you can really tell he was like one of those hard ass like actual badass soldiers. Oh, to be at that age and like I guess like I know he was joking, but I was just like I was caught off guard. That made my day, even though I was like feeling a bit scared at that time for my mom and all that. When he told me that, I was just like, I couldn't help it. God bless that old man. Based, yeah. He send me back. I loved it. But anyways, this I on Monday I talked a lot about that this topic came time to time. I was originally going to cover this first, but I wanted to do some research, fill in the material and all that, but to get some adequate material and get myself a proper sense of the situation. And yeah, based, yeah. So to disclose what and why, uh, to disclose what and why, how like where I came from, where am I coming from to talk about a game like Resident Evil? I have no grounds. I am a tourist. I'm a Gooner Diddy Blood tourist. That's what I am. That's what I am. I have I played any of the games? No. Have I watched any like major playthroughs of it besides RE9, which I did in preparation for this stream? No. No, I did not. What gives you any authority to talk about it? Why are you listening to me? But it is my thoughts regardless, and it's composed of a lot of things that have been really bugging me and burning on my mind. And for like at least my impressions of the game. I've said before on stream. I've mentioned Resident Evil on stream that like yeah like in reference to when it comes to actual horror games. I mentioned I can't play horror games. I can't do that. I don't handle horror well. I especially don't like supernatural horror. That's something I genuinely hate, and I'm like probably gonna generally stay away from because I don't like that kind of content. But Resident Evil, and it comes to like I've talked about I've talked about the prevalence in zombie media and all that in the past, and at least from my impressions of watching other people play it, this isn't a scary game. It's horror elements. It's there's horror elements, but it's not a scary game. I'm telling you, if like I'm probably gonna hate the controls. I'm probably gonna put it down the same way I got filtered by Fallout 1, because for context, like yeah, I did try to play Fallout 1 off stream, and I hated it because the controls were ass, and and there wasn't anything to do, and the game didn't give you any direction as to what to do. But yeah, but if I managed to get my hands on a copy of an older game, of the really old Resident Evils, and I'm willing to play that on stream. I'm willing, like, mark my words, I'm willing to play that if my machine can run it. If I am able to get my hands on a copy of an old one, then I will gladly play it on stream, because these aren't scary. These aren't scary. You see, the thing is, if like in a horror movie scenario, especially like when it comes to zombies, the main object is like, yeah, there's a lot of gory stuff, there's a lot of frightening elements. For example, I'm not sure if I could stomach something like Train to Busan. But if it's something like The Walking Dead, that's not scary. That's not scary. The horror will always be other people in a scenario like that. And I have the very American view that if you can kill the monster, then it's not scary, and monsters are vulnerable to firearms. Therefore, the monster isn't scary. At least that's my mindset. And leading into that, my first interest in this series came in Resident Evil came because I thought the guns were really hot. Like, you see the Samurai Edge, you see the Beretta 92 with the wood grips and the custom muzzle brake, and you think that is beautiful. Like, I fully understand why people build these out in real life, because I've seen Call of Duty builds of a lot of ARs. I'm really interested in Fallout builds of like M16 style ARs. I can fully see why people build out Resident Evil style handguns, because they're a character in their own right, and that I will give it that. But this is the crux of what I was of what this was, where this was going. But when it comes to last stream, I'm still editing the VOD, so please bear with me on that. Hopefully I won't have to edit the VOD on this one, because there is some stuff that I have to cut out. But overall, this one I'm hoping it should be fine. Overall, but yeah. First off, because this part cannot entirely be this part cannot entirely be illustrated just with tweets. I decided to watch Rooney's I decided to watch Rooney's stream on it. I think I watched around 5 hours of gameplay. 4 came from Rooney, and one of them came from Critical Drinker. I could probably finish the rest of that stream. Critical Drinker and I, he doesn't know who I am, that's fine. It's I'm a literal nobody. But Drinker, I feel like he's lost his touch a little bit with when it comes to reviewing and being a critic of media. I think he hated Marvel Thunderbolts. I adored it. He loved the Fallout TV show. I despise it with every ounce of my being. but I guess I wanted a second opinion, a more chuddy opinion like my own, a more unconventional, someone who was willing, like more willing to say, to like be a bit harsh towards the game. And in that regard, I always have Lost Chord, aka the little platoon, who's this British VTuber and like film critic, who also does games, and Sheena. As like those are the other two that I'm looking to when getting a sense of like how is this game playing out. And overall, I have a lot like my criticisms initially were for just the character design and like the kind of the hypocrisy of Capcom and doing these kinds of things, and how publicized this was. Again, I don't usually cover these topics. This isn't my normal kind of like I cover topics adjacent to it in my readers rants and like film freakout, but this isn't part of my normal repertoire. I don't cover culture war stuff. I don't delve into it. I comment on it. I feel free to comment on it because I feel like if it affects me in some way, then I have the right to. But it's yeah, as you can tell by my thumbnail. But this got like big enough of a story that I wanted to cover it by myself, and I found treasure, like as evidenced by the wide span of tabs that I have here. I have a wide, like this is enormous. This is what we have here is enormous. But yeah, if you want to know, but like I think a good place to start actually is like, while this is focused on the character designs, this is focused on the character designs and like sort of out of character stuff of what's going on in real life, and how this affects you guys, how this affects the gaming industry, how this affects creativity in general, and all that. Like this is like my criticisms are primarily because I'm seeing like one side of creativity is being astroturfed and like artificially enhanced, and the other kind is being suppressed. And what I wanted to, but I think before all of this, I should give my impressions, my honest impressions of the game. From what I saw, at least as an audience member of Rooney and Critical Drinker. And this is what it was. This deals with this made me mad. This made me mad when I first saw this. When I was first I saw the playthrough. I initially deeply disliked Grace's character. I did this is for context. I came in expecting to not like some stuff, but what I saw, at least in the opening, really I did not like the opening. I found, like, from a writer's perspective, I found this, like, even again, as someone who has not seen the rest of this series, but at least from an outsider looking in, from someone who regards this as as potentially okay, first off, something I am forced to acknowledge and give credit to the game for. It is extremely popular at the moment. It is extremely popular. Yesterday I literally went at like 3 a.m. to grab my dinner from a convenience store, and the cashier working there asked late at night dead night shift, decided to mention Resident Evil to me. So I decided, I kind of laughed because I knew I was doing the stream today. This is to the game's credit. It is very popular. It is very popular, especially among general audiences and normies, so to speak. Maybe he was a fan, I don't know, but It was enough for him to talk to me about it. But yeah, from a writer's perspective, from a writer's perspective, the opening of this game, I did not like it. I from a character standpoint, I found it incongruous with a lot of things because initially I thought Grace's character was a journalist of some kind, like a civilian journalist. No, she's supposed to be an FBI agent, which ties into my criticism of both her visual design and her general character, because this like well, let me find. It's just she is like fictionally speaking. I like to make fun of feds a lot because they're feds and they're glowies and they stalk American citizens and all that. Grace is by far I am not glowies are supposed to be scary. They're super cops. They're federal agents. They stalk you. They do all these things. They monitor you. They know everything you're doing. They're intimidating by nature. I am not intimidated by Grace Ashcroft. I am not. It was just this is one of the first times I have seen I get it, it's supposed to be a horror game. This is one of the first times I looked at a video game character and I felt genuine pity and it's a genuine pity. I did not think that Rooney called her baby. I called her incompetent because that's what she was. This is not a competent character. This is the most aggressive video game underdog I have ever seen, and not in a good way. You see in other media. It's this whole idea of competency. She comes in and she's tripping over her own shoes. Again, first off, the circumstances by which she's sent there to the circumstances that she's sent to the location. I'm trying to remember its name. Hold on. I'm trying to but the circumstances she was sent to investigate all this stuff is again, Rooney pointed it out. This is deeply suspicious and against all common sense. That why would you send an analyst who is clearly not meant for the field into a very field oriented situation? This is this is it's one of the most preposterous situations I've ever seen. Where is it? Yeah, Renwood. Renwood is the area that she was sent to investigate. Why? Why? That's no. It's just if you've seen I guess maybe she could have been inspired by Clarice from Silence of the Lambs. I think that's what they were going for when making the character. But you could from Silence of the Lambs, when you saw the character of Clarice. Hold on, let's see if I'm getting my details right. Silence of the Lambs. Oh yeah, Clarice Starling. When you see it from her, she's physically active. She's running and gunning an FBI course at a Marine base, which is Quantico. U.S. Marine Corps Marine Corps base Quantico is also famously known as the place that FBI agents are sent to do their field qualifications and all that. Something is very clear that you see from Grace's character. She has never, and I mean never, seen the inside of Quantico. She is 100% not field qualified. 100%, 1,000% not field qualified. She could have refused this assignment. She has no reason to be there. She just as Rooney and I shared the same sentiment. She has no reason to be there. in the like this from a writing and plot setup. Again, I'm missing details. I've only seen around 5 hours of gameplay. I have not seen the rest of the game where this is probably answered. But I like again, this is not a good first impression from a writing standpoint. I would and another thing is that Grace's character just doesn't make sense to me. This like her kind of behavior around situations like these. First off, like around situations like these didn't really make any sense. I get it. You're like a lot of like I talked a lot about I talked about Ready or Not a few times last stream and the like cop game and all that because the implication for some is that like in Ready or Not you're a cop who's seeing all this on like his first day, but like Grace is an FBI analyst. This is clear. This should not be her first day. If she's going out in the field, like in any circumstance, she would have been considered a special agent, and a special agent would at least be somewhat desensitized to the kinds of things they would have to see, even if it involved like again, Rooney pointed out. I get another good observation was that she had a personal a connection to the case. She wouldn't. She has no real reason. Like she has no real reason to be involved because of that personal connection. She hasn't like there's a conflict of interest going on, and a very active conflict of interest going on in this throughout the story. That again, for as a setup, this could be revealed later on that somehow the conflict of interest bypassed all the necessary authorities. But from an impression of someone who watched 5 hours of this, it's not really. It's not. It's beep. Oh, hi Clanker. Hi Clanker. It's not really. It's flimsy. It's a flimsy opening to a story like this. Um, and something like in the opening, it's revealed that she has a long history of Renwood. Like with Renwood, she had a bad experience in the hotel in that hotel where like the murders took place and all that, in the place that she's investigating. And like again, saying this as like I'm gonna say some rather heated takes here. Rather heated takes here. She experienced that trauma from a younger age. She like as a teenager, she experienced this as a teenager. Again, it was in the recent past, but still, like the kind of thing, like where we see a flashback of her of Grace and her mom at the hotel. They have to escape it because a murderer is on the loose, has cut the power and is on the loose in the hotel. It's implied that the murderer has been enhanced by the T virus and all that because I think I think is it Victor or Gideon is his name? I can't again I'm not entirely filled in on the story details, but just from an outsider's perspective looking in, she like the time in between her like that part of her childhood where she had to witness her mother's murder and growing up becoming like arguably like entering a career in law enforcement, arguably influenced by that decision to sort of right the wrongs of her childhood. She would have developed a lot more trauma suppression mechanism. She would have become like you'd think, at least story wise, she would have become a lot tougher of an individual because of that experience. Teenage Grace had leeway. She had room to make mistakes. She had like every right to be as scared as she did, and she was extremely sympathetic in that scene. But seeing her as an adult, confronting a situation she knows she might one day have to. This like it doesn't it like the it's it doesn't like it's not it wasn't appealing to me. It wasn't like seeing someone incompetent in this way, or like even just helpless in this way, kind of was like, ironically, maybe it's bad to me. Maybe it's like a sign of something being like wrong in me as a man, as a male, watching this. Watching this, someone. I felt almost turned off by like the sheer amount of like sniveling helplessness that came from her. Like this pitiful, this helplessness. It was something like I wasn't used to seeing this. To be fair, I'm not. Admittedly, I am not used to seeing this on the regular, especially from a game plot. I was not used to what how do I say this? I have had the immense privilege. I have had the immense privilege, blessed by God, to have gone through the vast majority of my life without any kind of significant trauma, without any kind of significant trauma outside of emotion, like something emotional. I like nothing seriously horrifying or bad has happened to me during childhood. I, as a tenderfoot unarmed civilian, without any kind of training, to think that I could handle that situation better than an arguably trained FBI agent with with genuine law enforcement experience, at least in the story. If I think I could handle that situation better than that character, that isn't a good opening to that character. And I would have genuinely preferred if I would have genuinely preferred in that opening if Grace had been shown to be a bit more emotionally stable, a bit more adjusted, a bit more tougher. No, I'm not saying in an arrogant like an arrogant I guar- I'm not saying like an arrogant boss bitch kind of way. I'm saying someone who goes into the situation, has her emotions, but is able to put her duty above all else because she knows that she has to be tough for the sake of the job. That is something I find attractive, something I find interesting, and from a writing standpoint, that's what I would have wanted. Like some like again, I'm a great lover of fictional underdogs. John McClane, Sarah Connor in Terminator 1, John McClane in Die Hard. There's a reason why I prefer Metal Gear Solid 2 Raiden, who whines and asks about everything, to Metal Gear Solid 4 and Rising Raiden, who goes around killing everything. Because these they're able because they're vulnerable characters. They're vulnerable, but they're competent in what they do. You get I know it's based off a real person, but you get Rolling Stone from Generation Kill, who's out of his depth because he's a literal civilian journalist who is embedded in with a group of US Marines invading Iraq, and he adapts quickly. And these characters, I get again, I get that Rolling Stone is based on a real person, Evan Wright, rest in peace. But a lot of these other characters have some sort of core competency or skill set that they know how to tap into and work with, even when everything is against them, when they're crying, even when they're scared. They know how to handle themselves. McClane is using his skills as a cop. Raiden, for as inexperienced and tenderfoot as he's at least tapping into his skills as a soldier. And Sarah Connor in Terminator 1, again, she's a literal waitress being targeted by a death robot from the future, but with Reese's help, she's able to adapt very quickly to the situation. Very quickly. She looks for ways out, and she's more in control of who she is. She feels more in control than Grace does. And where I had a rant. I had that rant. Hold on, I had a rant saved. It's I was. Have I been spoiled by tomboys and girl bosses in gaming who know what they're doing? Does it get better? I thought it was sexist to write a woman this pitiful and helpless. It's just I know this is a horror game, but my primary emotion so far has been incredulous pity. She pulls her P232 and looks like she's never aimed down the sights her entire life, even on a range. And that's my impressions. It's she like I would have felt more attached or attracted to her if she like had a lot more confidence in it of herself. Again, that's ironic for someone who proclaims to be a chud. You're a chud. Shouldn't you hate girl bosses? Well, here's the thing, dear gentlemen, is a lot of the the fan servicey bodacious female characters that I've been exposed to are actually incredibly competent in their sphere. They're not damsels in distress for they're not merely like yes, like in game they might be objects of desire, but in universe they're really not. They handle themselves very well. They well, a lot of them know what they're doing, and and part of their appeal comes from that like them having both a strong side and a vulnerable side. A lot of female characters are written only as having a strong side. Meanwhile, meanwhile Grace here is only has only shown like she and to be fair to the character, my impressions of her does change as I watch more of her. I realize, yeah, there's situations that she got out of that I probably would have died in. Credit to the character, credit and respect to the character in universe, but I feel like that leads to like the character still being with incongruous with that depiction of earlier, like that helplessness combined is in direct conflict with that resourcefulness. She would have known what she's doing, handle herself better. Yeah, she has room to cry, to sob, to make mistakes, but I'm not in the way that she was. But admittedly, most of it was during Drinker's playthrough and near the tail at Drinker's playthrough as he got more active in it. He at least that like I get it. You're controlling the character, you control her actions, but she does better, but it hasn't entirely clicked for me. And one of the examples I would say one of the examples I would say is again I mentioned the Bond series a lot. I mentioned the Bond series a lot as because I think for all intents and purposes they are actually a good example of different takes in characters, especially in female characters. They're always stereotyped as being like sex objects. So they're only there for fan service, the Bond girls. But no, across the stories that they're presented, they're genuinely they're like most of them are genuinely competent at what they do. Yes, there are exceptions like Tatiana Romanova, who's very much in the more damsel in distress, womanliness kind. But you get characters like Honey Rider, Pussy Galore, um, um, Domino Derval, who really step up and are capable in their chosen field, that she can keep like the main appeal of these women is that they can keep up in this world of danger, tagging along like that they can that yes, some of them die a lot, but many of them can work alongside the most dangerous man in the world with the most dangerous job in the world and live. And that's part of their appeal. You want a woman who's capable like that, and you don't get that in a character like Grace. Another good example, ironically, because I included Tom Cruise in the thumbnail as kind of an in joke, because I think Leon looks like Tom Cruise, but you get this from Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning, and Final Reckoning. A character who is ironically also named Grace, played by Haley Atwell, another great actress. I love Haley Atwell. But she, like this, like again, they've called Grace in the Resident Evil Grace a girl failure. Grace from Mission Impossible is how you do a girl failure done right. She has a very specific skill set. She knows how to stay ahead of even her male counterparts. It's not done in an insulting way. It's done in a genuinely humorous and attractive way. And the best part about her in general is that she is in fact out of her depth. She relies on her male counterparts from time to time when she isn't really when she knows that she can't do anything. She waits for others to take the initiative, and then she takes her own when she can. And I feel like that maybe it's credit to the like writing or whatever, her she feels more competent, more resourceful, more in control of their situations, even when she has to rely on someone else than Grace does, or than Grace from Resident Evil does. And that's something that struck me, because that incongruity, that disparate, that difference between gameplay, how she's depicted in gameplay versus how she's depicted, like, during the immediate opening, and then maybe an hour into the opening. And that's my I guess miniature reader's rant about that, because that's like my criticism of the character as a character, and my impression of it. And something else that I spoke of, that I said maybe after watching enough of this. Speaking now, average respect for the character, my respect for the character has increased due to her capability and adaptability to various situations, but overall, my comments about her lack of emotional strength and her physical appearance remain. And this ties into the criticisms towards her design. Admittedly, hold on. Admittedly, she isn't an entirely unattractive character. I think her face looks great. I think her face looks great. I think her like it's not as bad as other things that we've seen in, like, it's not like Dragon Age, or it's not like Dragon Age or those kinds of characters where, like, where they or Star Wars Outlaws, where they really fucked up the character's face. They did a good job in that regard. But yeah, here's the thing. Nick from the Kaichi Kitsune. Thing is with he says the thing is with Grace is she's honestly believable. We're seeing her at the very beginning of her story. With great writing, some patience, a helpfully unbiased director is high. Like, Grace has a high probability of becoming an absolute bad bitch throughout the series if given the chance. This is her intro to the world as a believable character. She has her flaws, but here's the thing. Admittedly, I have not seen most of the game. I've only watched around 5 hours of it. But Revenant here says, Grace is a boring protagonist. Her personality and design sucks. She's a downgrade from past Resident Evil female characters and reflects modern Capcom. She's a stand-in for modern women and weirdos that have several self-diagnosed mental illnesses and pronouns in the bios. Here's the, again, neither of these men, both of these people have a very clear point, and I think they have a point to stand on. Yes, I my respect for the character overall grew, but as an opening, it felt like the way she was, it felt as if this was artificially induced helplessness for allowing certain demographics in the audience. Again, you can again, this is like an action horror shooter series, but without a doubt, it is without a doubt. Again, as someone who can find some merit to the character, who can like the character for what she has shown me. It's kind of clear that Grace really is intended to be, unlike other previous Resident Evil characters. Unlike previous Resident Evil characters, from what I'm aware of, characters like Jill Valentine, Claire Redfield, Ada Wong, this character, Grace, is much more meant as a self-insert for a female audience. That is the truth of what I see. That's not entirely a bad thing, but that's the truth of what it is. She is meant largely as a self-insert for a female player base. That's why the realistic emotions, the vulnerability, the helplessness, the trauma was there. All the hallmarks of a damsel in distress without crossing into literal damsel in distress territory. That's what it is. It's not entirely insulting, but that's the truth of it. To deny that this is a character meant primarily for the female audience it's the plain truth. And she's on the fact that here the thing is, I didn't find her like with the backstory that she was given us, and like how she acted in her opening scenes, like is in conflict with both her backstory as an FBI agent and her later resourcefulness in getting out of these situations. Is it's less believable. I have trouble believing someone can act the way that she does, but is capable in getting out of the situation she gets out of. And that's my problem with it. If she was more confident, if she was calmer, more competent, and more not only more confident but more competent at her job, she would like at her job and in the situation she was presented with, she would be a lot more she would be a lot more likable from my stance. Grace has likely next to no combat experience at all. The thing is, the problem is she would have she would have seen the for her job. She should have seen the inside of Quantico. She should have known what the iron sights look like. She would have known what the iron sights look like if only in training. She would have you can notice this even in her playthrough. She runs so slowly. She moves like a very stereotypical slasher girl, like screaming slasher girl in a lot of the a lot of those slasher movies. She moves like one of those characters, like the bimbos from those movies that gets killed. She moves very slowly. She reacts slow and poorly to situations that would have where adrenaline and adrenaline training and instinct would have kicked in. She would have this isn't as believable like for someone of her stature or for her status. Like she is at Rooney is absolutely right in both in our observation. She's absolutely not cut out for the field. Maybe that's like a core point of the character, because I felt like this was artificially induced helplessness so a female audience can come in and then lust over the whole I said I said I said she has all the hallmarks of being a damsel in distress without actually being one. I take that back. She does, because part of the way she's handled feels like she has it feels like she has to at least where she cannot this is gonna sound very very very, I guess again, you're here for the Chud takes, and here's my Chud take. They made this character be helpless and vulnerable and be all damsel like because they wanted they wanted to depict Leon as this big fan servicey knight in shining armor for that female audience, where he would take care of all the big stuff. He would swoop in and save the day. Again, there isn't an inherent problem with that, but the way that it's handled feels not entirely for a unisex audience. The emphasis really is greater on Leon to basically save this woman from herself, rather than her being able to work alongside him. At least, again, this is from my limited experience in the opening, and that's my impressions. But how it's handled, how it is played out, she is very clearly meant for a female audience. She isn't meant for you, Chud, but she could have been. She could and ironically enough, her being this very I feel like a lot of men would be a lot more receptive to the character if she was in fact an unironic girl boss that could handle herself in these situations. And that's what I have to say. And going out, a few asides when it comes to Resident Evil's lore and several nitpicks in the game. I went in thinking, is this Metal Gear with zombies? Because again, I'm a big Metal Gear fan. One of the things, this is gonna tie in later about how I'm gonna mention Metal Gear, but big Metal Gear fan. And then I realized, no, this is Girls Front Line without the sexy robots. That's what it is. It's Girls Front Line, but you're only fighting Paradeus. No Sangvis Fairy, no Griffin and Kroiger. It's just Paradeus. At least that's my weird take on it. That's my that's my especially weird take on it as a Girls Front Line and as a girl's front line and hold on, it's very hot in this room. As a girl's front line in Metal Gear and a Metal Gear fan at least. But overall, uh, you guys can hear, right? You guys can hear good. Hold on, I have two viewers. Okay, but what I'm trying to say. Anyways, hold on, give me a sec. I think I turned my fan on too high. When it comes to nitpicks, again, that like what praise I will give to this game. Again, this is very popular. I'd say like in some cases it's earned its popularity, but there's a lot of like little things even outside of like the culture war and character stuff we hear. Okay, outside of the culture war and character stuff that I didn't like, that I didn't like. I didn't like again like you're hearing this from like a little gun nerd's perspective. You don't hear the fan, okay? Well, I turned it down low because I could barely hear myself over the fan. But yeah, little. Here's the little nitpicks. I like Leon's watch. That's a good looking watch. I will say that. I like the production design. I think the graphics and the environment look beautiful. And like from a horror game perspective, I think the graphics and the character like the general graphics and environments that they detailed look great. I like the production design. I keep calling it production design, despite it being in a game. What I don't like Grace's Sig P232. I don't like there are Sigs that I like. I like the Sig 550. Again, hearing this from a gun nut. I like the Sig 550 rifle series. I like I love the P226 pistol series and the P210. I don't like the P232. I don't think they should have given it to Grace because just I don't like that gun. I don't like that. Like for any other reason, for any other reason other than it's a knockoff of one of my favorite pistols, the Walther PBK. Again, partially because I'm a big fan of James Bond, and partially because like I don't like some of the gun designs in this game are interesting, but they're not. It feels like it's rage baiting me. It feels like it's rage baiting me. Like you get the you get the Requiem. I think that's a bad name for a gun. Yeah, they're trying too hard. That sounds more in line with something from Hellsing or Devil May Cry. Leon's Russian RSH 12 in 50 cal. I don't think I think yeah, sure, it looks cool and whatever. It looks like a Chiappa Rhino but bigger. But here's the thing, Leon is an American character. He should not be using a Russian gun, a Russian gun in his role as a U.S. government agent. If you're gonna give him a big iron, you should have given him the Smith and Wesson's either stay in line with previous Resident Evils, give him a Colt Anaconda in 454 Casull. That would have been really pretty though. That would have been so pretty. A Colt Anaconda in 454 Casull, Smith and Wesson 460 XVR, in the performance center with the big barrel, with the really big long barrel, the performance center model, that or a Magnum Research BFR in either 4570 or 454 Casull. That would have worked really well. And I don't like his sidearm. I don't like the alligator snapper at all. But this is mainly because I don't like the P320 because it's not a good pistol. I say this as someone who has touched and handled the P320. Yeah, maybe it's all right for the shooter. Any self-respecting person with all the controversies regarding SIG should not be running a SIG P320. I don't like the alligator snapper. I think because Leon in the past, from like again, this is coming from a Resident Evil tourist who has looked at very few who has looked at very little of Resident Evil footage and gameplay. Um, I think like I think from my impressions, because I know he's used the Silver Ghost in the past, which was a knockoff of the HK USP. I know he used the HK VP70, very odd pistol, very pretty looking pistol, but it's not something I would use. In his first appearance, he's using an HK VP70. The thing is, with both of those, he would have had a preference for a very HK polymer style pistol, and I think we should give it like maybe the Gordon Freeman route would have been good. Give him an HK-45 with a custom muzzle brake. He would want a polymer handgun. Maybe hammer fired or striker fired. Definitely in something like 45 ACP as an accompany to the big revolver that he's running. Is a Colt, like either a Colt Anaconda, Colt Anaconda and 4.54 Casull, which to my knowledge has appeared in the series before. I think it was called the Silver Serpent. I think that's what it was called. That or the Smith and Wesson 460 XBR. That or a Magnum Research. Yeah, you have a lot of choices to play with, but to replace the Alligator Snapper would have really been the HK-45, the HK-45, because the HK-45 is a product improved version of the HK USP. He would have been used to running the Silver Ghost. He would the Alligator Snapper that he would have used would have probably been the USP for the HK-45 or some variant, some customized variant of a USP-45 in polymer frame. In polymer frame. Great. What would I have given Grace? Of course, like for her role as an FBI agent, unironically, some kind of I think what would fit her the most, either if it has to be a 380, if it has to be a 380, then it would have been the Glock, the Glock 42, the Glock a 380 Glock double stack. The Glock 28 or Glock 25. Her role very police, very befitting of her role as as someone in law enforcement. In my opinion, honestly, Glock 43X or a Glock 48 for Grace. Oh, hold on. Do they make the Glock 48X? The Glock 48X would have been a good choice for her. Either that or the 19 or the 26. Because she has small hands, I think the 26 would have made sense. As a standard issue because she's FBI. As for the pistol, that would have been nice. That would have been nice as a as something to see. And for the Beretta M1934 that the hospital staff used, that Grace later picks up, I would have switched that for the I would have switched that for a revolver, something I guess to enhance the horror feel, she gets her Glock back later, when she gets her Glock back later, but the revolver would have been either a Colt Trooper, or if she gets a Glock 19, it only makes sense that she gets maybe a Smith and Wesson Model 19, or again, if we're going the full Half-Life route, some kind of Colt Trooper or Colt Python. Again, I know she gets the Requiem later on, but I guess having a smaller revolver with easier recoil for her to handle would have made sense. And again, she's an FBI agent, the famous FBI sidearm before the Glock or the high power or as an alternative to Browning high power would have been something like a Smith and Wesson Model 10, Model 15, or a Model 19. And I think that would have fit her, or those kinds of revolvers would have fit her really well. And another optional would have been some kind of Smith & Wesson semi-automatic. Something like the 5906, something like those. because I don't think it really entirely fits that this like this older but like this 90s research care institute would have been using Beretta M1934s. But again, that's my gun rant out of the way. I don't like Leon's Porsche. There, I said it. I don't like it because it's got the stupid the stupid the um it's got that really stupid electronic like digital dashboard. Um it's got that really stupid digital dashboard you're seeing on a lot of modern cars, and I think it just plainly doesn't look good. I guess, yeah, from the outside the Porsche Cayenne looks kind of nice. Yeah, but I wish they'd lower their prices on it. But anyways, what I have been dodging around for so long, for around an hour, of what of is the sort of double standard that you get from this that they're getting. We're gonna get into these in a second, but this is the primary problem and why let's start here. Let's start here. Again, we're watching a lot of we're watching a lot of lack of entertainment, like the Romanian guy. So like as we've seen from last time. So he's going to lay out the problems that we're having. Hold on. If like there might be an ad. Give me a second. Yeah, there's going to be an ad. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. So let's increase the desktop audio. There we go. Hopefully you can hear him now.
So the new Resident Evil that's coming out was leaked online, and there is a significant amount of asserts and DMCA's going around, which I find fascinating because for those of you that remember, Resident Evil 2 remake also leaked online, and there wasn't any assert with that. In fact, there were no DMCA's either. Which goes to show that the people that made the remake of Resident Evil 2 were so confident that the leaks were just free advertisement. Meanwhile, with this game, they're actually concerned, right? Because people have seen the leaks, and there were a lot of things that gave it very negative publicity. So, first and foremost, let's see how the Resident Evil director reacted to this, the one that made the previous games. He says that it's a detestable act that destroys everyone's happiness and deserves 1,000 deaths,
To be
making
clear, I
it
have not
worse
watched
to
this
never play games again.
this video yet.
The thing is, like, he's not working in the industry, as far as I know, so, like, he can afford to say shit like this, but the reality is that, well, in 2026, corporation can say shit like this to their customers because the customers put up with it, right? In reality, the very fact that people are leaking and sharing shows that people are interested in your game. The thing that
Yeah.
should be
Again, like I to be fair, there are times when this can cross a line. If you know the very famous Half-Life 1 leaks, the very famous Half-Life 2 leaks. That came when like some guy in Germany hacked the source code and blew the beta for Half-Life 2 onto the market, and that like almost crippled Valve's stock. But in this way, I don't think it was that bad. I don't think it's that bad.
piss you off is if you make a game and despite
No
the
one
fact
cares.
that there are leaks out there, literally nobody shares them around. Okay, like that would genuinely be a dead IP. So when you're insulting people for leaking and sharing stuff, you're actually insulting your fans. Because people who don't care about the game are not going to share the game, right? Like this guy's mother, for example, I'm pretty sure like she doesn't share the leaks of the game or even when the game is out, right? Like people who do not care about Resident Evil, they do not partake in sharing Resident Evil. So this guy, like he's a dumbass. I understand, he made a good game, like congratulations, you're a dumbass. Alright? Like you don't talk like this to people that
Yeah, this is like this a lot like like I bet like if Kojima if Kojima made a game, if Kojima made, like he's still making games, if someone leaked stuff from I don't know, Death Stranding, he would have probably not cared.
Actually funded your way of life. I'm just saying, people who do
It's not
that,
like he
in my
leaked the
book,
source code and
they're
like
worse than trash.
allowed people to pirate the
But
game.
why are they concerned about the leaks? Well, first and foremost, it shows that the game isn't very long. So this is a disappointment. I think like they noticed that with Resident Evil 3 remake, they managed to get away with a very short game, and so they're doing it again. My understanding is that the people who played the leak they found out that the game is like 8 hours long. For a $17 game, like I don't think I would be getting $70 worth of entertainment from 7 to 8 hours long without a multiplayer component, without anything else, right? So like the price is sky high, the entertainment is less than expected.
Oh,
Another
okay.
thing
So
is like another
this is the
insult on the
exact
straight
angle
line.
that I've
Like a lot of gamers have joined
seen.
forces and they're absolutely sick and tired of this despicable culture, where Capcom is basically saying how they got women, like all the women in their company, all
Yeah,
the
here
gooner
it is.
women, the degenerate women that work at Capcom, in order to work on the new Leon model, and all
There
of those
this is gonna apply here now.
gooner fetishist women, they make sure that he looks like an uncle, like he's got the bod, he's muscular and stuff, which is okay, like I do think that gooner women deserve their degeneracy, right? Like this is for entertainment, like women deserve to masturbate as well, like that's fine. But you look at the female characters and they are desexualized, and then the
Yeah,
gaslighting happens. Like the same women that goon
we're gonna
with
get into that
Leon,
very
the
soon as I go back
gaslighting,
to
and then
Grace's
saying, "Oh well, so
character.
what if the new character doesn't have titties? So what if the new character doesn't have any cleavage? It's Resident Evil. Why do you care?" And it's like, well,
Well, I mean, the thing is, it hasn't really like Resident Evil has an established history of very fan servicey female character designs, and betraying that aspect kind of like even in the more horror focused ones like Village, at least from what I see, from what I've seen, something I'm not willing to admit. I guess I'm forced to admit now. Most of my I joke, oh, you're a tourist, you're a tourist who hasn't played any of these games. Most of most of my experience in this regard comes from looking at Lady Dimitrescu from RE Village. I'm gonna be real clear about that, and not on the game, but you know those kinds of places. To be fair, and again, it's like they had it in that one. Why couldn't they have it in this one?
it's kind of like going to a restaurant, right? And you manage to order what you want, and I'm starving. And when I want to order something that I like, you're shaming me. Like, why would I even want to be part of that community?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
like
like a lot of people are genuinely ticked off
this
that
is
female sexuality is elevated to an art form and is being worshipped. And anything that has to do with male sexuality, even if it's like as innocent as wanting to see a cleavage, is being treated as low tier, peasant level, disgusting, disturbing, creepy. In fact, just by wanting to see feminine characters is kind of like an attack on women, right? It's like an attack on femininity. It's pretty much like sexual assault if you want to see Shiva or Shiva-like characters or like Jill characters in your game.
yeah. Again, she like a
So like this
Shiva,
sparked the
Shiva and
conversation
Ada
because yes,
really like
a lot don't seem
dialed up
bad.
to 11 fan
And
service
Capcom
characters.
itself actually admitted that they have an ethic committee. They measure the TT of their characters. That they don't want to sexualize characters anymore, and they lied.
To be fair, from what I understand, they did take out some parts of the with the RE4 remake. There was some controversy, but the I think they did a really good job with Ashley Graham in Resident Evil in the Resident Evil 4 remake. Because I know they got Peach Milky to do the modeling, who's like absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous woman.
They lied because they are definitely
But
providing
it's very present here. It's very present here. It's not a modification of an old design that they were sticking to because it was more present. But it's like
for
this.
Gunnar women. Gunnar women and queer people are their audience, which again, it's fine. I just don't understand why you're hating me because, like, again, I have to feel attacked. Like, if you're providing constantly for other groups, and I know that you can provide for my group as well, but you go out of your way in order to
Yeah, this is what I was. This is the crux of what I was of my problem with it. The sort of ongoing double standard, the double this entertainment double standard that has like that has
not
all these
provide for
elements.
me. Well, I have to wonder, like, what the fuck did I do to you? You know, like, why are you like this? And I'm not the only one. There are many people that think this way, and so, like, this is one of the reasons that the controversy happened. I would have to mention though that the game is extremely gory, right? And so the fact that it's gory may actually sell. Like, there are people that enjoy that type of stuff. I enjoy that type of stuff, right? Like, I actually liked it.
Again, from my perspective, from my honest perspective, again, as someone who doesn't like excessive gore in a lot of media, who like I don't revel in it or whatever. Like most of the time, I don't prefer to see it. It's like if it's in a game, I can stomach it. It's if it's in a game, it's really not like most of the time it's not going to be that bad. It's like this is not a scary game. This is not a like this is like it only makes me very uncomfortable if it's in like a live action stuff. If it's like really fetishized in a live action like a Tarantino movie or like the Fallout TV show is are my examples or when I got uncomfortable with it. But here not really. Like this isn't anything to like this isn't anything to like wave a finger at.
And violence. And so I'm wondering, like, why do you give the violence but not the titty? However, yes, like the game is extremely gory from the leaks that
Does anyone remember does anyone remember the Gaijin Goomba and the stuff and some of the old stuff that he did? This has been going on for a while in which fan service like where fan or like fan service and elements like that in a lot of western media both in movies and in games like where gore like excessive violence and gore are celebrated but fan service is considered is considered degrading for some reason. You had the Gaijin Guma, like I don't know where he is now. I hope he's doing all right because I haven't seen his channel in a while. But he did this old campaign called Boobs Not Blood, which criticized like a lot of like heavily horror and gore horror and violence focused games getting a critical reappraisal while fan servicey games especially those imported from Japan are facing heavy scrutiny under censorship and this sort of disproportionate like styling between genres even when it intersects of genre like Resident Evil that like this was being pointed out a literal decade ago. I think the Boobs Not Blood campaign came out in like 2014 or 2013. Like this has been going on for a while. This is a pre-Gamergate thing.
that I saw, and I can't show them here because there's I mean, we get the video DMCA pretty much until the game is out, and so that is what it is. Now, I also think that one of the main reasons people are also upset is due to the story. I understand Leon is marginalized so that the strong, independent woman can take over.
The biggest irony in all this is that I would have preferred if Grace was in fact a strong, independent woman instead of this sniveling, this like incompetent sniveler that you get to see in the opening.
But it's also a boring story, right? Now, I will say like this: Resident Evil is not renowned for having Breaking Bad level of storytelling.
Hold on, I have seen this
And
video before. Yeah, I'm remembering
this is not
this script from
surprising.
this.
Although I will say this, like when Resident Evil came up, the first one, it actually played on a lot of contemporary conspiracy theories. Like Big Pharma is actually against people cover-ups that happen from the government and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have real
That was
life. We
interesting.
have real life Resident Evil villains. We have like you have like Fauci and Bill Gates and the guy who wants to make everyone allergic to meat. It's like those kinds of people are absolutely real life Resident Evil villains. So I'd say that they're realistic in that regard.
They don't have the balls to like tackle some modern conspiracy theories and do that. I mean, they definitely have like the Pfizer vaccine that they could go with, or anything like that. Obviously, like they shouldn't call it Pfizer vaccine, but they could have like a COVID like
Umbrella intentionally releasing a plague and then using their using their pull, their like corporate pull in the government to make sure their vaccine gets implemented and like really or like really forced through, like really for like rammed through and required by law. And then you have like an apocalyptic scenario that comes out of that because too many people have gotten infected by the vaccine, which was the real virus all along and all that. That would be like again, it would be controversial as a plot point, but V makes a good point in that would be a really compelling kind of game. And
pandemic
and that would be a genuine like very disaster horror scenario
and like a vaccine
instead of it being independent actors that are doing all these unethical stuff. Seeing this happen on a wide scale would be really interesting.
that's proposed for the population in order to get people into zombies. That would be fun, like if
That
you
yeah,
remember the word
that
fun.
would be
And again, like it would tackle a contemporary conspiracy, which is literally how the game started. But they're corporate now. They're safe. They don't have the balls to actually make a genuine controversy. So, people that actually expect an interesting story from a game that plays it safe, you're not going to get that. And so, to sum it up, okay, story, meh, not surprising. Okay, the same desexualization of female characters while
from what
promoting
I
some
understand. V hasn't played this game, but his points about like character design are the crux, are the core point of
for female
of this
recruiters
stream
and queers
of this
is there.
discussion.
If you want fan service and you're a guy, you need to castrate yourself. You need to transition. There's no other way. If you want gameplay, well, I guess you can enjoy 8 to 9 hours of it. Don't expect too much. And for the graphics, it kind of looks like the previous one. So, again, all in all, it looks like a 5 or a 6. Is it worth the full price? From what I've seen, definitely not. And this is why they're upset. Like this is definitely a game that's worth having, but not at the price they're selling. So if the game goes on a
I
discount,
won't play it because my machine can't run it. Probably can't run it anyway.
if it goes to $40, $30, then maybe. But the way that it is now, absolutely not. And of course, we need to allow the women and the queers to enjoy it first. Like they are the main audience. I don't want to end up in a situation where I take the game away from them when they're the target audience, right? Like maybe a woman wants to buy Resident Evil and she just can't find the copy because I took it from her. I don't want to put her into that position. So yes, I do recommend to people to wait a little bit so that the genuine people that are important in society and they're being marketed to play the game first at full price. And as the price goes down, then we lowborn, we undecent folk can play it and enjoy it as well. Let me know what you guys think, though.
Anyways, okay.
And as you
This is where it gets this is what like this is where it gets
actually
closer into the hold on. Let's see if there's an ad coming. Hold on. Is an ad coming? No. Okay.
really curious to see what you guys think about my analysis. I've already made a couple of videos on the subject. This is probably the last one, but last night
Well, it
hit
isn't.
me, and I realized what the main issue is with the modern gaming industry, and you can see it while playing the latest game, Resident Evil. And so, as you all know, and I've already discussed this, like Capcom got a lot of Gunnar women, a lot of thirsty middle-aged women that work there, in order to design the male character, to design Leon, right? Because they wanted to sexualize the character so that other housewives, I guess, that are unhappy with their marriage, with their relationship, can pick up a game of Resident Evil and view themselves as being hugged by Leon. Or at least this is what I understand from their marketing. Meanwhile, the female character, right, has been desexualized. Like they've made it absolutely certain that no teenage guy playing this video game has any type of impure thoughts. You do not want men to have unrealistic expectations and believe that gorgeous women can exist in reality. You want men to believe that only the HR hag is a woman and only she is something that they could have. Or, of course, the most important lines like those are the new standards of beauty. Or at least this is what I thought up until now, right? Like this was the arguments that I've been making. But I've noticed something else, right? I've noticed another reason why everyone complains about the character. Notice how bland this character is. And I want you to realize that in the previous Resident Evil franchise,
Yeah, this is
you
like
have almost every
from a design like independent of other characters. If their if RE9's version of Leon didn't exist, if other characters, if all these other characters in Resident Evil didn't exist, Grace would be fine. That would be like that would it would be a decent design. That's what it would be. It would be fine. It would be all fine. Um that would be that like if all of these other characters didn't set a precedent, then her design would be fine. And it's not it isn't entirely offensive to the eyes if it's set in an appropriate kind of like if it's treated as a realistic horror game where there's no element of sexuality, there's no element of there's fan service meant for no one in the game, then her design makes sense. And I would argue she would actually be quite pretty for such a role. Well, like if it's like in a very in something where sexual where attractiveness like this isn't a main focus, her design would make sense and I would be okay with it. But you have this like in this cartoonish world with characters designs like these, it is very out of place and not in a good way.
character have bright colors associated with them. Like Leon has like the bright blue police uniform, the blonde hair. Shiva, like she's got the tribal tattoos. Like all the characters from Resident Evil, like they have bright coloration, and they have like these almost like fantasy elements of costumes and designs.
Yeah, it's very superhero like in the way that in the way that they're depicted.
You get to see one of
To be fair, from what I understand, Ethan Winters in Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil Village was a rather run of the mill male protagonist to my understanding, but they still had very intense, very fantastical character designs in it regardless.
them you know that they're Resident Evil, like they're iconic. You have like the stars logo and everything like that, right? Like that's how IPs used to be. When you see a character, like you would associate them with the game. It was iconic. It was kind of like a brand. And this is what we're not noticing here. Like the character is specifically designed to be average. Like she's not ugly looking, right? But she's not gorgeous either. Like everything about her is plain. The haircut is plain. The colors are.
I'll have to lower the volume. She's coming up. Hold on, give me a second, guys. I got to take care of someone. Are you okay? Okay. Anyways,
Gold. The clothing doesn't stand out. Like nothing about her screams iconic.
yeah, it's not like
And then you
you know like if I was in charge of designing the character, in my opinion, in my opinion, you get the you get the red leather jacket. That's like a big part of the character. I'll get into that in a second because I've got like a lot of thoughts brewing in my mind.
You realize that this is literally how women write. And what I mean by this, if you look at 50 Shades of Grey, if you look at Twilight, if you look at Grey's Anatomy, if you look at True Blood, if you look at like most of the stuff that women make for women, it's almost always the same thing. Like the male character is usually hypersexualized, like he is extremely muscular, he is confident, he is courageous, he is brave, he's got a strong jawline. He kind of represents like the dad that they didn't have growing up. And it's always like a middle-aged character. He's always like 40, 50 years old, right? Like he's got a job, he's got his own house, he's got a car. Like this is the female romance. This is what the housewife wants, right? Like she wants the type of man that has his life in order and is just ready to swoon in and rescue her from her failed marriage. Meanwhile, all the female characters are self-inserts. Like again, look at Twilight, look at True Blood, look at all of these female characters that happen to be in female romances, and you'll notice that they're insanely plain. If it's a book, they barely get any type of description whatsoever. They almost always lack any type of personality. They don't show vulnerability or anything like that. It's just like plain average is the word that you can use to describe. And I think like this is because again, like if the genre is made for the women with failed marriages, they already lack self-confidence, and so they get to feel threatened by pixels, they get to feel threatened by fictional images and characters.
Do I think this is all a bit extreme? Yeah, maybe it is a bit like a bit extreme in the way he's depicting it, but again, it's hard to not notice. This is a very like plot wise, it's a very female oriented plot. This is a very female oriented plot from that they've created for this
They get to
game.
feel threatened by everything. So the thing is like in order to get them to
This is not a kind of plot that can be enjoyed. That is most of the time not the kind that is enjoyed by both like that applies to like both genders, both sides of the audience. This like you can really see the intention in some of it.
read the romance, they must not view themselves as they would be competing with the other female characters in that romance, right? Like they need to associate themselves as if they're better because they're not average, or at the very least, the female character has to be a vessel that the middle-aged 45-year-old Karen, surrounded by cats and cat piss, can basically fill that vessel with her personality and herself, right? Like she needs to be the self-insert. And this is kind of interesting because you know, like they
This isn't entirely a bad thing, but when it comes to male self-insert characters that you see in across media, like the really good example is like yeah, the Ryan Gosling meme exists, but like most of his appeal to among us men comes from like that like yeah, even at his worst, he feels like a lot of his characters feel like a a very idealized an idealized version of ourselves that where like I know like a greater vessel in which our emotions are being able to be expressed. You see like the joke that I mentioned before. This is why men take steroids because we set unrealistic standards for ourselves and we very easily imagine ourselves as being able to reach those unrealistic standards. And honestly, like again, don't take steroids, kids. But this is like it's good from the mindset of really pushing yourself to become better. How men can be inspired by fictional characters to really like. I'm not saying women can be can't do this either, but it seems as if it seems as if um in that regard, in that, like, it seems as if we're like, when it comes to male audiences, they're more likely to apply themselves to become more like their favorite character, simply because they want to reach that level of that level of self improvement.
Constantly talk about the self-insert, that I also noticed that when guys look at fiction, right? Like when some, at least my friends and myself, when we look at fiction, we often do not self-insert. Like, I don't want to be Leon, you know?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You see, maybe it's different in that regard because, you know, I don't know. I'm playing through Modern Warfare, and I'm thinking, how would Soap feel about this? Like, yeah, I am literally the player character. I'm playing through Modern Warfare. What would, like, this is where I disagree, because at least maybe it's just my writer brain. Maybe it's just my writer brain doing that for me. But like, whenever I'm doing something in a game, I'm thinking, how would like, yeah, I would like to do some certain things, and I get that most of the time the character is a vessel for the player. But I'm thinking, like, within the context of the story, how would that character respond and react and do the things that he does? Why would, like, I think Soap would in fact loot a deagle off the captain he just killed in Crew Expendable. I think, I think Soap would do that. I think, like, especially in, like, characters with very heavy characterization, such as Leon or Chris or all the other ones. Like, it makes sense to play the game from their perspective. Um, I don't know how it was for Ethan Winters, because I haven't seen or played Resident Evil 7 or Resident Evil 8 or Village, but I think, like, maybe it's just different interpretations between myself and V here, and different interpretations of how that is.
I would like to go with Leon out in a pub. I would like to go out with Leon and have.
You see, here's the thing. So I should have put James Reeves from TFB TV, because that's the joke that I came up. Yeah, that like a real, like, if you really wanted, like, a realistic attractive man, you know, like, that looks like him, you would have picked, where is he? Yeah, let's get the example up here. This is what he would be looking like. If you wanted to keep the fan service but make it realistic, if you wanted, James, yeah, it would look like this guy. It would look like this guy. This I'm gonna use Pippa's VOD to piggyback and do this. Yeah, it would look like James Reeves. He's at that age. He's at that age. He would look like he that would be a realistic look for Leon Kennedy. It would look like James Reeves from TFB TV. He would be reviewing Turkish shotguns and, like, and burning through them. Um, James Reeves from TFB TV. It would look like him. You know, the best part is that he knows about VTubing. He knows about VTubing. He's responded to a male VTuber before, and he's called us the asexual harbinger of doom. So, you know what? I'm gonna clip this part and send that to him. See what he makes of that. He's
Have a drink, or I would like to hang out with Leon.
it's
Or
James
any of the
Reeves.
other,
It's
fictional characters that I like. But I wouldn't, like when I'm imagining myself, I'm not Leon. Like, I don't take his identity. Meanwhile, women that like this type of romance medium, they try to steal the identity of the heroine. Like, they unironically position themselves as Daenerys in Game of Thrones. Like, they literally try to become that character. They try to steal that identity. And so
something I've noticed, I guess, like, was where I differ from V's perspective. I think it was that old study. It was that old study by a toy company where it revealed that boys are more inclined to are more inclined to imagine themselves as the character and really get into the character's mindset of what the character would do, where girls would want the character to conform to their image, conform to their image of what they would want them to do. Like, I think the example was like a Batman Lego set or something, where like the boys would imagine him at this scene as depicted, while girls would use the Batman character to play with him and do something else. This is something I noticed in childhood, even when like playing with my cousins who were mostly female. I kind of like looking back, it's like that is kind of true at the end of the day. Yeah, we like that is it. Would it is it entirely sexist to say? Not in like maybe I get a lot like a lot of females maybe like a lot of males might do the separate thing. A lot of females might do the separate thing. Imagine it from a boy's perspective, but that's something I did notice at that younger age. It's innocent. It's not meant to be disparaging, but that's the truth of the matter, and that's why like again why I write my like I when it comes to writing my stories, I write them for people like myself at the end of the day. Like weirdos like me. Weirdos and creeps like me. Chuds like me. But if but the advantage of having a more I guess a more open a more like something that applies to both that can apply to an audience of both genders really helps in really helps in that way where it's not like the vision isn't being forced on anyone in that regard, but that's why men have our own mediums and like women have theirs. That's why we like what we
This
like,
is pretty much what's happening.
even if genres are similar. This is why like men's romance like a lot of romance media intended for men, which is by the way like very rare outside of places like Japan, um are very like differ very heavily from anything meant for a female audience. There's why there's why the rom-com and the sex comedy are considered two separate genres when it comes to film.
Like these characters are designed for women to be a vessel that's filled, to be non-threatening, to be non-intimidating, and the
Ironically enough, I would have wanted a more assertive Grace. I would have wanted, like, because I think that would have made her a lot more attractive. I wanted a more assertive, competent, someone more willing to show bravery, competence, and confidence in these kinds of situations. Like that is something I would find more interesting. Not in an arrogant boss bitch like sexist towards men kind of thing. Not in a misandrous sense, but someone who is capable and can stand on their own. That's what I find. Like that's what in my opinion would have like if Grace opened with something like with a character like that instead of trying to grow into that, that would have actually have a lot more universal appeal. That would have had a lot more universal of appeal, and that would have led a lot more people like to at least my argument in that she should have been a girl boss instead of a girl failure. My argument in that she if handled correctly, like if she was in fact a strong like an unironic strong female character, it would have helped more. It would have helped her case as a character more instead of this instead of this sort of controllable damsel that you get for most of the opening or for at least the hours that I watched the game.
the male characters are designed to be the dominators, the ones that grab the women by the hair and put them in their place, you know?
That's
And
a little
so
too far. That's a little
the
too far.
problem with this is that women don't like violence and gore.
Again, that's like that's a generalization. Again, I've been generalizing a lot between the differences between sexes and what one audience likes and what another audience doesn't. This I heavily disagree with because there's a lot of there's a reason why a lot of women are into gory horror stuff. A lot like into gory horror stuff. Like there's a reason why. It's just and possibly even into action media for the same reason as the boys because again that's too sweeping of a generalization and that I disagree with. That I am willing to put up contentious with.
Some women do like violence and gore, but like overwhelmingly, percentage wise, They do not
Okay, to be
like
to
violence
be
in
fair,
video
he has a
games.
point
So
there.
when you have
Like
a video game like
it's not
Resident Evil,
universal.
where you go over the top with the gore, and you go over the top pleasing only the female audience and the queers, while not, doing what Resident Evil did in the past and having some fan service for the guys, you end up with a game that doesn't please anyone when it comes to the visuals and the characters. Now, the game can still carry because of the gameplay, because of the theme, because of the action with the zombies and whatnot.
Well,
But
I,
when it comes,
again, most of them deal with it fine. I think Rooney and Sheena should be a lot better at shooting things. It's a shooter game. It's still a shooting game at the end of the day where you kill things with guns, and I think they should be better at that. Maybe it's just my FPS brain because I love FPS, or at least like, and I think I could get used to a third person shooter very quickly. But I sometimes I wish their aim was a lot better because the moments that I have seen, I have seen Rooney go for melee kills when emptying your mag from a distance is the preferred option, at least for me, is like in almost infuriating.
to the characters, it's not going to be memorable, right? Like, this is not going to be a memorable character. I guarantee to you. The only reason Leon may be a memorable character is because he's already established. But this is the problem with modern video games. Like, they come out, the woke people defend them, everyone cheers, but once the game goes away, no one remembers the characters. Like, can you name me 3 characters from the latest Dragon Age that came out? Can you even name me the Inquisition chick from Dragon Age 3? Again, like, most people do not remember these characters because they're not memorable. They're not supposed to be remembered. Let me know what you guys think, though. And as usual, I will see you in the comments there.
And then something I would like to hold on because I have to clear out if there are any ads that are gonna show up. Okay, no ads. Okay, for those unaware, for those who are unaware of this kind of thing happening, back in let me see when it came out. When it came out, 2010. Back in 2010, the movie Tangled, the movie like the movie Tangled. They one of the elements of the production design for Tangled was that they got a lot of the female animators and they made a poll. They designed the character of Flynn Rider, who was the male lead in the movie, by poll for to sort of like get a sense of who the most attractive features they would see in a man as the this is a genuine fact that they did in Pixar. They compiled all the attractive features they would see in a male character. They did that. They compiled that together. Um, they compiled that together and made Flynn Rider from Tangled. And you get you base they basically did the same thing for Leon's version here. They did the same thing here with with his version of the character. And like if you're going to go into that again, they're like this can differ depending on the needs of the character, but especially the role in the story. The role in the story should come first before their appearance, before their appeal, which is fair. And in that way I can see in the ways that like Grace's style of character might be limited, but from this angle, you never hear about this. You rarely ever hear about this kind of thing, this kind of design philosophy when it comes to the opposite to the opposing gender. You never see you don't summon the council of men in a game studio or an animation studio or an animation department that comes together to watch a beep. Hi Clanker, you're back. Oh, you're back. You don't see the like a lot of males coming together in a round table and discussing how what would they like to see in a female character, they would like well we do that on our own. We don't get paid to do it because the obviously the female animators in Pixar and for Capcom are getting paid for this, but like I guess Pat like the Men have to pay instead, or they do this in their free time. Discuss the how to see the flat versus thick debate. You don't see this for the opposing gender because that would be often could be considered that often would be considered some kind of it would be considered degrading to the women. But would you objectifying? But you're objectifying the man already. Why wouldn't you be willing to ask input from male leads? It's a character. They're supposed to be objectified. That's the point of the character. It's like that's like, and you get situations like this where one character is meant to be, well, where one character is meant as fan service, and the other character is almost meant as anti fan service, or at least would I call it Grace anti fan service? No, that would be too rude. I think the model for Grace is absolutely beautiful, and she did a good job with both with motion capture and her looks. But it feels like it she did get partially like she got nerfed. She got nerfed during production in order to, as V put it, secure that female audience. And it is worth noting again. I feel like that female that from that perspective, when it comes to when it comes to that, RE9 is very much a female focused game, because not only because it has a female protagonist, but because the female protagonist is not meant to be liked by. It's not she's not meant to appeal entirely to both sides of the aisle. Do I think Grace is beautiful? Yes, I think she has a very pretty face. That I will give that. I think her face needs no alteration. I think she looks great there. But when it comes to figure design, model design, and all of that below, it's hard to argue that she isn't meant for male appeal. No, and a very not intentionally, but not enough, not enough to where it's a universal appeal. The male counsel is the designer showing the drawing to his boss, and the boss saying bigger tits. That's just Sakana. Just whenever Sakana has done a lot of bad things recently. I don't like some of the stuff he's been doing, but I will give it to him that he is he is very steadfast in what he likes. He is very steadfast in what he likes, and I feel like a lot of other people. Okay, I feel like that is a quality to be admired. But here's the thing: whatever fuck happened to the girls wanting to play as hot characters, we're getting into that in a second. We're getting into that in a second. Also, another mild fun fact, I guess, because we brought up Tangled and other stuff, and Tom Cruise is in the thumbnail, therefore I'm gonna talk about it. Fun fact: during the production of Aladdin, the when it came to visually design, this is a good example. This is a good example of both good male character design and good female character design of applying to fan service to both sexes, both genders. When they were doing the production design, character design, animation in Disney for Aladdin, because Top Gun came out or only a few months earlier that year, they decided to base Aladdin's face on Tom Cruise. That's not a joke. That's what happened. That's what they did. They based it off of his depiction in Maverick. And they unironically based Aladdin's face off of Maverick. And when it came to Jasmine, designing Princess Jasmine, what the animators did there was they designed her face off of Jennifer Connelly. Jasmine's face is based off of Jennifer Connelly, who I think was popular in that time because she was in a lot of romance dramas at the time. And the funniest part is that they would I'm talking about the F-14. I'm talking about a movie with an F-14 in it again for the second time in a row that is unconnected to the stream at hand, but it's I'm still gonna talk about it because it's a fun fact that I have memorized. They depict Aladdin was based off of Tom Cruise and Jasmine was based off of Jennifer Connelly, and both of them would star in Top Gun Maverick. Decade 3 decades later, 3 to 4 decades later. Hold on, maybe I got that wrong. When was Aladdin? Um, oh shit, I did remember that 2019's Aladdin was made by Guy Ritchie. Like I forgot because it's a very he it feels like his influence didn't have very strong of an influence with the oh, it was in 1992, and when was and Top Gun was in 1984. So okay, so they would have been well entrenched by the early 90s. Aladdin 1992, Top Gun Maverick, Top Gun Maverick was in 2022, 1992. So that's 30 years. 30 years later, Tom Cruise and Jennifer Connelly, like, in 1992, characters based on Tom Cruise and Jennifer Connelly, show up on like a very beautiful like moving aerial vehicle, and in 30 years later, Tom Cruise and Jennifer Connelly star in a movie where they're in a very beautiful aerial vehicle. It just happens to be a P-51 Mustang, P-51D Mustang instead of a magic carpet. But that's your little fun fact. I've like for some reason that's been on my mind ever since I started this. Like I thought I would do it like a random fun fact. That's my fun fact of the day. F-14 Chen. Ooh, there's a rich guy called Guy Reacher. No, Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie was the director of Aladdin in 2019. I have some problems. Like I like his movies. I like he because he usually because it's an odd choice for him to be directing like a fantasy musical romance because he usually does like either crime movies with like British gangsters or spy movies. He's doing a new movie called In the Gray with Henry Cavill, which I think is going to look great. I am interested in seeing that. But he does make the same movie a lot, especially with like Jason Statham. And but he made The Man from Uncle, Kilroy Speaks. I gotta like add Kilroy Speaks to the collab. To the times I did the collabs with him, I still I said I would add his name to like affiliate his channel with mine whenever we did the collabs. But I haven't done that yet because I'm lazy. But Guy Ritchie does those kinds of movies, so like that caught me off guard, and I did a rant when I was talking with Kilroy. I did a rant because he has this awful tendency. Guy Ritchie makes really good looking, beautiful movies, but I don't like it when he skips over action or if he or when he does his PowerPoint thing and it shows you multiple perspectives on the same screen. I don't remember that happening in Aladdin 2019, but he did it in The Man from Uncle, and I didn't like it because I thought that was a really bad looking frame. Um,
Well, I
but
want
yeah,
to remind people about the website we're going to be discussing. Kotaku
yeah,
has been
Kotaku is kind of like uh it is like it's ethics in game journalism. Well, obviously, these people have no ethics. They're like, of course, Kotaku and IGN are prime examples of why journalism as a whole is a very corrupt, very morally and financially corrupt industry, but games journalism is just plain it's just like it's rage bait. It's into like I get it. That's the point of journalism. That's the point of an opinion piece. It's to make people mad, to say the most outrageous things and make people mad, and then people will talk about it and flock to it and call them out for it. But by doing that they get publicity because all of their sycophants and their toadies will come to that article and praise it. But that's the harsh reality of journalism.
at
Oh, oh, excuse me. I need to make sure something. Guys, wait for me. Are we okay? Okay. Yeah, I do. Okay. So this is that article. Let's see.
forefront of pushing for change inside the gaming industry. And they had articles like this. Street Fighter V ridiculous breast physics are still in the game. Soul Calibur objectified women felt like a relic of the past.
Honestly, like again, I have very little I have very little experience with Soul Calibur. I know Soul Calibur because of Isabella Valentine, who I think is like both again a very strong female character and incredibly like wordlessly beautiful in the way they designed her. Like I wouldn't know about this series if it wasn't for Isabella or Ivy Valentine. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what it looks like without her influence.
The reason they were doing this is because they wanted to say that the video game industry is harmful. Because of the video game industry, women are abused in the United Kingdom. Actual
which is
rape is
which is
happening. It's
which is entirely
poisoning the
untrue.
minds of young men to not respect women. And so they had this sustained assault against the gaming industry up until the gaming industry finally gave up and started
And
hiring consultants. They started diversifying their staff. They started
what's going on with Chun Li's ridiculous boob fetish? Shut up, man. I get why do you want a beautiful character to be less beautiful? Is like it's the isn't that more insulting to the character? You're gonna call it degrading. You're gonna call it like objectification. The character is meant to be objectified. Two, you're taking away from the character in like you're taking away from the design.
being more progressive. And we can see the results today. You can see how many companies are going bankrupt. You can see how many
Hold
people
on.
are just not interested in purchasing games. But what I wanted to say is that this is what Kotaku did. Like they have
I
constantly
have words. I
attacked
have
the
words for
concept of
this.
sexualization in games.
How long have I
And
been
so
going?
I'm going to
Around
present
an
to you an
hour and
article that
49 minutes.
they released.
This is an actual article. That's an actual like. Is that a headline? No, but that's an actual article title, and it's making me vomit a little. I am nauseous right now.
Today by Leon Scott Kennedy, who is on Prep. Now,
Oh, gosh.
at the beginning of the article, he describes how the women at Capcom have spent ample time in order to hypersexualize Leon. Okay? It's also important to point out that Capcom has also in recent months said that they're going to desexualize the female characters. Fair enough. Listen to this, okay? I can confidently say that those women at Capcom succeeded, and they are God's strongest soldiers and allies to the gay community.
It's like,
Leon has been one of my formative video game crushes
oh
since
my god.
2005. When I was
Again, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being gay. There's nothing wrong with being bi. There's nothing wrong with being like not being not straight. There's nothing wrong with that. But like again, you don't hear this and you think you think you cringe a little bit. You cringe a little bit. This is what I mentioned before. It's like yeah, there's a difference between a guy thinking another guy's hot and the court enox. So that's like again, maybe I'm going a little bit too far in my criticism. Maybe I'm being too harsh. But you have the like the femboys and the court enox who are like this, who are like this is like who act like this. The like this is entirely different, and it's like it's like it's almost insulting to like to regular gay men and or to other gay men and bisexual men who don't think like this, who don't act like this. It's like it's in like what the hell what the hell is this article, man? What the hell is this article?
on to his fine as hell character
Oh
design
good god.
in Resident Evil 4. Long before I knew that I was a homosexual. Again, this is a writer at I
Fuck.
assume it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? Like,
Fuck. Well, I mean, thankfully, like a lot of big sections of the gaming industry, of the games journalism industry, of the games journalism machine. It's like those 1920s political machines. That's what I'm telling you. That's what it is. It's a money laundering machine. Thankfully, they are shutting down. They are shutting down in that regard.
Kotaku, right? Like that quote unquote serious publication, right? Like this is what the corporation is putting out. My God, Requiem managed to effortlessly capture his sensual aura and swagger in every motion.
I think watching this video, like at least the opening, is what made me mad enough to do this stream. Because again, I usually do not cover these topics. I do not cover culture war or topics like this. Yet despite that, it's just like it's just like yeah, I don't cover these topics most of the time, but it's enough to make me mad. I cover topics adjacent to them, but it's enough to make me mad that I decided to attack the issue directly.
His reload
I'm not attacking, well, I'm not some activist or whatever. I'm not a culture warrior, but I wanted to provide my 2 cents because I have a lot to say.
animation sexy. His violent kills that should make me recoil in disgust.
Honestly, like I feel like I would have enjoyed gameplay of the game a lot more and just like taken it as it was if I hadn't read like listened to this article. That's genuinely how much that's genuinely how much this baffles me with how much it makes me recoil.
I'm swooning. So the journalist is basically admitting
He's gooning.
being a
He's gooning live.
sadomasochist,
He's playing the Leon sections with one hand.
right? Like for him, the violence is turning him on.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, violence is a very can be a very sensual and erotic activity. To be fair to him, again,
I
it's
just
not.
want this to
But it's just like again, like he has a right. He has a right to say this. He has a right to feel what he feels. I'm not going to disparage him for feeling that way. But the way that it's written, just makes you cringe. It's oh good god, man, good god.
sink in. Like whenever people call you Gunnar Brain on Twitter, all right, this is who they are. Like I already knew about this. Everyone that follows my channel knew about this. It's just that now it's put into paper. His stupid dad joke quips at every horrifying thing he witnesses and experiences, which should be repulsive, as the way he kicks a zombie man's head open against a brick. My pants are already gone.
This is rage bait. This is what it is. This is rage bait. It's just like
I
something like
want people to understand this journalist is basically saying he's getting a hard on by visualizing necrophilia. That look, far from me to king shame, okay? Like at the end of the day, it's
again.
fictional.
Yeah, he's free to feel what he feels. I don't think like I don't believe in discrimination like that. But what the oh jeez man. Like
Like this is a
don't
video game,
there's a like you're proving all that like there's bad stereotypes and you're proving all of them right.
right? It's part of the gameplay mechanic. But why is he not keeping this to himself? Like why? Like like when I grew up with the internet, there was this thing called too much info.
Again, he has the right to publish this, but I'm just saying, reading it is also, it's just very cringe, very
Why would you
cringe.
want to go in public in a publication that the majority of people that are reading aren't homosexuals, and they
Okay, no, look, V. This is again where we disagree. This is a Kotaku article. Of course, it's going to be like that.
definitely are not turned on by a video game character bashing zombies' heads, right? Like this doesn't give people a
See, well, what if I like? Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
but he actually goes and he says, yes, no, actually, this is great. Now here's the thing.
I'm gonna write a response to this. This is something I planned to show on stream, but I didn't have the time or I didn't have the time on my hands to compose it. I'm gonna write a response to
Really
this.
don't mind.
Of course, it's not gonna be expository. It's going to be narrative.
I don't give a shit. Like if this is what turns you on, you're not actually doing it in real life. You're not planning to do it in real life, and you're like relaxing at a video game. You're expressing your sexuality through art. Have at it, my brother. What I don't understand though is like why can't these people be tolerant? Why can they not be inclusive? Why are they freaking out whenever a video game does fan service for straight people? This is what I
Yeah,
don't get.
like why?
Why
Like
are
yeah,
they
yeah.
not
We're
only
past
having the
this, and they're like we're past this, and then they do say that. It's like it's the whole. It's like again. Oh, to be fair, these are written by different authors, but you can see that they're all going for the same angle,
sin of pride, but they
the
also
same
need
hypocritical
to
angle.
have the sin of greed. Like they need to hoard all the fan service for them. And I noticed that if you go online and you criticize the female character design in the new Resident Evil, which, by the way, I already made videos about it, they're bland. Like, literally, they're not ugly, okay? They're not, like, westernized that look like transgender people in disguise. No, no, no. It's just that they're,
Um,
like, extremely bland. The
yeah.
colors,
Do I
the
think he's doing it a little bit extreme in what he says? Yeah, but like he has a point.
style, like, literally everything about the characters in this game that are female are made bland on purpose in order not to make the
It's like again, Grace is beautiful in her own right, but you have to look harder. It's not true to the it betrays the design language of previous Resident Evil games. It betrays the long history the series has had with fan service. It betray like and it's not congruous with the game and she has a good this is good as a starting design, but it could have been better. Lucky for y'all, we're gonna touch on that in a bit.
women and the transgender people feel insecure. That's literally what it is, right? And if you
Don't,
look
I,
at it,
again,
they
I don't
call you
agree
a
with everything he
gooner,
says. It's just like
which I
he has a
gotta say,
point.
like most people that play video games with attractive female characters, they do not take their pants down. Like us straight people, okay, we know where to find pornography. Like we know where it is on the internet. We can actually go and masturbate to porn safely and responsibly. We don't need it in video games. But what we do need in video games is characters that don't make us gouge our eyes out. Like we don't want the
Yeah,
they
we
them type of character to pop up, the body type A, body type B nonsense. Or like every single female character in an action game to look like a 45-year-old woman. Or the
again, to be fair, 40 like if they look like Balalaika from Black Lagoon, then I wouldn't complain. If they look like I don't if like if, like, you say like again, there are very good looking 45-year-old women out there. It's just we're not seeing them in games outside of outside of Girls Front Line. Out in Girls Front Line, you get Helianthus, you get Hellion, you get Angelia. You get like and those are really good examples of strong female characters that are still very fan servicey by nature. And it's not it's like that's like if gotcha if a literal gotcha game is doing that element better than a AAA production, you really have to look and consider where this is going. What have you done with your designers and your animators and your modelers and all that?
female characters to look incredibly plain and boring, right? And when we talk about this, we're accused of being gunners. Now it makes sense. Now I understand it. They literally are gunners. They genuinely get themselves turned on when they play a video game where it's about a zombie horror, and whenever like the character cracks the skull of a zombie, they get a boner. And they're admitting to this, like they're out in the open, admitting to this. And notice how like all of these people on Twitter that fight against pornography and shit, they do not call this guy out. They do not
Of
call this
course they
guy
won't.
out
Of course
because
they
well,
won't.
he's an ally. Like it's part of their culture. Like this is literally the culture they're fostering. It's not a culture against degeneracy. It's not a culture of decency. It's not a culture where they're like trying to fight against injustices. It's literally a culture of domination. Like they just want to dominate the industry, and they are absolutely mortified over the fact that people aren't buying their shit. People are not buying their video games because their video games are made and designed for a couple of greedy people that are a fringe minority of the population, and they can't just be like, okay, like we got power now, we got influence, we could actually make games that have fan service for us, and we can
For
make Leon to look the way we want to. But in order to make sure that the game sells, we're also going to add sexy female characters, over exaggerated femininity, like Resident Evil used to have with Sheila
yeah,
and Jill. They're not going to do that. They're basically going to try to humiliate straight people and also expect that straight people will keep buying the game. Of course, the problem with this is that in order to have this mindset, which is, by the way, in my opinion, quite deranged, you need to have like specific coders, like specific individuals that are willing to work at companies that have this mindset. And so a lot of people that are talented and they're creative, They don't want to work like this. Like, they generally think it's retarded, and probably most people want to make video games that they like, right? And as we discussed, like, to find people that get a hard-on from killing zombies with Leon, the number of people is quite low. Most women do not like violence, right? Apparently, there are some homosexuals at Kotaku that, according to them, they're into it. But they already chose a
We've already
journalistic
covered the
career.
my disagreement
How
on
to code. And so
audiences
you end up with a
versus.
very small team of people that, they show up to work in order to work rather than be excited about the new project they're creating. And they end up with games that are broken, buggy, awful, and also expensive. Because they need to
Oh yeah,
hire,
that
like,
is true. A
a
lot
lot
of
of
like
consultants,
I
right?
haven't identified any issues with RE9. I haven't besides it like besides Rooney's computer failing, it like I haven't identified issues with that, but I know on a lot of other mainstream AAA games, especially multiplayer ones, they're getting a lot of bugs
In
in that
order to figure out,
regard.
like, if you were to ask me to make a video game so that gay people like this journalist at Kotaku enjoys it, I wouldn't be able to relate. I can make a game with tits and ass because, like, I know tits and ass. But to make a game that pleases someone that's a sadomasochist that enjoys seeing a guy breaking skulls with his foot and that's what turns him on, I wouldn't know how to do it, right? Like, I generally don't know. Like, I would need a consultant to tell me, and I would have to ask him, right? I would have to have a serious conversation. It's like, okay, so what exactly turns you on? Is it the splatter? Is it, right? Say, if you pay me to do the job, I would do it, right? Like, I don't have, like, moral qualms with it. It's a video game, for fuck's sakes. I'm not retarded. I would do it, but, like, I wouldn't be able to do it myself. I would have to hire consultants, and those cost money, right? And so the end game process would probably cost also a lot. Like, it wouldn't be like a $70 for a game. It'd probably be like 120. Anyway, right, and the fact that he played it twice, okay, like, that's something else that you need to understand. The game was probably released for reviews a couple of days ago, so if he played it twice, it means that the game is pretty fucking short, isn't it? So if you're interested, if you're not the type of person that gets a hard-on over Leon, and you actually want to have gameplay, well, know that there's not
To
going to be
be
a lot of game.
to
Subscribe.
to be fair,
Oh,
the
I'm on
gameplay looks
remind.
good, and from like again from my weird a tourist, I'm a tourist Diddy Glooner blood, Gooner incel tourist Diddy blood. That's what I am, according to a lot of people who are probably gonna like dislike my take on this. Like I would be willing to play the game because like gameplay wise, I feel like I would have some fun with it. I compare like, is this Resident Evil with zombies? No, I mean, what am I saying? Is this Metal Gear with zombies? Minus the fact that Kojima added zombies in Metal Gear Solid 5. No, it's girls front line without the sexy robots. Well, like from a gameplay perspective, this looks like Fallout with like better looking guns. So I feel like I could competently I could play this without problems. Um, gameplay wise, I feel like it could be fun. I guess again, I'm into shooters. I'm into survival stuff. I'm into that. I am unfamiliar to this space, but I am willing to try it for the sake of having said I have tried it. I have seen the elephant. Um, that's the like I'm willing to go that far. If so, like if I'm willing to go that far. And from what I've seen, I guess of the 5 hours of the gameplay I've seen, it's not like, yeah, it's repetitive. It is very repetitive, but I feel like it's not that bad. I guess because it won't be. It will. It's not. It isn't bad. I could probably play this. Like if it's mouse and keyboard friendly, I could probably play a Resident Evil game. Anyways, but we're gonna hold on. Hold on. Oh, we have some ads. Sorry about that. But I'm gonna I'm n-
Video game
anyways.
journalist all the time, the hypocrisy associated
Oh
with
yeah,
how
this is
untouched they are
covering
with
that same
people,
article,
how
the
ideologically
Kotaku
and
Gooning
sexually
controversy.
driven so many of them are.
Oh yeah.
And we have the next example of that from The
I don't
soon to
watch
be
side
dead
scrollers a lot, but they're inviting VTubers a lot on more, like Kirsha, Rev, and Straub. A lot of them have been making contributions to this channel, so like I might pick up on that. I might pick up on that because I know like I should probably watch the Kirsha episodes because I like Kirsha. I like Kirsha. I like Rev. I like Straub. I want to hear what they have to say.
Kotaku.
But this one is a non VTuber episode. This is just everyone, whoever they have.
They have come out with a Gooner piece about Leon Scott Kennedy over here.
James Reeves.
Which may sound weird.
James Reeves.
And I did, like most people are not clicking on this.
No.
But people are pointing out the hypocrisy of this idea. Now, the person who writes for this has since gone protected. And is
the Renaissance.
him, by the way. I just want to point out. And by the way, totally gay. He just wants you to know, totally gay.
I would have never.
Okay?
Oh, it's all over the article. I archive.is it and I read it.
Yes. Oh, you did read it.
I did read it.
Well, you can read some of this because here's some of the article here that I think is important. For you.
Kotaku needs to make okay. Where is that?
Some of this because here's some of the article. Here.
Of course, he's a New Yorker. Kotaku needs to make up its damn mind whether we're allowed to sexually objectify video game characters or not.
That I think is important for you to go ahead and read.
For me, this meant, oh, here we go. I'll read the top here. I've played through Resident Evil Requiem twice now, and when you're playing through a game a second time with little distance between both playthroughs, you got to take in the little moments to keep yourself from getting bored by something you just saw. For me, this meant having Leon Kennedy on low health so I could hear all the pained grunting sounds he makes as he struggles to make his way through the environment for reasons. After playing through Requiem, there we go. That's pretty much the same thing. I can confidently say that those women at Capcom succeeded are God's strongest soldiers and allies to the gay community. Leon has been one of my formative video game crushes since 2005 when I was drawn to his fine as hell character design in Resident Evil 4 long before I knew I was gay. And my God, Requiem manages to effortlessly capture his sensual aura and swagger in every motion.
And you can't have that. You can't have that in Grace. You can't have
his reload animations,
and you can't have that.
His violent kills that should make me recoil in disgust. I'm swooning. His stupid dad joke quips at every.
Oh, good God! This feels like it's written by AI. Again, I just said it's so stereotypical. It sounds like it was written by an AI, but you know for a fact that this was written by a real person because AI have started to talk like this, and they wouldn't be doing that without human input.
Every horrifying thing he witnesses and experiences, which should be just as repulsive as the way he kicks a zombie man's head open against a brick wall. My pants are already gone.
Oh, dear
Good God.
Jesus
Oh, God.
Christ.
Capcom, just put that on the back of the box already. It's
The
fine.
guy needs a boyfriend stat.
He just needs a right hand. That's what he needs.
I mean, I think he's using it too much.
He needs a right
Exactly.
hand. That's all he needs to do. Is just start whacking it a little more because you should not be putting that on the internet like that. Ridiculous.
Again, he's allowed to believe what he wants to believe, but it's just like, oh, jeez, man. There's a reason the stereotype exists.
This is so obvious because they are pent up when it comes to sexualizing women. That's a big nay, no. As George points out. But I thought sexualizing video game characters is bad.
Not if you're.
Yeah, I thought it was
Okay.
that.
Then what, they call us gooners all the time? What was that? In my opinion, that was more descriptive than what I hear men say about women half the time.
Yes.
Like, truly.
Oh, yeah.
That was like way more like, I'm gonna get him on low health so I can hear him grunting.
Like
I've never heard
you're
a guy
causing
say that
him
about a
pain.
girl, like ever.
You're literally causing
You know?
Leon.
To be fair, there are clips of Grace moaning when on low health, but on average, I'm not gonna at least with my perspective, I'm not gonna touch myself to that.
Kennedy pain and making him grunt and getting him to the point of death.
Well-
Meanwhile, on the guy side, it's like, I like Luna Snow because sexy. and
Kaboobs.
That's it.
It's insane to me.
If you recall, Kotaku was very critical of Stellar Blade, what they
Yeah.
described as excessive sexualization of the protagonist, Eve. Did that seem like
Sorry,
I'm
guys.
what,
There's
do you
something
think that
going
was
on downstairs.
excessive Sexualization of
Can you guys hear anything that's going on downstairs? Because it is rather loud.
no. How he was describing
Yeah.
Leon.
Oh,
What's that?
absolutely.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't wanted to see him get hurt, so you could just hear him grunting over and over again.
Fuck no. It's
Okay.
weird, bro. It's a
Yeah,
video
it
game
is.
character.
It was way more graphic than just being like, yeah, he's hot or something. Like it was
Well,
so
that's how guys
descriptive
do
and,
it. For Lara Croft, whenever a guy would play Tomb Raider, they just go, "Yeah, she's hot," and then they would enjoy the game and move on. They wouldn't.
exactly.
You would do that extra
time
button
getting her
press, or
hurt.
she'd
Yeah, that's
climb
just
up
weird.
slowly. Yeah.
Also, like, if you're playing as the character, you want to keep going. You don't want to have, like, poor health. That doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
I don't enjoy the that part in Modern Warfare where Soap gets shot and the screen goes red and you have to hide behind cover. I don't want that.
You do if you want to hear him grunting and making sounds.
Open up Pornhub or some shit. What the hell?
That doesn't do it for him anymore. He has to hear Leon in pain. Sick pain.
All right, well, we have more examples here of Kotaku's upright hypocrisy. Like we all understand. We know what we're talking about here when it comes to hypocrisy. And it's just fun to see the examples right here.
You don't feel like
Oh, sorry. Again, ad. Hold on. Let me see if I can okay. Turn that off and then on.
We laugh at video game journalists all hear him grunting over and over again.
Fuck no.
Kotaku's upright hypocrisy. Like we all understand. We know what we're talking about here when it comes to hypocrisy. And it's just fun to see the examples right here. Baldur's Gate. So this is Kotaku. Ooh, yo, baby, let's go. Baldur's Gate.
Yeah,
3
this is Kotaku.
slyly adds jiggle physics for dick and balls. They were all about that Baldur's Gate 3. I demand to see Oro's dick and balls in Street Fighter 5s. All right. Tears of the Kingdom fans think they see Link's well-endowed package.
Oh, by the way, guys,
The
can you
best
hear
of the
anything
set
that's going on
games
downstairs?
on
Because
the unspeakable
need to make sure.
HBO.
And look at the image they used from itch.io. It's the most furry-pilled thing ever. Guys, listen, if you must click the rage bait, they want it. The gay gooners over at Kotaku, they want you to click their horrible Resident Evil articles. If you must read the smut, for the love of God, do us a favor and click that article in Brave, so you're not giving them the ad click there. That's like they keep going because people just have to see how bad Kotaku has gotten, and they keep clicking on them. And it's like just stop. It's like Simpsons. Just don't look. Just look the other way. But it's just Kotaku's still here somehow.
Yeah, you're part of the problem if you're clicking it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Let us do the clicking so you don't have to. Right. But with that said, please. Yeah, I'm saying that with the intention of us reporting on it, not of removing their ad revenue, as you would see in a potential lawsuit from Ethan Klein to the various people who are reacting to his content. With that said, here's some great examples we saw.
Oh, we're
at
gonna
the
see
top.
more.
And if you just scroll down, here's things that they don't like, including, once again, right next to it, we have a Street Fighter 5 about dick and balls from Oro. Then we have
Oh, they're you know, I talked about Ready or Not earlier. This doesn't have to do with anything, like this doesn't have to do directly to do with Resident Evil or whatever. Like them hating on Ready or Not is ironic because like Void Interactive seems to be really looking for the Kotaku audience by going on like Blue Sky and really applying themselves to those people in the way that they're censoring things. Like again, a lot of the stuff there is very like is shock is like there is a lot of shock value in Ready or Not, but like from a gameplay perspective, I am very interested in it because I like shooters like that, and I think a police shooter is very interesting, but it's just like it's just like the way like it's like I thought you were for freedom in gaming. I thought you were for freedom of expression and like the exploration of the medium as an art, and to say that while raging against something like Ready or Not, which is a very stark reminder of like, which is, I would say, like as much as I dislike some of it, video game as an art.
Ridiculous breast physics are still in the game. Oh, over here. At E3, Soul Calibur's objectified women felt like a relic of the past.
Again, if like, I wouldn't know what Soul Calibur was without Ivy Valentine.
I mean, look, if there was, it's obvious. We all see it. We all know what's going on, and it's just some stupid game that's being played. Pirate Nation pointed out this is not just a Kotaku issue. This is also the gamer problem here. Resident Evil 4 is no longer sexualizing women is a good thing. Leon has definitely still got it. And Requiem fans are already feral over his biceps.
Okay,
You know, Kay, you said something which I think really nails it. Like,
yeah, this is that though.
stop being so fucking weird nails it.
This is the ongoing. This is the ongoing
Like,
thing that that I have to explore.
Just stop being so fucking weird.
2 minute,
about
2
it.
hours in.
We get it. You're weird.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't care if people sexualize video game characters. That doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm a huge Dead or Alive fan. It's part of my identity.
I haven't
that's
I haven't
fine.
seen
But
much
if
of
you're
Dead or
gonna
Alive,
have
but
the
that's like
standard-
honestly, it feels like I feel because again, I was not exposed to a lot of Eastern media, like including games. Like as a kid, I was not exposed to a lot of that as a kid. Most of it was ironically through a time when video games journalism was good. When I watched a lot of Screw Attack and I learned about these games. A lot of Screw Attack. I used to watch Outside Xbox until maybe 2020 or maybe 2019. Um I used to though from those sites and the way they handled things. That is what got me interested in the avenue of gaming as art and like different kinds besides the ones that you get to see all the time. I wasn't but like this is a new thing. Like recall that to me playing like even an old AAA game such as Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 1 is almost like a novelty to me because I did not grow up with AAA or AA production games in the household. I was like all of my gaming experience came from Steam most of the time because I couldn't pay for them. They were free. I didn't have the option to pay for them, so they were free. So, I feel like I'm only seeing glimpses of like an old Silver Age, and like we're in a dark age now because it's very obvious that the video game like there is a very obvious video game crash happening in the upper echelons of the industry, and I feel like I'm only seeing that because I never got to see the golden age. The golden age or the silver age of mainstream AAA gaming. But when it comes to fan service, it was present in the things that I did. I mean, like, I think if I'm gonna be like a little smitten with a character, there was this character of all places, it came from like Flash games, and of course the stuff wasn't meant for kids, like violent stuff, but you know, I still played it in the youth. One of them was called like there's a genre called like the sniping games where you play as like this spy or this counter terrorist who has to kill all the terrorists within a specific time, or they have to repel an invading army with their rifle. Again, very action focused subject, but most of the time these because they're all like typically shooting galleries, a lot of the characters were female, and admittedly, a lot of my interest in guns and firearms came partially from those games, just as much as it came from genuine interest in the weapons. And like in these characters, these yet they had titles like Foxy Sniper, Nasty Sniper, stuff like that. And like for what it's worth, for a literal indie Flash game, they were drawn very well. And after every like sometimes if you completed a mission, after every mission you get this little hand drawn thing, very fan servicey, very cheesecake. It wasn't porno. It never crossed into like actual 18 plus territory, but it was like very heavily sexualized and in a good way. I would say very pretty, very like this is why I still have attachment to the tough girl boss character, because they embodied that the strong female character without shying away from fan service, and that's what it meant to me. That's what a lot of these meant to me. As again, because I didn't have AAA experience, I've never I've never actually played a game of Dead or Alive or Street Fighter or King of Fighters or Dead or Alive or like this kind of thing
where we are not allowed
or Soul Calibur, that kind of like I haven't, but I got the fan service through other means, and that's what I wanted to see as things go on, especially in the reduction of it across
to
games.
sexualize women, then what are you doing over sexualizing the men? Just have the same standard. That's my problem with it. And I think we all feel that instantly with this stuff. And it's also bizarre to me too, because like the main demographic for video games is male, undeniably. They can try to fudge the numbers any way they want by adding mobile gaming to it, whatever. At the end of the day, it's a primarily male market. And
Yeah.
gays,
Well-
sorry, but you're a minority as well. So if Kotaku actually wanted to survive, maybe they should start writing about how the jiggle physics in video games are great and they might actually make some money.
They used to in the early 2000s, late 90s. You were getting all sorts of the hot babe Laura Croft articles.
Like there was an ad, I think, what was it, Girls Gone Wired, for Mortal Kombat. I think was it Jade? Was it Jade doing like sexy ads for that kind of thing? Yeah, it looked like Mortal Kombat and Tomb Raider used to really play into those elements
And then
before they
something
tried to reinvent it as something dark and gritty and serious with artistic value or whatever.
And the old guard was taken out, and then you get these guys in
It's all
here.
activism. It's all them trying to feel like they're the good person, you know? We're fighting against this narrative that make women feel like they're not welcome in gaming. I feel welcome in gaming because I understand that they're just sexualizing a video game character. I don't take it personally. And like women got to stop doing that. They got to stop worrying about, oh, you're saying her boobs, this, that. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get why they have to psyop it so much and not just admit what the reality is.
Here's the thing. This guy is a guy.
Yes.
Right? Guys, boobs, right? Except he's dick.
Yeah.
It's the same
I wouldn't say it's like that. I wouldn't say it's like that, to be fair.
thing. He's just doing that. Now, if you go, he's not on X, but he is on Blue Sky.
There you go.
He is on Blue Sky. So let's
Talk
see
to him
how
there.
he's responding to all this over here. Not that you need any reason to not be on Twitter, but seeing that a whole lot of homophobic harassment I got sent today was
Another
sequestered
buzzword
on the website, and I only saw it when I was checking it, is a pretty nice reminder that shit is unsalvageable and you don't need to be on there. I don't know. Just thinking about how you can curate your spaces and feeds all you want, but if you're queer, visible, and loud in these spaces, there's always going to be someone saying incredibly vile things about you and people like you. And if it's not you, it's someone else. Okay, allow me to kind of chime in here, Rowan. This right here. No one cares if you're two of these three things right here. If you are queer and you are visible, nobody gives a fuck. It's this part that people care about. The loud.
Can confirm.
Nobody gives a shit until you start
again, I have no problem with other sections of like of that kind of community, but like I have no problem if you're not straight. I have no problem with that. I like love what you love, but it's just the way that he's reinforcing the negative stereotype has to be noted.
tell everybody about it.
Exactly.
Like nobody cares.
No.
If like, can you imagine if there was if James was walking down the street and he's going, "Hey everybody, I'm straight."
That does sound like something I would do, though.
I just want to let you know I'm straight, and if you don't like me, you're a bigot, right? If you can't accept that, just gonna let you know you're a giant bigot. Here's my straight flag, everybody, and walking down, looking ultra manly. Like, I just want to, hey, are you my ally?
That's
You
right.
better be my ally,
You
because
better
if you're
like
not,
me, that I like women.
that's right. And
Or
by the
else.
way, I like myself, so you better like that I like myself, right? And by the way, hey, just want to let you know, we're gonna have
Is your mom doing good? I know how you do. How you doing, dog? Oh, hi, terrible artists. Yeah, my mom's doing fine. My dad's taking care of her. I've had to get up several times to make sure she's okay, but for the most, she's doing fine. I think by come tomorrow she'll be a lot better. She'll be feeling better. She's already out of the ER, so she's doing fine. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for thinking about her, because I really appreciate that.
straight Pride Night at our local hockey team events, right? Like, you don't need to be loud about it. It's fine. Everybody's cool with you being gay, dude. We just don't need to hear about it.
Can we do
That's
the
all.
straight ally video? That sounds amazing. I'm willing to go on the streets and be like, you better like me because I like women.
The thing is, they just want the validation at the end of the day. If you're confident in
It's like, what is it? The did the Will Smith girl. It's like, you know what? Mentioning Will Smith, I feel bad for him. I know he's an asshole for what he did to Chris Rock, but I think he's doing that because he's lashing out at something. He's like, I feel really bad for Will Smith, man. I hope he can get a better, I'm not in, normally I'm not in favor of people like breaking up, but he needs to find a better person that's most of his family doesn't respect him. His wife clearly doesn't respect him. I feel really bad for Will Smith, but yeah, the girls, his music video about that. Play one of those.
with who you are, you don't write these kinds of articles.
No problem. I was in a league race, and that tweet was the first thing I saw. Oh man, I'm sorry to scare you like that, but it was a big scare for me as well.
Beg for people to say, yeah, you're totally fine. You don't run in the streets and try to act like everyone has to accept what this is. That's just the truth of it. So it's people's insecurity coming out, and that's why we're hearing this loud minority constantly go off, is because they just want to feel like other people accept them because they don't accept themselves.
Insecure narcissist.
Yep.
That's what it comes down to. Insecure narcissist. You were talking about how you just don't click these things.
I've been watching there's we're only this and another one from V is gonna be the last of the videos, and then we're gonna get into tweets and my thoughts on those. But this might be
Don't
one of the
click 'em.
longest
Don't
streams
click
I
the
have.
articles.
Yeah.
What is my
And why they
longest?
write these things. This is from
What is my
him.
longest?
Over on him over on his Blue Sky posted this quote tweeted or quote posted, whatever it is. And as you scroll down, look at the response here. I need this to pop off so they don't make me change the headline. So like and subscribe. This, look at this. This surpassed the review in clicks. And I think it's beautiful.
That's the quiet part out loud right
Yeah.
there, folks. If you ever want proof of what's happening internally with these kinds of articles, you've got it. They just want to create the social media machine here and have everyone freak out at this stuff.
By the way, Jeremy Clarkson's a genius. I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he said, but as a Top Gear fan, I think he's fucking great. I love Clarkson, man. I love Clarkson. I love May and Han, and they're cool guys, man. I love Top Gear. I love Top Gear and the Grand Tour. Sad that it's over, but I guess glad that they went out with a bang.
Read it.
Yes.
That's really what it is.
That's what's really important, is that at the end of the day, everybody like watching this, everybody listening, like you all have the power to make this end. At the end of the day, these people that think they're in their moral high ground and everything, and that
Here's the thing, don't click on it yourself. Click on the drama tubers. Click on the drama tubers and let them handle it. Let them take the brunt of the blow while you take the side, stand at the side.
push their agenda. They still rely on money and they rely on clicks. And Kotaku will drop them if they're getting 0 clicks. If they're only getting clicks from their gay little circle of friends, then nothing's going to happen, and these will go away fast. But there's absolutely an issue with people being like, well, I got to read this. This is ridiculous. And then you click it. And there is other ways to view that. So just don't click it. Just don't look. And then it'll go away. All of a sudden, it'll return to the gaming of old. So I would love to see that. And yeah, I love that he said the quiet part out loud, for sure.
See, here's the thing that I'm like, some part of me really wants to make a narrative retort to this sort of thing. See it as see what kind of reception. Maybe it's for my own gratification. Maybe it's for something else. From the perspective of someone watching M16A1 from Girls Frontline rip apart a Shrike with a hail of 5.56 and having the blood from the Shrike spill down her shirt. What would you think of that? Huh? Would it really be are you going to treat it the same way simply because the attraction falls in a different way? Are you really willing to do that? That came into my mind, and I almost typed that up unironically. I know it's a flimsy reason now, and you shouldn't let it get to your head, but I mean, if it's any reason for me to write something, then I'm going to use it to write. And then finally, oh, hold on.
I woke up
Okay, hold on.
to
Let's
this
see if
very
there's
interesting
any.
article. Not to Vegeta. I
Okay,
woke
so
up to
no
this
ad.
very interesting article
Oh,
about how
Pippa's
an
live.
11-year-old boy survived 400 bee stings by channeling his favorite anime character, Vegeta. And so this is extremely wholesome. But it
Is this
also
like is
goes
this the original? Okay, so this is the original headline.
against the concept of representation. I genuinely believe that representation and regulation have destroyed the comic book industry, the video game industry, TV shows, like this cancerous ideology, which is constantly being proven wrong by articles like this. Vegeta does not look anything like the
Representation should be organic. That's what I feel. I like I'm saying this as a minority, as a racial minority in the U.S. Like I still end up identifying with a lot of white characters anyway. I still end up doing that, and over like my like all these new Asian characters in Marvel, and my favorite one is the white guy with the shield into 2011, and like who has been broken by the world a bit too much. But overall, yeah, like diversity in and of itself isn't a bad thing, but it should not be forced for the sake of it being forced. It should not be tokenized, and it should be organic to the story.
boy, right? Like the boy doesn't see himself physically. Vegeta is obviously not like the boy, right? Because the boy cannot fly and cast Kaioken's and shit. However, Vegeta is a symbol, right? Like he is a role model. It's the idea that
Well, not a good role model
if
from
you
what I
work
know of
hard
Vegeta,
and
but he's interesting.
try, you too can surpass your limits. And while this may or may not be true for everyone, it seems that for this little boy it was. Like he was in mortal danger.
Glad he's
400
okay.
bee stings, given the size of his body, injected a lot of toxicity in his bloodstream, and yet he managed to fight through it. And growing up on the internet, I had a lot of friends from Mexico, from Brazil, from the United States. Some of them were black, and almost all of them like Dragon Ball, despite the fact of
To be fair, to be honest, and to me, Dragon Ball isn't my thing. It's not. It's just not my kind of just not my kind of show, not my kind of subject matter. But that's fine. God bless you, Toriyama, because you made some really good art.
not being represented the way that millennials claim the representation should happen. And so I want to compare Vegeta to a more modern character, right? Like another chick that's actually supposed to be represented. And I'm going to watch Synthetic Man here, the man who's making me rich. Like my family actually owes him a lot of money. He has saved me thousands over the last years. And I completely agree with his assessment here.
Oh, this is about
Resident Evil 7
Grace.
did that, even though it was an old lady and not a little girl, but she appeared as a little girl.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
Why? I'm comfy here.
I'm Grace.
She's okay. That not a good. Well, whatever. She's working through it.
She's already in her lay down and rot stage.
You like reading? Yeah. Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
I think she should be handling this a bit better. To be fair, like she like explaining, yeah, you're with the police. You can come with me. You'll be safe. You'll be safer outside of this place, and working through that would be better.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
I'll take you there.
Millennial writing. Yes, like literally, she's supposed to be awkward so that women can see themselves into this character. because women that are autistic are awkward, and when they're playing the game,
To be entirely honest, I like having to go to the again. I'm not gonna inflame that because it was a wasn't a pleasant experience. Like having to go to the hospital to see my mom. I was stuttering and looking around. Looking to be fair, I was, but that's because I'm just shut in with who doesn't talk to people and really didn't know what to make of the situation. To be fair, I was stuttering a lot in that regard. But again, she's like, I feel like me personally, if I was in Grace's position, I could have handled that situation better. A little bit better. Maybe I would have stuttered the same way, but I would have known what to say.
they too can see that they're normal because like video games include them, and without video games, how would they know that they are normal? And you don't have to fight against your awkwardness because it's embraced. Compare that
I mean,
to
that part of myself. I mean, that part of myself has to be improved. To be honest,
Hope, like she is definitely designed to be plain and average.
I hope that her name is Grace. Her name is Grace.
In order to make women that are plain and average feel that they're normal, because like how else would they know unless they see it in a video game? It's also interesting.
Again, really going into the when you. I admittedly stutter a lot here, mostly because I don't know. Like I did it again. What do you know? How would you look at that? But from this perspective, again, you can really see this is really meant for a female audience because I guess guys could be. I know guys who could be attracted to this, but for the most part, this does feel pitiful. It's like the main emotion felt here towards Grace is almost pitiful in that regard. The way that you would want to take charge, like ironic for a character that is meant to be on her own, independent, capable on her own. Most of the time when it comes to interactions like these, the main thing that I feel is, were I with her, I could have helped her handle this better. That's not an example that you want to see in a that's not typically an appealing example for a character. I guess again, I know many guys who would definitely be into that, but it doesn't leave a strong impression. It doesn't leave an impression of strength. I mean, it doesn't leave an impression of genuine resilience in that way.
From a story perspective, I get it, like she was experimented on as a child, like she has trauma, but the idea is like you shouldn't fight against your trauma. You should completely embrace your trauma, right? Like the trauma is uplifting. We need to live in societies with traumatized people. No one should actually put some effort to fight against that shit.
I feel like that ties into my criticisms of her as a character, is that this story, like the story should be about her confronting her traumas, her past traumas, and being able to fight against them. Again, maybe she does do this at the end because I've only seen about 5 hours of gameplay. Maybe she does do this at the end, and I'm being too harsh on the character. This is a limited view of the character, after all. We haven't seen the entire development of the character across the story, but really, she should be better depicted as someone more resilient, someone more emotionally and physically resilient, fighting against her past trauma, like not making peace with it, confronting it head on, and like having that be her story rather than embracing embracing some kind of darkness and trauma and trouble, like embracing misery.
Yeah, she could have actually been an interesting character. Like, first of all, she has FBI training, right?
Yeah,
So,
that was major thing from my end. If you see the opening of Silence of the Lambs, which I think Grace is based on Clarice, I guess, from that background, you can see that like she's genuinely capable as a field agent. She's just a little bit disturbed by the thing. She's just disturbed by the thing she sees. Like, but we can't even see that with Grace. She's not competent at. Oh, jeez. She's not competent as a field agent. She's not competent in the field where, like, she's basically the equivalent of a completely untrained civilian in the situation that she finds herself in. Again, I admire some elements of her resourcefulness. She has gotten out of situations I would have died in, but to be fair to her, to be fair to her in that regard, but all other it's incongruous with her core with it's incongruous with like what she could have been. What she could have been is shown in the game. What she unfortunately is and detracts from the character is also shown in the game. And there's two halves of that are not entirely connected. And it seems like they want to have one, like they want to have both, despite it being directly conflicting. She should be more assertive. She should be more ready and willing. She should be like, when it comes to like again like as an adult she should have great I like that she's taking care of the kid, but she should have more assertiveness in like having to and being willing to tell, this is where we have to go, you have to come with me, it's for your own good, something like that. There isn't enough assertiveness that she would have gotten as part of her training, as part of her being a being, having elements of her being in the field.
They don't behave like this. Usually the training beats it out of you. And if it doesn't beat it out of you, you don't become an FBI.
Yeah, it beats it out of you in the field. Like she's a crime scene analyst. She would be used to seeing horrible things like this. She's like, again, if I'm bringing up Ready or Not, if you've been through Ready or Not, then you would have then you get desensitized to these things really quickly. You have to hide that part of yourself. Yeah, you have to hide that part of yourself. Is save the emotions for later. To save the emotions for later, or when in a time when you're more safe and you can let them out. Bottle it up and work through.
Because you have to be assertive. You have to be in control of the situation. You're basically.
Yeah, finally, V agrees with me. Like, Grace could have been an interesting girl boss, but she isn't. She's like the kind of like, again, and. My Oshis are girl failures enough. I don't need them in my games.
And you're telling other people what to do. People have to comply to your orders. And if you go like this, right? It's very unlikely to do so unless they have like affirmative action and they want people like that through the back door.
There's a story about I think, yeah, was it Philip K. Dick? No, it was Kurt Vonnegut, Harrison Bergeron. Oh, of like the I guess it frequently referenced as the like a society of like a parody of egalitarianism, where everyone, like, where even the no one is given an incentive to improve, and while disabled and the disabled and the handicapped people are differently there are more accepted, it's at the cost of bringing down everyone else. And the main character of the story, Harrison Bergeron, who's considered this perfect specimen of a human being, this perfect specimen of a human being, decides to rebel against the totalitarian government by being perfect, by embracing human beauty and human strength and human resilience, and he is shot dead on live television for it. One of those short stories, you read it in yeah, you read this in middle school of Harrison Bergeron, but it is a compelling story from that kind of perspective, and you can see elements of where that bleeds into real society. Part of, again, this is not to discourage people with actual problems. I'm riddled with them like hell. Like I don't even know how many mental issues I've got, but I'm trying to work through them. I want to become stronger as a result of that. And speaking of which, in that regard, I always describe myself, I'm a tenderfoot. I've got soft hands, brother. You got soft hands. I'm untrained, unarmed, and all that. But there's a part of me that really wants to, because I'm like this because I don't have hardship. Because I am blessed to have most of my life to have not have to suffer trauma, but as a result of that, part of me has slowed growing up, and that's something I'm willing to admit. I am not good at growing up, and part of why I want to improve, get into shape, get improve myself in that way. Joining something like the military would be good for me, because I haven't been broken down enough, and I feel like if I've been broken down, as much as I hate it, as much as it will make me cry, it's going to be better for me in the long run. Grace is as a character. Going back, enough about me. As a character, Grace has already been through this, or has already been through the breaking down period. She's had that trauma where she saw her mother was murdered in that in the hotel. She's had that trauma. She goes through the trauma every day by being an FBI analyst, being a crime scene analyst. She's been through FBI training. She should have been like if she has been to Quantico and been through all that marine training that the FBI agents go through, because again, Quantico is a U.S. Marine Corps military base. If she's been to Quantico, to the FBI training center there, they would have worked that out with her. She would know what she's doing. She would be at least competent at her job, even if it is her first time in the field. And in that way, in that way, it feels incongruous to see that, like, you could have gone for the method where Grace is a civilian journalist, but even then, like, she would have to be willing to venture into very dangerous places, into dangerous places, on her own, unassisted, with arms. She would have to know how to take care of herself, and this isn't present here. Like, everyone says this is a realistic character, but it's in a way that it doesn't reflect the character's backstory. Oh, I think my parents are watching Harry Potter downstairs or something. I'm I'm not sure, but it doesn't that's how it is. I am because the characters, what she has been through should have a much strong she should be a lot stronger than I am. Like, not I'm not saying physically, but mentally, like, in charge of the situation. She should know what she's doing. Like my comparison with Raiden. Again, he's never been in this situation before, but he's gone through the training, and he's willing, and he applies that. Like, yeah, there's room for him to have that trauma. There's room for him to be confused, to be weak, to be vulnerable. But at the same time, there's still a way out for him because he knows what he's doing.
But also, and this is interesting, wouldn't she have been a much cooler character if instead of her behaving quirky and like that, she would just have difficulty trusting people? She would just have
Difficulty connecting with people, difficulty trusting people, being paranoid. It would have changed her dynamic with Leon a lot, because instead like, again, that would have made for a better, like, again, we're on the same page here now. We're finally on the same page here, me and myself and V, because, like, the interactions with Leon, like, she wouldn't be helpless. She wouldn't be like this. Her assertiveness and her reluctance to trust people, but she would see herself in Emily. She would see herself in her traumas. She would be willing to trust Emily, and being, like, almost becoming like a maternal figure to her, rather than this sort of, like, I'm your friend, come with me. Less of that, more, more assertive in that way. Or, like, like an older sister who knows what she's doing, in that sense. At least that would evolve the relation. That would evolve her relationship with Leon. That would allow her to keep up more with that kind of thing, with the kinds of things that are going on around her.
because she was abused as a child, like they experimented on her. Wouldn't have that made a more interesting character if she was,
Not
like,
not
a
because
little bit more withdrawn in herself? She spoke.
And I would like. Here's the thing. I'm not entirely opposed to her being vulnerable, because it is what it is. I like it. There are key moments where I believe that she should be allowed to be scared. She should be allowed to be depicted as scared. But again, she should fall back on her, like, falling back on, like, I guess it's up to you as the player to do that, because it's never really shown in cuts. It's never really shown in cutscenes or, like, non-player moments. But I guess the player is her tapping into her training. But if we could see more of that training and that competence that she gained, those skills that she learned in Quantico, in cutscenes as part of her normal character, she could, like, that, seeing that resilience. That's the kind of girl boss that I would want.
Spoke fewer words. I think, like, that's how the original.
I mean, again, that awkwardness is part of her character, but her assertiveness taking over in these kinds of situations, would present a multifaceted side of the character that I think we would like. I think all of us would appreciate that kind of thing.
Fictional Capcom would have
Beep, hi, Clanker. You keep saying beep for most of the time. Oh yeah, you are a Clanker after all. But what do you make of this? What do you make of this, Clanker?
designed her.
What are your thoughts?
Instead, they designed whatever the fuck this is, right? And this is like representation. This is how they want your daughter to see herself in as she plays.
Where is that? Yeah. Grace is the average young woman. She's the least scary glow you've ever seen. First time I've ever seen a VTuber that would be more competent in the situation than the character they're playing as.
Plays this video game. Now, I gotta point out, I understand that this video game sold, and everyone that watches, like, my previous videos, like, I already said that this video game is going to sell. What I did say is that I'm not going to pay full price for it. I said that I
think that's within his right.
It's going to be on a discount, and I'm still doing that. The game is good despite this character. No one is going to remember Hope. No one is going to like Hope 5 years in the future. Every single person that...
Do I think it's being a bit harsh? Yeah, but at the same time, this character could be massively improved. It is, without question, the character could be massively improved. Is V being a bit harsh here? Yes. But the character needs, this character has issues that were better solved in development than in DLC. Do not this character fundamentally should have been rewritten, and that would have improved at least her appeal, a universal appeal to both men and women by a lot, because we want to see someone resilient, competent, and work their way through all this. She's already proven to be resourceful, but she holding in her emotions and doing her job better would make for a lot more appeal.
Plays this game on PC that I know, the first thing they do is that they download mods for Hope. Unfortunately, they can't patch her personality. And
that is admittedly a big flaw in the character. Would I call her boring? No. I mean, I guess she's cute in the way that you would take pity on the extremely shy girl in class. In that way, that you would in that way she would be attractive. And again, a lot of guys are into that. To be fair to them, a lot of guys are into that. But if it's in a situation like this, the writing, her backstory is incongruous to her personality. It does not match, and it doesn't fit. And that's my main qualm with her story-wise. And physically-wise, she does reflect the sensibility of this is a game meant primarily for a more female leading audience. This is easier for her to swallow, for them to swallow outside, but again, I'm gonna get into some of my disagreements with some of this
annoying behavior. But still, the ideology itself, the lack of role models, is what I notice in modern media. It's not about Resident Evil. It's in general. And they do it consistently. Either they're making the girl boss,
Again, I've been using that term a lot, but I've been using it in a positive way. Because because not all girl bosses are arrogant bitches that you need to slap. Some of them are actually capable human beings who who don't hate everyone around them.
Captain Marvel archetype, which is basically
I'm not when it comes to that, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting the arrogant bitch that hates everyone. I'm not suggesting that. But having writing Grace to be a stronger character at the outset would have helped her a lot more. And why I've been going on about her as a character writing wise will tie into her physical appearance, which is sort of what got me invested in this whole debate in the first place.
Self-centered, she's always right, she's never wrong, which is a really bad role model for any girl to have, or for even men, to be honest. Or they go with this, the quirky, really derpy type of woman that's extremely insecure, that can't talk properly, that can't socialize properly, and is awkward. And take into account that women had a lot to say in the design of the characters in Resident Evil. Like Capcom was basically saying how they got their Gunnar women to
Yeah.
design Leon to make him the daddy they never had. And so obviously they designed female characters to not be threatening for other women or transgender people. And her personality is literally that. Like if you're a woman that just has average personality, you're not going to be threatened by this. And the looks are played. By the way,
And in that regard, again, I fall back to my previous argument. A lot of women want to make the character believe what they want to believe. A lot of men want to become the character in that regard. So you see, like we play a game, we see a character stronger than myself as a character stronger than ourselves, and we think, I want to be more like that. I want that's
you
my
seen the
take on the
actual
matter.
model, the actual actress that role played for Hope.
Grace,
Night
Grace.
and day difference. Like it's one of those things again where the woman
I think
that
like we're gonna touch on that in a second.
did the mocap for Hope, she is like breathtakingly gorgeous, and
We're gonna look at her Instagram later as a sort of as an illustration for the things as an illustration for what I'm trying to say here.
to try and make the character less gorgeous, specifically so that trans people and women don't feel.
Well, I think you're going too far there. Anyways, give me a second. I'm not ending here. We are only at the beginning of this. I'm not gonna make a part 3. I'm gonna keep going. This might be my longest stream ever. Give me a second. Give me a second because I will have to use the bathroom. I had some lunch earlier. I got to do this. So give me a second, gentlemen. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Let me put my BGM on. They're watching Spider-Man. I thought they were watching Harry Potter. No, they're watching Spider-Man. Beep, Felix. Oh, hi, Clanker. What was it that you wanted to mention? Oh, good to see. We have none of you left, so that's good. 3 hours, 1 minute. Okay. So, like, but overall, okay. Let's turn on Brave Shields. You know what? Anyways, so
I woke up to this very interesting art.
okay, hold on, my mistake. Anyways, but yeah, this overall argument, we're gonna get into that in a second, but we're gonna focus on Leon's design first and what people are saying about it in specifics. This game blackpilled me. Years of showing how female fan service was erased from. Okay, let's see this clip. Let's see what's the context here. Let's see the context as to what's going on.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of sexy. Why are we doing this?
Is this like the Daniel Craig scene from Casino Royale, where he gets his balls beaten? That because it's not meant to be sexy, it's meant to be deeply uncomfortable.
Sure. Oh my god, the things I would
Oh, for fuck's sake!
do to this man.
I will say something cool about the villain. I think his name Victor or Gideon? I can't because I didn't pick up too much. I like his goggles. I like the night vision. I like the NVGs. And you know what? You know what made me mad? I think Leon and Grace should have had NVGs. Maybe not Grace, but they should have had NVGs. They should have been cagged out, man. They should have been cagged out. I like his NVGs. He's got the moons out, goons out, M4 like the moons out, goons out build going on with at least with the faceplate, and I like that. I like the gogs. I like the goggles. That's I like the goggles, but
That I cannot say on Twitch.tv for
oh, for
all
fuck's
sorts
sake.
of reasons.
Hold on. Let me increase the volume so y'all can hear.
Yeah.
Like okay. This is not.
Okay.
You see something interesting
I'm not gonna
that
lie.
I've kind of yeah, say the original tweet was did they stop paying attention to things about other things regarding Leon rather than his looks that is that they'll die happy. So they're calling out the rather like every the sort of hypocrisy comes with like the other characters are more in depth, but all he basically just treat like they're protesting they're pro like this person Rima Bono is protesting the objectification of it again. I think is it fair to say I think all characters can be objectified without without guilt or shame really. There's no real problem in that, but it's just I don't know, seeing this it's like chat because maybe this is again maybe this is wrong of me as a man to say as well. When you see it's like you like maybe it's also ironic for me as a Cupid to be saying this as well because I'm supposed to be fostering romance, I'm supposed to be fostering love at first sight and all that. But whenever I see like this whole sort of mass en masse swooning over Shao Shanru, as we discussed in our last stream, this kind of thing. Like yeah, like the squealing female over this kind of thing, like I love Sheena. I love you, Sheena. I think I wouldn't be able to bear your playthrough because she would have been squealing the whole time like this. Thankfully, Rooney kept the cool head and wasn't like this, and because she's in it for something else. But it gets annoying. You get the harpy shrieks over something like this and it becomes a little bit off-putting. Ironically, I don't like when you don't feel I don't feel this as much when you see like real life women swooning over a real life man. I don't care. I don't like it. Like I've like that's good for the guy. It's like he like that's good for him. But it's when it comes to this fictional characters specifically, sometimes it's like I don't know, when my cousin puts on a K-pop concert, whatever, but like when it comes to this, it becomes a little bit grating to the ears. Maybe it's maybe it's my
Kind of sexy. Why are we doing this?
oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh my god, the things I would do to this man that I cannot say on Twitch.tv for all sorts of reasons. Yeah.
Oh Jesus. You know what? I'm gonna again. It's just like it makes you seeing her reactions just kind of.
You're not allowed to do that. Like you can't just do that and think that we would stay silent.
For fuck's sake.
You can't just do that. And
Sam Mendes has been a what's his name? What else is his name? Trying to remember the guy who directed Casino Royale. Martin Campbell. Martin Campbell and Sam Mendes have been a disaster for the women's gaming industry, and they don't even know it.
I think I'm not gonna react to it in any sort of fucking degenerate way. Like, let's be fucking real now.
You have that. Whatever. You got that. Anyways, from what Learning the Law said, this game blackpilled me. Years of showing how female fan service was erased from most franchises, only to be mocked for it. Now sexualizing men is praised, while Sims treat the most mid-female character like the holy grail of gaming. This game made billions. We will never go back. Capcom tested if they could push the blandest female design while adding full Leon fan service. Since today that scene is funny, brave, safe, and attractive. Most people don't care about what we pointed out. It's the result of nostalgia plus decades of cultural brainwash. The HIV Kotaku article simping for Leon or Nintendo openly objectifying him didn't come from a vacuum. This was deliberate to mock you. It's not about just some okay boring female character low by Capcom standards. This game carries a more sinister idea, and I'm not crazy. It's going to recycle and push it. We're probably going to cover that in a second. The good old female fantasy of having a handsome man tied up or unable to move. You want to know You want to know those videos and pictures where women play with statues that won't move? Check about how many times have you seen a sexy man tied up in a movie or game and the villain is touching him. My mistake. To be entirely fair, if this is uncomfortable because of the implied homoeroticism. This is uncomfortable because of that. When the obvious comparisons, again, I'm bringing up Bond. The obvious comparisons here are Raul Silva or Lashif, and it wasn't. Or Lashif. And to be fair, Ian Fleming did write it to be in that instance, but it was written from Bond's point of view. This was not meant to be titillating for anyone. This was meant to be a genuinely frightening moment. In the original Casino Royale, you could feel Bond's genuine fear and terror creeping out about him, knowing that he's going to be tortured to death, knowing that he will likely die in that scenario. Please do read Casino Royale. I do think it's a very good book. But in that instance, to be fair, in this instance, maybe it's because I'm weird. Because I'm weird. I'm a gooner myself. Because is self-inserting as the man tied down. There's a reason why characters like Xania, here's Sniper Wolf here in Metal Gear Solid 1, Xania on a top or Xania on a top. Last time I showed it off was Sophie Marceau and Pierce Brosnan in The World Is Not Enough, because it works for both genders. It's a universal appeal, because here, good God, Famke Janssen, in that instance, or Sophie Marceau in that instance, women want to see Bond like this, tied up and vulnerable. Men still want to be Bond in that instance, because good God, look at the woman that's on top of him. And that's how you get universal appeal in fan service. That's how you get that. That's how you get stuff like that. You have those elements. This is primarily. I did argue that this scene is primarily intended as to make male characters feel uncomfortable, but it can't be really denied that this was meant for a female audience by it being the creepy man versus the male lead, and both are sexualized, both are very 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 homoerotic themes and that sort. But yeah, overall it's not bad in and of itself, because especially when it appeals to both sides. I would want to be Snake in that scenario, even if with foreknowledge, knowing that by flirting with Snake, the Sniper Wolf is cheating on Otacon, which that's for another time. This post is framed as if it isn't 100% true, Lamau. Leon fans are absolutely the unhinged Fujo types that would do terrible things to him if he were tied up. In Resident Evil 4, guys saw themselves as Leon against a strong Ada. Fujoshis imagined themselves as Ada. Here's the thing, when it comes to the Leon Ada thing. I'm not entirely familiar with the scene that they're talking about, but again, you have the fan service of both sides. You have like there's the woman is enthralled by the idea of having a strong man at her mercy. The man is enthralled by the idea of being at the mercy of like women with her tits out. I feel like it's like torture scenes start applying to both genders, start becoming attractive to both genders pretty quickly when it's framed as a striptease or a lap dance. But anyways, on to something more more serious. A Lollylopsy, go check out Lollylopsy, by the way. But go check out Lollylopsy, by the way. He's a Phase Connect streamer, and then not Phase Connect streamer, Phase Connect clipper. He clips a lot of Pippa. I watch his stuff a lot. Oh, he follows me. It's nice. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see some unity. Please go check out Lollylopsy. He's great. Watch his clips and all that. We had Wu Chong and Stellar Blade not long ago. There's your white pill. Mainstream studios are overrun by activists, so titles like Resident Evil might never be great again. There's plenty of hope for others to take the reins. I have a question. I've been steering clear because no one will tell me if there's any gay stuff in Stellar Blade. I see lots of females, a bit too many. It triggers me to think if one of them is. I'm not gonna go down that path. If people like Yuri, people can like Yuri. But you know what? I mean, to my knowledge, there are men in Stellar Blade, and Eve is very celebrated openly as like a character to be desired by males. All about okay, here's the where's the there's a lot here. Have you considered enjoying and supporting what you like instead of bitching about people that won't understand your taste anyways? Yes, it was Mortal Kombat. It got censored. Resident Evil 3 and 4 both censored and more modernized with safe PS. The Final Fantasy franchise, Don Corneo can pick Cloud, but not the ladies. You get the fucking picture, but most franchises have been denigrated due to a type twice. Yeah, but constantly attaching to said prostitutes IPs, despite the teams clearly changing, is definitely not good for you if they messed up what you liked. Letting go and moving on is much more fun alternative. No, it's not. Am I going to abandon Fallout? Like, again, I've been turned off by Fallout for a while because of the TV show, but I'm not going to let go being a fan of it because the TV show is everything I hate about the series. I'm not gonna do that. I'm still like, can people not have passions for what, like, and here's the thing about the fandom arguments and people who are invested in the fandom. When it comes to that kind of thing, you don't say a game is dead and move on. You enjoy the good times you had with it, you celebrate it, and you cheer it on. You cheer it on with all your might and all your positivity, saying, we want this back. Yes, the stuff we're getting is bad, it's slop, it's terrible, but we want the old stuff back, and you will have, that is the heart speaking. People, like, do not abandon what you love merely because this has happened to me multiple times. I have had, I talk about Bond in the series about, like, James Bond a lot because I'm a big fan of it. I had to witness one of my favorite characters getting killed, murdered by a Tomahawk land attack missile on screen because the screenwriter and Daniel Craig decided he didn't want to be in the series anymore. But hopefully, if you cheer hard enough, they're gonna fix that. Maybe it is too late for something that I like with Fallout. Maybe it is too late, but there's still time to invest into the fan community of the types of fans that were into the old Interplay stuff. Again, I said I got filtered by Interplay. But, like, the people who like New Vegas, people who are willing to chud out and spurg out about these kinds of things, stick with those people because they are your people. They are the ones fighting for you, even if I don't agree with everything they say, even if I think some of the stuff they say is too extreme. Like, for example, me with Kretosis, he always denigrates Fallout 3 as a sort of the time when it all went wrong for Fallout as a series, and I disagree with that. I genuinely do disagree with that. But we are still fighting for, in my opinion, the same thing, or at least close to the same thing. Both of us want a return to form that Bethesda will not give us when it comes to Fallout, and that's when it comes to something like that. like when you latch onto a series, you don't let go. This is why people, even when it comes to minor things like gacha games, people saw the writing on the wall on again, at least I can speak for the global community. And like Girls Frontline 2 isn't doing so well, but people are still invested in it, and we're supporting what we want to see. We're supporting the changes that we want to come out of it. And that's the thing about being part of an active fan base out of a dissident fan base, of being a chud who wanted to be left alone. They're like having that opportunity to fight back is something that should never be squandered. Do not give up your favorite things just because they're bad now. Like, don't do that. Like, I got a friend who recently got into Halo, and he I'm gonna say who it is. It's Foxtrot. He comes in here a lot. I hope he's doing well. Foxtrot got mad into Halo. He loves Halo. He loves Halo now. Like, he only started playing it recently. But he understands that, like, a lot of the games that he is playing are from a lost golden age that he doesn't play a lost golden age that were ruined by I think Bungie started it, and he said like 343 and Microsoft genuinely ruined it. The kind of the same way with a lot of other franchises, but that doesn't mean he should abandon it. That doesn't mean he should abandon it. You should keep fighting, love the things that you love, and fight for the things that you want to fight for. Because no one else, if you don't, then no one else will. No one else will. I got friends who are screenwriters who live in Hollywood, and I tell them, why can't you why can't you fight for what you want? Like, you're this great writer. I really like what you're doing. Why can't you fight what you're like? He's blackpilling me because of the time that we talked. Because a lot of Hollywood studios are looking into AI's things like that. That he hears it's a genuine part of the industry, and I'm saying, why can't you fight against that? Like, why? Like, but he says there's nothing he can do. But I don't want to think like that. I don't want to think like that at all. Anyway, it was Mortal Kombat. It got censored, but the Final Fantasy franchise, it's a cascade effect that replicates across most companies. Even the ones most people think haven't changed, like Tecmo, you can see how restricted and different they are. It's a mental cell you can't escape unless you cope with compromise. It's meaningless. Save it, or for getting a new car or something that gets you moving. These people will never be able to take away the feeling of an engine. Oh, so it's like making the comparison to an electric car. Well, we like these games by our very nature, and no matter how many tards want to pretend it's not true and shame you, it can't change reality. Just use mods on PC if you want hot girls again. That defeats the point of devs actually giving gamers what they want, which is either they should make the product that caters to the demographic most likely to give them money, or go bankrupt. I wish them luck trying to replace the straight male demographic. Look at Disney. And Disney managed to buy both Star Wars and Marvel, fuck them up both by chasing the modern audience and losing nearly all goodwill from straight men. Now they're desperate to fix the fuck up to get that demographic back. Anyways, don't blackpill, organize. You want to sync a game, you start a narrative from the moment it's announced, before the hype train starts. Getting mad 3 weeks before release doesn't work. When people have already decided to buy something, it's too late to talk them out of it, or you're telling them they're wrong and don't like to hear that they're wrong. You have to convince them before they've made up their mind. That's a common denominator of every single time we failed to cause get woke, go broke. We started too late. When we played the wait and see, we don't know for sure it'll be woke game, and by the time we did know, it was too late to do anything about it. Here's the thing, you start attacking again, to be fair to Resident Evil, there are normies who like this game. Even Drinker, the chud voice of the person who denigrates a lot of modern movies for being terrible, for being woke and whatever. He seems to genuinely like the game, and in fairness to him, that's what he likes. But I think these people, again, I want to look at it from a measured perspective. Yes, there are bad actors in the industry, but is hope foolish? Yes, I am. When it comes to the something I gotta get Kilroy on to talk about. There's a new James Bond game coming out in May, and for there are things that I see about it that deeply turned me off about it, that I think this is going to get modern game industry ran into the ground. This is not going to be good. But there are other parts about it that I genuinely enjoy and think, yeah, I could work with this. It all it all comes down to me picking and choosing what I want to consume, what I want to invest in. to be fair, and to see what happens. And it seems again, everyone has a right to their opinion. I've been talking about Capcom DEI for 4 years nonstop, maybe 24/7, with over millions of examples across social media. They only got richer and expanded the fake fan base to persona levels of insanity. Pack up and get a new hobby while playing some indies. It's going to get worse. For years, we were dealing with a dichotomy that looks like this. Yes, the one on the left got censored, but compared to the one on the right, it looks like heaven. When there are two options, the less woke thing always wins. When we can't successfully argue with for play nothing and watch paint dry, the masses won't do that. The common argument there is literally go indie or play older games. We've heavily used the Resident Evil remakes and recent games ourselves in our own East versus West compilations to prove deliberate female uglification by Western studios. If Capcom is using the same technology and their female faces don't come out looking like that, it's obvious Western devs are doing it on purpose and lying. We cannot uncondition years of that in people's minds by saying a few weeks before Requiem is released, there's a double standard here and journalists are insufferable about it. Boycott the game you've already pre-ordered. That doesn't work. People don't change their habits that fast. Here's the thing though. To be fair, a lot of games, outside of things like this, outside of these realms, when it comes to a lot of modern AAA game releases, it's always going to be assumed that they're going to be bad. It's always going to be assumed that they're going to be bad, and if they fail not just because of the politics involved, but because it's a bad game. And overall, I think, the rare good thing about the video game crash is that people are more reluctant to spend on video games, more reluctant to play new releases and instead return to old games because they are distrustful of the industry. There's the whole never pre-order thing going on, especially in maybe it's a separate genre, but you have Battlefield and COD. Never pre-order. Remember, never pre-order. Don't be so fragile in your resolve that you blackpill at one setback after dozens of wins. The Western industry is dying in flames, and you want to give up because we didn't instantly destroy one Japanese game that had much less extreme problems? He's got a point in the end, though. Seriously, even if Japan's AAA games aren't pleasing audiences enough anymore, then I second the sentiment of players ceasing engagement with all AAA entirely, just exclusively supporting indies for a while, a statement of games that we actually want. I agree, but that this is a problem. I just don't agree with his I give up because this series that we hyped up didn't get mass boycotted over shit normies don't even know about because no one even reads game journals anymore. We had a week to spread it around before launch thing. We're in a long war and he's gonna blackpill over one minor battle. I expect a bit more strength of will than that. Okay. Because it was totally on the same level. There's a lot of hypocrisy here. Resident Evil was never a series full of sexual appeal outside of unlockable costumes. That's false. That's just the truth. That's a lie no one will ever buy. From Capcom artists admitting character designs were made for men to Jill Valentine having her original skirt before going on a date turned into pants. I don't care. Anyway, your lies and deceits are all the same. AAA is not for me anymore. Because it's totally on the same level. Almost fully naked women versus men in pants and shirt. Honestly, I think complaining about any kind of fan service in any piece of media is silly. If it's not for you, that's not for you. It is the same. Well, the intent matters. The way these men make their whole existence about objectifying and sexualizing women enough so to have a psychotic breakdown about it. Yeah, but they have a point. That's the problem with it. At the end of the day, they don't like the things that they like being trampled on, and you are you can take offense to it, but at the end of the day, you have the right to take offense to it. But at the end of the day, you're still advocating for the trampling of everything. You're ending the trampling. You're trampling on creative freedom, is what it is. Creative freedom and the liberties that were enjoyed by people in the past aren't applied anymore in this modern day corporate environment. Women this is why I was considering talking about why I was going to talk about the Snowbreak thing, the Snowbreak versus Love and Deep Space thing second, and on this line of thinking because it was supposed to lead into them because they deal with the same thing at the end of the day. The sort of double standard when it comes to these sorts of things. and of design intents, and how if AAA gaming kit doesn't apply to you, then why can't you go to your own thing? Go to your gotcha games, which a lot of men have. A lot of men have. That's why they're so popular. That's why they're so immensely popular. But when it comes to like mentioning the Love and Deep Space Snowbreak thing, those will eventually get taken down because of actions, because it couldn't be left alone. Yeah, maybe Snowbreak had a role in their own demise, but I'm not so sure about that when you still have people acting like this. At the end of the day, there was never this is why we can have fan service that appeals to both women. That I disagree with. Once something starts pandering to women, the things they will find offensive, such as sexualized attractive female characters, will be removed. Intersexual competition is too strong. I have stuff in here that disproves that. Women pretty much won. Snowbreak got taken down because it was never about equality. Why aren't they calling her Gooner after sipping or sexualizing a female character? Now is it valid because she's a woman? Total hypocrisy. And the most depressing thing about Gamergate is that we lost. Nearly every single major publisher and developer sold out to global corporations, from EA to Activision to Ubisoft and BioWare to Bethesda to Bungie and so many more. Every single one of them sold out. I don't think she's been the face design. We're covering the culture war aspect of this at the moment, but I will get into my thoughts on the characters in a second. She had Wire complaining. This is a DLC skin. This is a DLC skin. This is a DLC skin. So like it's disingenuous. Again, she's getting flack, but a lot of them are disingenuous arguments, in my opinion. Do I think he's going a bit too far? Yes, but again, he has a reason to feel this way. Capcom tested if they could push the blandest female design while adding Phil on fan service. Since today that's seen as funny, brave, safe, and attractive, it worked. Most people don't care about what we pointed out. It's a result of nostalgia plus decades of cultural brainwash. Hey, I tend to agree on anti-woke stuff, but I do not call that girl bland design. She's pretty feminine, really attractive. Something that's better than a full-blown sexy chick. This, of course, I like, but this one is cool too. Yeah, to be fair, there is a certain appeal to men for the helpless damsel, like the sort of helpless damsel that Grace is. Please get the fuck out with your low standards. Go tell that to modern slop streamer. Sorry, I rarely watch streamers, but feel free to show me your wife's picture so we can check your standards, bro. Instead of making a fine point about how Capcom fights back to prevent modding, whereas in previous one I complained Claire in sexy lingerie, and here they want to prevent that. Instead, you talk about shit about normal, good-looking women, making you sound like an idiot. Instead of gaining supporters on the anti-woke movement, you just shit on things and attack people on your own side. Such a pity. You're the type of people who only see wokeness as being bad in the most extreme situations, such as that of Vale Guard and Concord. And I could tell from that the way you immediately resorted to comparing the looks of fictional characters to real people, you are retarded. Both of them have good points in that. Yeah, are you attacking? Like, do I think he's going too far? Yes, but do I think he is trying to compare video game characters to real people? That's wrong, inherently wrong. Did Resident Evil ever really cater to fan service for men when it came to female characters in terms of looks? Absolutely. They did. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I can show that on stream. Grace being low standard for your people is insane. If you think Grace isn't low standards, if you want her as a fetish clothing, that's not. Then don't put words in their mouth. That's just pretty women. It's making froth of the mouth and anger. Not even gay men, such faggotry over a lady. That's not the point. The point isn't like they're admittedly they are taking it out on Grace, which I feel again. From a writing standpoint, from a writer standpoint, as someone who didn't like Grace's opening, they this is a wrong angle to attack the character from. But overall, they do have points. You've lost when even your anti-woke fans are starting to disagree with your shitty take. Bro and crazy, okay, whatever. He still has more that I want to cover. Capcom survey that showed that 85% of gamers were male, and between Japan and the West, they asked for attractive characters. They gave all the budget to women thirsting over Leon and made Grace with chicken legs. If you call this out, you'll face fans who learned about the Resident Evil franchise for 2 days ago. do I think he's being a little bit harsh? Yes. But at the same time, this is a phenomenon that is happening to a lot of other games. Again, it's not just in regards like, yes, while woke is a problem, it's not just that. You see the Fallout TV show. People whose only exposure to Fallout has been the Fallout TV show will go and attack fans of the original Interplay for being fake fans, and they will be the ones calling them tourists for not accepting. When at the end of the day, well, like this is a problem across multiple franchises. This is a genuine problem against multiple franchises, whether you like it or not. Jill Tushy is the reason that Nemesis pursued her. That stars thing was just an excuse. That does look great. Counterpoint, Grace is a shut-in nerd. She only spends time at home or at work, nowhere else. No gym, no hiking trails, nothing. She can barely run, but her life is in danger, so her not having dummy thick thighs makes too much sense. Here's the thing. That, like, she is not a civilian. She's supposed to be an FBI special agent on the scene who has gone through Quantico. She should be more muscular, more fit, and more assertive in her personality. She's still very attractive with a face like that. Plus, they didn't girl boss her. She was a coward. Understand? Well, no, I don't understand, because she's supposed to be better than this. Like, I don't want the sniveling woman. I want the lady who's assertive enough to know what she's doing. I'm not asking for someone mannish or to reject her femininity. I want, like, what I'm looking for is a complex, but at least applicable character where it's not where she is shown as competent, in the zone, assertive, locked in, and able to deal with the situation head on, even against all odds, even through her tears, even when she's doing even with all that. Okay, so what he's saying? I'm all for hot babes and dudes in video games, but I think they did well with Grace, even if I find her annoying. But if they unhatch Shiva in Resident Evil 5 remastered, Capcom and I are gonna have beef. Well, the thing is, they are going to. Yeah, here's the point. Like, this guy has a good point. No one wants to play as a girl failure in Resident Evil. That's like playing a fat guy in God of War. You can cope and move the goalpost all you want, but the reality is the majority of its target demographic do not want to play as a woman who has no skills and no eye candy. That's nowhere a close comparison. Yes, you're right that a fat guy playing Kratos is basically unthinkable, but an incompetent character is often perfect for the protagonist of a horror game, but it doesn't fit her character. Again, like, if she was a civilian who was trapped in this and had no reason to be there, who had no, like, who was caught in, like, a zombie apocalypse or something, I guess, which technically does happen, but if she was depicted as a normal humdrum civilian who has nothing to do with this line of work, then it would make sense. But she is supposed to be a law enforcement official who has gone through training and is trained to respond to these kinds of crises, even at the most extreme, where she can apply her skills. This isn't that. This isn't that. Again, Grace looks fine, twig legs, yeah, but she's no sweet baby butterface. It's still in a horror game, you don't need a hot person. It's Resident Evil, you kind of do, especially for first person. It's supposed to be in third person from what I've seen. Alien Isolation, one of the scariest games around, a hot lady in sight. You play as the hot lady, though. In Alien Isolation, that's who you are. You play as Ripley Jr. Ripley Jr. is what's her name? I'm trying to Ellen Ripley's daughter. But she is the attractive female character. Amnesia, you don't even know what her character looks like. Okay, but because she's incompetent, she can have a nice body. I want her to be incompetent, and I want her to have both. Yet games like Fatal Frame and older Resident Evil titles always had eye candy, like Jill, Ada Wong, Shiva Claire, and more. Your logic makes no sense. You don't have a reason other than being a shill. I think both of these people have very good points, but I'm trying to cut through the thick of it from what I can see. Apologies, the music is too loud. What do you guys think? I've been ranting too long and reading off these posts. What do you guys think, most of all? I want to hear your thoughts on the matter. I was relating to your use of girl failure to incompetence and explaining how that fits with her playing the horror side of the game, that's all. But I would be on your side if Grace looked like a butterface bitch like that mannish fable creature. But she doesn't, she looks fine. How Sherry is right off the side of the same game, looking cute as hell. And let's not pretend current Capcom hasn't been giving any fan service to men. When in one mainline game ago, we got this bombshell. That does look good. Again, she's an FBI agent. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. She's an FBI agent. You have to pass a fitness test to get into any FBI position. She has to be fit to even become an FBI agent, and she's out in the field. Her being fit is well within the lore. Yeah, she has a reason to be strong and sexy and look good, and would have made it into FBI or be given a field job. Thank you! That Bombshell is a 50-year-old extreme butterface and also safe horny. Here's the thing. I don't think my horny is safe. I don't think it's safe. The way that I've been shit that I've seen. I can't mention the stuff I've seen, but you know. I'm like, there's still I'd still pull that dress down, you know, if you know what I mean. I'd still want to do that. I have in other places that aren't the game. But you know, or she'd be given a field job. Yeah, this right here is a good place to end off on, because yes, this is AI. Yeah, it's there's stuff to criticize. Hold on, what is that? The AI did not do a good job with the gun. That is for sure. That is for sure. More from Manga Lawyer. The gamer writes articles, but yeah, it's the double standard, which is where we got the thumbnail image from. It's the double standard that you get from this. That's really, again, guys, chime in because I really want to hear your input. The gamer writes articles celebrating and sexualizing Leon every few days. Official accounts from Capcom, Nintendo, and Xbox only simple for him in social media. Meanwhile, you see nothing similar for Eve from Stellar Blade. PlayStation erased her on International Women's Day. That's because of That's because all this anti-beautiful woman push is driven by ugly, insecure women who are ugly with the fact that, again, there are women who want to play as attractive characters. That's there is a point to that, but you know. The day gamers stop clicking on these articles is from the same DEI media. They will lose money and go out of business. It's a shame because Eve is very popular and well liked, and her game sold a lot of copies. I'd love to see her, but they didn't include her, and I think I know why. To be honest, I don't know a lot about Eve as a character from the character in Stellar Blade. I don't know a lot about her, but I know about Nikke, and they know what they're doing with writing genuinely really funny female characters, strong in their own right with great personalities. It is genuinely interesting in the way they handle things. Yes, it's over the top fan service, heavily into that. It's all cheesecake, but it's they try. They have stories compelling enough that even the female audience is playing Nikke because they like the story, and Nikke does have a female audience is the best part. A lot of the irony is that about what they all say about here with it's because of insecurity in female developing. The thing is, again, if my Oshis play Nikke and Azur Lane for a reason, and that's not just because they're not straight. It's not just because of that, but honestly, there's a reason why it has such a universal appeal, even when it is very aggressively for a male audience. Yet it has a really big female following, at least from a lot of the Obake Palm, Himemiya Rie from FaZe. Unfortunately, Pippa hasn't gotten into it because she doesn't like depressing stories. But when it comes to Nikke, in that regard, you see a lot of they know what they're doing, and ironically, you can tell how far the AAA industry has fallen when gacha games have better writing for characters, and they need to take inspiration from those. Yeah, that's meant as a mass market appeal, but there's a lot of writers who are willing to invest into writing interesting characters. Ever wonder who really pushes this this is a conspiracy theory. Ever wonder who really pushes this anti-beautiful woman agenda? Ever ask yourself how far is this going to go? There must be an end goal, right? Enter the World Economic Forum. Everything you've seen, from attacking her children to assaulting women's psyche through the proliferation of dark romance, to the public disapproval of anything heterosexual is, in fact, authorized psychological conditioning operations cultivated in collaboration with intelligence agencies and embedded with social media platforms by our benefactors at the WEF. But again, why? Doesn't explain the end game. Control of our species by overriding our instinct to reproduce. Sound familiar? Half-Life 2? The Combined Force Field? Again, he's out of line. Again, do I think he's going too far? Yeah. He's out of line, but he's right. The combined force field. Do you think sterilizing inert chemicals or phthalates in chemical fragrances is in their course of action? Sure, it's messy, expensive, and leaves a paper trail like COVID. Better modus operandi are CIA-grade spy ops. If we perpetuate gender wars and tell men to hate women and women to hate men, and convince men that women don't exist, and then use media to proliferate that. Okay, well, WEF is a step closer to controlling our species. Okay. We want female characters beautiful again. You sure you can simp for and make hot male characters shirtless too? But that means we can do the exact same thing. But you guys aren't ready for that conversation, aren't you? I'm convinced they're rage baiting here. Yeah, that's what it is. Corporate cultures filled with scared, pathetic pussies. The house needs to be cleaned out entirely and go back to the 90s when everyone is scared of their own shadow. But anyways, moving on from this one. Yeah, Grace is a beautiful character and use a bad picture on purpose to make her look worse than she is. Okay, no one demanded the new female protagonist in Requiem to be the next Eve, but the shapeless form they gave Grace while tourists scream she's a geek, she sits all day in a chair, while Leon parries missiles and is full of muscle, shows a clear double standard and 100% downgrade. Again, this is a bad picture of her, but you kind of see the point. Grace is a beautiful character and use a bad picture on purpose and make her look worse than she is. Stop being a fucking retard. No, you can't ask for hot women. You gotta accept mid-female female self-inserts as hot. And why, yes, I do agree excessively to Leon and want him to do things about me. Yes, I do read Morning Glory Farm in public. RE9 is such a mask-off moment for some folks. See, there are so many uglified women that I would 100% agree with you. To be fair, I am following this person. I would 100% agree with you on this. I legit find Grace beautiful. This isn't beautiful. Women like her because she's an audience surrogate. Yeah, which is at the end of the day true. Audience surrogate. She's a fairly bland, non-threatening girl they can project themselves onto. She, however, isn't beautiful or meant to be attractive to men. She is attractive, but that wasn't the core element of the character. Which giving Leon for a female gooding pleasure is hypocritical. Yeah. Just because the Boltmaster. Do I follow this person? Yeah, I am following this person. Okay, so in fairness, just because she's not to your taste doesn't mean that no men find her attractive. I know I fucking do, lol. And so that discussion, but this is at the end of the day, this is true. Manlet Thorin, controversial guy from time to time, but I hear I don't follow him, but I hear what he has to say sometimes. Oh, you guys weren't lying about the free cake upgrade with the DLC costume. Yeah, because when they made her more, they made in modded versions and DLC costumes, they made her look better. They gave her a better figure. It's why is this necessary? Why couldn't you put that with a regular character? It's so small, still not connected in Gallon's past. Real though. So why the uncake her for the default fit? I wonder if they're going to add more outfits that have cake for her in the future. Uncake, yeah. They uncaked her for the default. Capcom's inconsistency with the Dimitrescu skin magically makes Grace's ass grow. Yeah. Again, this is an altered picture, and from what we see from the Drinker's gameplay, maybe it's because she's hunched over and slouching. You do get a pretty good view of her ass. That's a nice ass, but it's not again. I'm not it's too far to call her androgynous. This is a bad photo. I don't know where it came from, but a bad picture of the character. She is still clearly feminine, but she is very much not sexualized for for that role. This is it's hard to deny that this isn't. Again, I think Grace's face looks spectacular as the face wise, but physically she could use work. And I mean I get why people find her unattractive. I get why people find her attractive, and it's finding a workaround in it that enhances the elements. Does the game where you can parry the projectile from an RPG seem incoherent to you? This is in Spanish. I'm just reading it off. What a stupid comment. They're looking at the game's action to a character's morality. What a stretch. She can have a big ass because I paid more for the skin, but it doesn't fly with a normal outfit since she didn't pay extra. No, it's not one of those dresses. Like, I'm not an expert XD, but some dresses in that style usually come with type of rods in the back part or completely around. It's not that kind of dress. It's very clearly hugging her body. It's not that kind. It's not one of those dresses. Inconsistency of where you can parry a chainsaw with a pocket knife, or just like what? Look, inconsistency, but it's still something to complain about. It's still something valid. Arching the back. Who would have thought that a posture that tilts the hips forward would make the glutes look fatter? While whatever. There's a lot of look again. I think this has a point, and I think Elokon when it comes to like I think he has a point, and we're gonna come up with a lot of other stuff. Hokunotism. He looks like she can recite her Hearts of Iron 4 mod list by heart. It's still listing it as 4 viewers. Let me refresh chat. Reciter Hearts of Iron 4. Like, to be fair, this is teenage Grace, but to be fair, I'm not advocating for like again, she's underage. Like, she has a reason to have like less pronounced features to be covered up, and that I'm fine with. But I guess to reflect who she is as an adult, like that should be reflected better. Vibe Tom, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This was funny. This was funny. I laughed at this. But yeah, her being fit is well within the lore. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it into the FBI to begin with or be given a field job. That's why I exercise. That's why I'm trying to physically improve myself if I'm going to enter like a military branch like the Army or the Air Force. Again, putting at the double standard. Imagine saying this while men were shamed over Stellar Blade, or with Nier Automata, or with Bayonetta, or with Lollipop Chainsaw, or with actually fuck off about your historical revisionism. Men talking about some double standard with Leon Kennedy. Bro, no one said you're not allowed to goon to a hot woman. It's the fact that you tweet shit like, fix this ugly ape of a human to look like an actual attractive woman because the woke communist game devs hate us. Here's the thing. Do I think they take it too far, especially with like the AI, the people who use AI to enhance stuff? Yes, I do think they take it too far a lot of the time. But most of the time, they have a point because you look at what they're working with. You look at what they're working with, and they have a point. I was like, the problem with people going too far is that they should not go too far, but there's a reason for why they're like this to begin with. These people literally killed Senna and Kagura in Dead or Alive and just gaslight you like none of the sort of the thing happened. Killed Dead or Alive, literally just announced a new game. Yeah, after the director died after struggling for years, after it was dead for a really long time, and they openly admitted they brought it back without the fan service Itagi's vision. I'll give benefit of the doubt and assume you aren't into Dead or Alive, but it's 100% not the same. We don't know literally nothing about the game. Everything you said is pure conjecture. You can clearly see a censored outfit in the trailer and look up their statement about that they're getting advice from a Reddit page that bans discussion about this stuff, but sure, it's just conjecture. No, I'm pretty sure the $500 season passes and corporate greed killed your favorite mid-tier franchises. This will never get old. What's with this misogynistic design for incels? You are here. Sarkisian's entire grift was with this topic. I was shamed because I enjoyed Hyperdimension Neptunia. Some people would insist we were never forced to wear a mask or stay indoors during COVID. Yeah, it's all part of rampant misandry. There's been decades of man hate. Don't know if it's gonna end anytime soon. Anyways, what does he have to say? Honestly, though, the right anti-woke are being annoying as fuck. These people are the people who think men are oppressed because they didn't make Big Grace Ashcraft masturbating material, let her boobs hang out. That's not what they're asking for, though. That's not what they're asking for. Because Leon is hot and that he is. He's okay. Nobody's talking about the anti-woke being the double standard. The double standard is that you can shame men for liking hot women in video games. People can talk shit and say these games are bad but objectify women. But isn't the same from Leon, Majima, or Kiryu, male gacha characters? The gray situation is correct, though. You're absolutely correct there. Anti-woke aside, why are men criticized for liking a hot woman, when a hot man that women find attractive enough to thirst over comes over, there's no problem. It's not an issue. It's a character with a lot of design with a lot of men take. If either a male or female character is designed with try to be attractive and appeal to that audience, I personally think Leon is a character that both men and women can find attractive, which is true. He's a good-looking guy, but at the same time, you can really tell that the game is female-oriented. Then there are no issues. However, if the character is not designed to be attractive or not designed for that kind of appeal, this is fine too, but a lot of men will claim that women need to be attractive and will fix designs by making them prettier and bigger chested, for example, and that's why. But the problem is, at the end of the day, is that they have a point, because when you have characters looking like that, they have a point. I agree that you're absolutely, nobody is saying that going to bat an eye whether they're male and female, says, "Tubi can crush myself with her 600-pound ass," because her attractive ass are part of her selling point as a character, same with characters like Bayonetta. I agree that no design should be fixed. Here's the thing. I do agree that design should be fixed. I think both writing-wise and visual-wise, they have a point. No argument here, but the issue is that people do bat an eye when you say that about 2B. There are whole articles written about, though, how those types of games cater the whole male gaze too much, and that take is repeated all over sites like this. People did criticize Stellar Blade for its attractive main character, and the mods that the devs even said that they supported. You know what? The devs are bait for saying that they supported the mods. That's how, here's the thing, gentlemen. If the dev of your game supports modding and third-party modding, even if it is just for horny shit, you know you've got a dev on your side, because that's how you know someone is open to freedom of expression. Someone is open to freedom of expression. Again, it's fine. It's fine at the end of the day, because that is. It is people have a right to do what they wish with their product. Anyways, you just generalized all dudes for an each bunch. Anyways, very dark. Let's see what she has to say. Yeah, Stop the Clock, the Resident Evil sexy mod, versus Gooner Game of the Year is... Stop the Clock, Resident Evil Requiem for a Sexy Leon mod hit Nexus mods in just 4 days, 11 hours, and 23 minutes after launch. I'm glad we can share this moment. Versus Gooner Game of the Year, Stellar Blades mods are 41% smut, ensuring gamers will never see the light of heaven. It is apparently always possible for there to be left closing. What's the problem with that? Damn Gooners, and you get that. Yeah, this tied into the Snowbreak thing. Women are allowed to goon, but when men do, it's a crime, cause Mortal Comics. Yeah, which is the basic truth. Remember this one? Yeah, this is a big highlight. Resident Evil 3 Remake, toned down Jill's sex appeal for believability. I have seen pictures of Jill looking really good from the remake, but this isn't one of them, to be fair. I jerk off to this character, but for more different nuanced reasons for you. Not okay versus that. And then going into this, Haley Era, there we go. This is maybe she's a rarity, but this is living proof that women aren't all like this. That you have women that really do support hot designs for other women. Same company that censors harmless female character designs and shuts down any thirst the moment it involves a woman is suddenly thirsting over Leon S. Kennedy. Never think about Jill Valentine or any other female character this way. Objectifying a male character is perfectly fine. Do the same with a female character, and it's suddenly treated as a problem and may get demonized for it. It's exactly this hypocrisy that's ruined entertainment. The only marketing I've seen for the game, and the only thing people talk about is how hot Leon is. It's ridiculous, which is the bare truth. That's what it is. That's the majority of discussion on the game, AstroTurfed or not. And Kitsuragi, that's because it's the cool thing to do. Listen, I am all for the equal gazing of characters, but please let it be equal. I'm tired of my female characters that I like being turned into non-attractive things, while male characters keep looking like an unobtainable form. I don't want to hear any of these losers go off on men appreciating Eve when Stellar Blade 2 gets marketed. Gooning is gooning, no matter the genitalia. I seriously hate the double standard. I don't give a shit if women openly goon to hot men. Have at it, but I don't go after men for gooning to hot women. Again, this is why I decided, because of time reasons and how relevant it was, I decided to cover the Snowbreak and I decided to cover the Snowbreak and the Love and Deep Space drama first, but that's what it is. This is an extension of this discussion. Same with the weirdos that were gooning over bear sex in Baldur's Gate 3, but are so against attractive female characters. Samus. Anyways, True that the thirst for a female character wouldn't be posted, but Pirate and Mythra exist have been spotlighted plenty. Not enough though. Like a lot of people still don't know who they are, only because of a lot of modern fan art is what propelled a lot of these characters out of obscurity. I wouldn't know who Pirate and Mythra were. Like, yeah, I get that they joined Smash, but at the same time, it's still in that regard. How it's affecting the industry as a whole. Zoomers should win an award for consistently jumping into things that are not made for them. This is Fatal Frame. This is not Resident Evil. This is Fatal Frame. Not made for them, and then insisting that they be diluted until they blend perfectly into the endless sea of generic market slop. As like my response, as a Zoomer, this looks cool, tell me more. Fatal Frame games have unlockable sexy costumes, at least that was the case for the old games. From what I am aware, Fatal Frame had a recent release, and it's had an all over thing because a lot of my Oshis are playing it. At least that was the case for the old games. With the current infestation of people wanting uglified and covered up females in games, it's likely that the costumes for the Crimson Butterfly remake will be censored. Scratch that from the original JP poster, then the remake of Crimson Butterfly is censored already. Admittedly, this isn't my, I did say this, to prove not all of us Zoomers are like this. Not all of us Zoomers are recoiling at sexy female characters. A lot of us are interested. But overall, from what it seems, again, good production design, this isn't my kind of game, from what I've read about Fatal Frame. But ironically enough, despite being openly a tourist, I would be willing to play a genuine Resident Evil game, because it seems like Fallout, but less hard. Fallout with less complexity. Well, what this person has to say, I jerk off to this character, but for a different, more recent, nuanced reason than yours. Yeah, the account got suspended. Weekend Warrior, Jade Rants. If I was thrust into a video, this is coming from a lady. This is coming from a woman. This is proving it is admittedly sexist to demean all women, say that it's women's problem that women are being desexualized, because not all of them are like this. It's not all of them are like this. Some of them see it from our point of view, Grace still could have been a female focused, but still apply to a male audience in the ways that we could have designed her, the way we could have written her, and enhance that universal appeal. If I were thrust into a video game situation where my armor could be anything I'd want, I'd want to look like these characters. Women want to put themselves in the shoes of cute and hot protagonists. Don't let the wokes convince you that we want ugly and unstylish women in video games. Yeah, great looking character designs. Again, not entirely. Eve is absolutely my thing, admittedly. But this stuff, they like this. They like this. Exactly, I want to cosplay them for one day. Incel Gooner shit posted by a loser bitch Latinx. You are the racist. Yeah, that's being racist to her. Instead of women hold on. Instead of making women cover up more, they should make male character designs for it. They have been doing that. It's just they've been doing it in opposite directions. They could have equal application to both sides, but we're seeing opposing trends in that regard. I don't think I can show that on stream. Hold on. Let me. That might. I don't think I could show that on stream. My bad. No guy wants to be ugly fat neckbeard. He wants to be Leon. No girl wants the ugly fat activist. He wants to be Eve. It's not really rocket science. Yeah. Not sure. I would very much like to cosplay as an angry Reddit mod neckbeard living in this mod's basement. I feel like someone is missing. Oh yeah. Good God. That very strong character design from Ivy Valentine here. That looks great. Yeah, men like to look at video. The women want to look beautiful. Gaming space was perfect when it was heteronormative. Anyways, Mahi Rouge Soldier, that type of realistic sweat on her chest, that's the kind of realism we want in games. Yeah, this is great. Part of her areola needs to be showing, but that would be realistic. There's probably a mod for that, but I'm too lazy to look it up. Dead or Alive has this 10 years ago. When people praise a modern game for doing something unique, they usually mean it's daring by modern standards. Exhibition 33 is unique. It's dared to be a modern game, current gen turn-based RPG with realistic graphics. Some real shit for sure, and then realistic indeed. Yeah, this does look great. This does look great. And unfortunately, it looks like I will have to Why is it always that I have to censor this stuff because someone posted dick and balls on my timeline? It's worrying about how many people celebrate it happening. Anyways, I don't understand why people will call themselves fans of something that they need other people to come in and constantly change it and cover it up for them. It's like buying a painting that you're a huge fan of, or the art, or an artist, and then painting over half of it. Just like buy a different painting from a painter who actually works in the style you like. So the censorship going on for One Piece characters. Admittedly, I don't like One Piece, but you know. You're not really a fan of clothing designer's style if they want to make every outfit revealing in a bikini style to their taste, and then you buy all their fits and saying you're a huge fan, then hire someone to change them without feeling more embarrassed or shame. It's no longer in their style, and it seems like you don't really enjoy the artist to begin with. Just go with a different designer or mangaka who makes stuff in the style that you actually enjoy, rather than having to fix everything they do to make it more palatable. It's worrying how many people celebrate it happening to art on a government or societal level when it comes to censorship. Even it looks better censorship. I can't understand just liking other aspects of something, but never the idea that stuff someone doesn't like about it should be edited out of it. When it comes to the art being what it is for a long time, eventually people have to either accept it or move on to something else, rather than waiting your worth, demanding for someone to come along and edit it out for them, cover it up so they can pretend it doesn't exist. Editing aspects you personally don't enjoy out of a creator's work doesn't just sit right. Either someone simply learn to stomach the concept of not everything about something appealing to their personal taste, or they should move on to something else that does align with them in every aspect. Not cheer and demand more when a creator's art gets edited and covered up by things like governments. Good, well said, very well said. Bookness says evil feminists are gonna cry, but this is what gamers want: video games. Hell yeah, dilly dilly. That is cool to see. Yeah, and then. From Final Fantasy. Yeah, that does look great. That does look great. Yes, beauty is priceless. I'm saying they're so weird about guys liking hot women in video games, and then they actually use a real woman to make her now that speak. Yeah, a lot of the like these so-called sexist character designs are built off of real people. It's what gamers want in some video games. Where I'm pushing back against woke games for arbitrary high candy. We're pushing back so developers will make good games instead of lecturing us about their anti-human. Okay. Sat on for the second part. I don't think I can show that either. Nikaishi. This is like a lot of this guy's takes. Nikaishi Kitsune. We saw this account a lot in the other sections of what would need to be talked about. Not all games need this, but it doesn't fit every game's aesthetic. Like, for example, Siri walking around in skin-tight clothing, or Grace going around in booty shorts with a Virgin Killer sweater as an FBI agent. Great stories, worlds, and characters have always been my thing, and I've always personally found too much lust in the games takes me out of it personally. But in some games it works. Attractive women and men are great. Fan service is fine. It's okay to be hot, and for people to be attracted to whatever they're attracted to, Lamau. We've seen it so much in the last few days where the entire female side of the internet wants to do ungodly things to Leon, or wants him to do ungodly things for them, which I fully get by the way, ladies, no shame here. But then there's a group within that space that even at the mere hint of a guy having heterosexual interest, and suddenly the Nuremberg trials of the male gaze, and how their attraction and interest is inherently more sinful and wrong. It's turned into this weird morality issue when the people making it an issue are the exact same or sometimes even worse. Well, yeah, one side is like you are seeing bad shit on both sides, but one side is, in my opinion, very worse. It becomes a weird ethical good or morality Olympics. At the end of the day, they're just video games, honestly. Here's the thing. Yeah, not every game needs fan service. Here's the thing. Like Call of Duty, for example, like in games where they can afford it, it's nice when you get a little bit of fan service, like Valeria in Modern Warfare 2022. Like as much shit as I give that game, which it deserves, because I don't think it's a good story. from like I watched the campaign through and through. I watched VTubers play. Ironically enough, I have a funny story about Modern Warfare 2022. I was watching Altair, from Hololive, play it back in 2022. Back before I decided this guy isn't cool. I don't like this guy because I don't like this guy. Like, Altair revealed to be like a Hassan simp on stream, which really big turn off on that, because it was during that live stream when I was watching him playing. Random rant. I used to like Altair. Like, yeah, I get it. It's like for the people who are into whispery Bishi Shashanru. But even if I didn't like his voice, I liked the games he played because he was into shooters a lot, and I wanted to see the campaigns be played. But the guy turned out to be an insufferable asshole. So that's when I decided That's when I decided to limit myself to Magmian to just Vesper, who was my male Oshi at the time. He was my male Oshi at the time. Rest in peace, Vesper. I hope you're doing well. I know Randon is doing well at least, but that's the ironic part of it. But going back to the fan service argument, in 2022 we got to see Valeria Garza, the cartel girl, the cartel Sicaria girl boss. And ironically, despite very much evil woman, and she was in a tight sweater looking like Ada Wong, she's in a tank top and revealing again, Call of Duty doesn't need that, but for what it's worth, she looked amazing in that game. Props to that. Rare W from the Modern Warfare reboot trilogy, which from my perspective I don't like a lot of. But going back to Call of Duty, it doesn't need fan service because it is a war shooter game. All games, regardless if you like it or not, hold on. Yeah, we haven't had chat in a while, but unfortunately, all games have some kind of all games have some kind of object of sexual desire. And it's not always people. It's not always people. In Call of Duty, it's supposed to be the guns. That's what it is. It's the guns. It's seeing the guns. That's the object of sexual desire. In Ace Combat, yeah, you can fawn over the characters and all that, and I do like the characters. The object of sexual desire is the planes. That's what it is. It's planes. And that's why these games don't need fan service entirely, because War Thunder does need fan service though. That's my hot take. War Thunder does need fan service because of the nature of the game, and them selling waifu pillows and all that. It does need fan service. I stand by that. Gaijin is doing the world I don't like Gaijin, but Gaijin is doing the world a service by including the Senran Maidens, because they couldn't get the rights to Girls on Panzer. They have Senran Maidens, which is their own IP that they're using to promote War Thunder. That I welcome. But yeah, at the end of the day, they're just video games. Honestly, a lot of what this guy says, I agree with, disagree with. I have a lot of stuff to say about it. This might be the latest stream I've gone on. People always act like most guys would be offended if girls got eye candy skin for their hunks, but I've never met a real gamer that had an issue with it. It's always someone who's only ever played Madden or FIFA. Right, most guys are super down for it. Yeah, I haven't ever really experienced a guy that's opposed to attractive guys in games. It's always about some crazy double standard. That's the truth, which is, yeah, right, at least we can get bonus outfits like we used to. The ones, here's the thing about all of this. They got the outfit stuff. Chris had that commando on, bro. Yeah, this looks great. Oh, Hunnigan, Sheva and Hunnigan's outfit. That is, wow. Yeah, and then you have the Fallout Raider for some reason for Chris. See, this is great, a non-intrusive idea that anyone can get behind. I just wrote a comment somewhere how about the extra outfit content outside of the canon outfit. It's not unheard of to have side outfit that gives you semi out of place outfits that are more attractive. And it was a problem with that is more in the wrong. But the thing is, the issue with that, the issue with this Well, you know, a reply isn't necessary. He's probably gonna like he's probably gonna do that. The thing is about the extra outfit is that like Leon was designed that way from the start with the base outfit. That's how he was designed. With the he was designed like that from like with a base outfit. He was designed to be fan service appeal. Grace was not. Yes, yes, Grace is attractive. I can find spirit in that, but it's not the case. How about you just enjoy Tifa's sit-ups? I mean, Sierra's a very attractive one. Here's the thing: we need to combat this male gaze bias by not cutting back on attractive women by adding more men. The big problem with that is, again, they're doing vice versa. They're cutting back on on male-oriented fan service while ramping up with female-oriented fan service. The issue is men undressing and yassifying fictional women through the use of AI. Seeing as a game as a whole would be better if she looked like that. But here's the thing. Leon is being undressed as well as, in fact, far more undressed, well, far more. The entire internet is frothing in the mouth for him, talking about what they do to him, actually stripping his clothes off all over the place down to the skin in multiple ways and spreading it all over Lessing her. And people have a problem with a guy using AI to give her and Leon a bunny outfit, a picture most people aren't even taking seriously, to give Grace and Leon a bunny outfit, a picture most people aren't even taking seriously, where most are just memeing on it or just laughing about it. If a single man did anything remotely close to what the entire internet is doing to Leon, it wouldn't exist anymore. To be fair, there are okay. On one end, you are getting like really good fan service shots that I've seen of Grace in like bikini outfits, which like do I think fits the character? No, and I don't think it fits the model as well. But you are getting fan art of Grace that really shows that really shows a certain appeal to her that I guess some people were into. If they really leaned into like the slasher bimbo archetype for her, which she isn't, but if she was, you get that fan service, which is looking really good. I'm not defending any of it or saying we should do it, by the way, but we should all hold ourselves to higher standards. But let's be real here. He was without sin cast the first stone. Yeah, there we go. Then there's the game that sexualizes both genders. Yeah, people only ever brings up the female characters being sexualized, that game being Dead or Alive. I mean, the guy gets sexualized as much. I mean, Hayabusa got this as a costume for Dead or Alive 5. Here's the thing, is like, in the past, like, male characters being sexualized was just like a common fact of it. Guys thought, yeah, that looks based. I want to look like that in real life. And then we go in and we pump iron. And then we pump on. Oh, fuck off. Anyways, more from this. Here, not all games. We already covered this. This is the same post. Alex or TV. Yeah. All that hate about Stellar Blade and Stellar Blade is on top. I'm just covering all this like commentary on the other stuff before we go into my opinions on the character designs themselves. All they hate about Stellar Blade and Stellar Blade is on top, and no outlet reported on it winning that hard. They only talk about how it favors the male gaze, go figure. Because that's all, Meanwhile, Love and Deep Space Cunettes canceling Snowbreak for catering to men, ironic and hypocritical. More from that, King Kaiser X. Please allow your artistic vision to be censored because I find fan service icky. But I do like fan service, really. I just find the censored art way better. These people should never be allowed to whine when the censorship acts comes for them. Yeah, censorship as a whole is becoming an increase when it comes to remakes, when it comes to anime media, when it comes to even live action TV shows. Again, you get to see male nudity a lot in a lot of TV shows. You never get to see the same or the opposite gender. It's like really rare. Like you never hear about it, at least anyway. Did chat break? Because none of y'all have been talking for a while. I want to hear your thoughts, guys. I want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, Haley Baby. I like this lady. She has a lot of good takes. The fun part about like Y2K and her being a millennial is that I was never exposed. I was too young to be on the internet for the time that she was on the internet, and I think a lot of her designs and the stuff that she makes is really interesting because it provides a lot of interesting insight into what the internet was like around the time that I was born and not young and like too young to see it. Game journalists tried hard to tear down Stellar Blade, but just because its protagonist was an attractive girl. They attacked its creator, insulted his wife, smeared shit up, and mocked the fans who were excited for it. Now this game is breaking records and leaving a cultural footprint bigger than anything they could have ever predicted, topping charts, sparking a full-on wave of cosplay, fan art, the whole thing. You love to see it. Yeah, there's no foreign agenda behind this character. She's feminine, beautiful, and she's strong. That's something as a side. This is the kind of female-led male games want, and a lot of female gamers too. I almost bought this game purely as a middle finger to those people. Turns out to be a really good game. If I get a Switch 2 port, I'll very likely buy it again. From what I hear, it's like this is a lot like a Stellar Blade is like Metal Gear Rising, right? That's not like I haven't played Metal Gear Rising, but that could be interesting. And he went, the Japanese, we're covering the censorship thing at the moment, I guess blazing through this, then we're gonna go back to Resident Evil in a second. The Japanese anime games is censored on Switch because a glimpse of cartoon pages will warp your fragile little mind, while Western games are routinely allowed with sex scenes and full frontal nudity. Typical. If you want this game, buy it on Steam. Yeah, Bunny Garden 2 is being censored. Steam has a history, unfortunate thing, most of the time I really love Valve, but Steam has a history of censoring similar games. It's an industry problem. When we buy porn games on Steam, and yes, and even when you do, they still intentionally censor them. It's a payment processor problem. Even way before that, they were still censoring games on Steam, usually because they just port the console version without removing censorship. Okay. The double standards. Yeah, I want, Bunny Garden 2, this is a big thing because again, this looks great, and a lot of VTubers played this and played into this. I think the Phase Connect Hag Garden was a brilliant idea, and really having these kinds of personalities both as a parody, they parodied the nature of Bunny Garden while still while they parodied they parodied the very pandery nature of it. I shouldn't say pandery, but it's a fun game. It's a fun visual novel. It's a fun visual novel with a lot of fan service while still delivering on the fan service that we wanted, because we're there for our Oshis and we got to see that, and that's great. That's great. Reminder, get the Steam version and avoid the Nintendo version of the game. Underwear exposure limited versus underexposure. You're getting a lot. This is a recurring problem across a lot of games, and the whole double standard thing kind of applies here. Tongue out disabled, tongue out enabled. Skirts will cover certain areas, no limitation. Yeah, this is all technically safe for work anyway. Finger guns disabled, why? It's just a finger gun, no back shots, eh? Nintendo started censoring again. Okay. CO Trigun. This is okay. Look, because remember, this was still a problem. Okay, going back to this argument, men talking about a double standard with Leon Kennedy, bro. Nobody said you're not allowed to goon. Here's the thing. Yeah, we were told that they were told they weren't allowed to goon. This hell, I was very young when Gamergate was a thing. Well, I was very young when Gamergate was a thing, admittedly, but I still remember this being all over the internet. It was major news all the way back in middle school when you had stuff like this happening.
Character named Bayonetta. It's your basic story of a shape-shifting witch dressed in skin-tight leather who can turn into giant cats and has a small arsenal of weapons, including whips. And of course, she's lost her memories, and there's some evil demon horde, and there's a magical gem of the world. Something.
She got the UN. She got to the UN because of this. Come on.
First, the positive things about the game. She's a single mother, and
it's why is that a positive though?
So on to the negatives.
Why is that a
4 pistols, 2 of which are strapped to her high-heeled boots, which provide the perfect opportunity for her to contort her body into pornographic poses, including
and
her legs and doing a little flip in the air.
And
you does a little sexy pose for the player, complete with the sound of a camera shutter snapping.
And what's wrong with that?
Even better, because one of her most powerful weapons involves her stripping all her clothes off and turning her hair into an evil demon weapon fighting machine.
The biggest irony about all this is that she's celebrated as just she's considered a lesbian symbol now. To my knowledge, she never was. Bayonetta never was coded that way. A lot of people in this space consider Bayonetta to be like a sex symbol for the LGB and all that and all that. But when she's a sex symbol to everyone. Why are you claiming that for yourself when it was really clearly meant for a male audience?
Did you get that? The whole taking all her clothes off in order to use her hair as a weapon?
And this is like
because clearly you can't use your hair to drag demons down to hell if you're fully clothed. Predictably, the internet is now infested with gamers' screen captures of various ways that they got Bayonetta naked.
And
this pornographic over.
And women are doing it too to both the characters of both genders. Have you seen Pipkin Pippa play as Zerlane? Even I think that's too far.
Sexualized animated representation isn't bad enough. The way that Bayonetta restores her power is by sucking on a lollipop. But I'm not really here to discuss the overly sexualized adolescent male fantasy that Bayonetta is.
It's like this is how it's
talk about part of the game's marketing strategy.
It was derided that way. Yeah, why do they pretend that they're part of gaming culture now? Because this has been a thing for a while. This is a decades long. Yeah, here we go. Another one from another one from the Queen. I'm a little bit of a sim. She's a pretty lady, but she again. Thank you for fighting for us. Thank you for confronting this head on. Again. Men talking about some double standard with Leon Kennedy, bro. Nobody said you're not allowed to go into a hot woman. It's the fact that you still tweet shit like, fix this ugly ape of a human to look like an actual attractive woman because the world communist game devs hate us. Again, because they do. Because they literally do. They do. Fuck off with your revisionist bullshit, and fuck you for using that word goon. Men are constantly shamed and dragged for enjoying Stellar Blade, dead or alive, in every fucking game in existence that has attractive women, and it's been happening since the 90s. Even Stellar Blade's creator and Hideo Kojima were shamed just for creating attractive women. It's gotten so bad that men can't even create or enjoy female characters anymore without the fear of being judged or criticized by objectifying women or being labeled sexist. Apparently, appreciating female character design isn't gooning, and a girl being hot doesn't make her gooner material. Fuck off. You're just personally asked for it because fictional women are prettier than you and will get male attention than you ever will. Shut the fuck up. This happened recently. Here's the thing, that she mentions Kojima. Metal Gear had very equal amounts of fan service for both male and female characters. Snake, a Snake was in skin tight latex outfits. And again, this is so was Raiden. Raiden was literally created for the purpose of female fan service. Raiden was created because someone wanted a twink bishy in their Metal Gear game. Someone a girl wrote to Kojima saying she didn't want to play as old man Snake. She wanted to play as a new character. Kojima created Raiden, and I think he's one of the biggest literally me's in gaming. It's there's the irony about that. And you still in that game you still got Fortune, you still got her you had the strong female character. Yeah, I had her with her tits flapping out, and that's great, man. You had the Beauty and the Beast unit. You had Quiet. You had Eva. Eva has been the face of Metal Gear since there's Meryl. There's honestly looking at it now, this is why I asked, is Resident Evil just Metal Gear with zombies instead of mechs? Because a lot of the characters and the way that they handle them are very similar. The way that we talk about them. The way that we talk about them when it comes to Leon and Chris and Raiden, Leon and Chris, Ada, Jill, very very comparable to how we talk about characters like Snake, old Solid Snake, Raiden, Sniper Wolf, and Meryl, that kind of thing. Very similar in style, even if with that kind of thing. And I guess you can still, now that I think of it, maybe that has its influences on Girls Frontline as well. Girls Gaming Blood Rain. I remember Girls Gone Wired. Thank you for speaking up. Yeah, thank you. For fighting against the shrews. These people are either pathological liars or irreversibly stupid. As a bisexual dude, thank you for saying this. Feminists are the reason why I'm afraid to appreciate the sexiness of female characters, even though I can appreciate the sexiness of male characters. To be fair, Kojima saying Quiet needs to be half naked because she breathes through her own skin didn't help. It doesn't matter. She had there's a reason, and you know what? It's fine. I have like Stephanie Justin's a streamer now because she, unfortunately, I wish her the best. She hasn't found much success as an actress. I'd love to like if I was directing something, I'd love to cast her in something. Maybe play her against type, make her like give her a really big talking role. Okay. Nobody said anything except woke people for 16 fucking years, and you see like all of these a lot of the various criticisms, a lot of the various criticisms of the Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake. Resident Evil Village fails its female villains, despite them becoming like Metal Gear. All of this, 70% of his. Listen, man, I get it. Like for, that's the Gamergate moron leak. This was 13 years ago. Springfield is Gooner material because I can't stop humping my screen every time I see her. Well. M16 one rifle, M16A1, both the rifle and the woman styled after her. That is like, you know what? I'm gonna make a post about this. Oh, probably gonna make a post about that later. Here's them at the UN. Nina Sarkeesian wasn't bullied off the internet after decades of this. Also, the criticism isn't nothing. Her character feels extremely shallow. Because whatever, the post is unavailable. Here's them at the UN. And the people you wonder why the UN deserves to be disbanded. I hate the Antichrist, and I hate the Tower of Babel, and I wish they would get away from me and stop influencing all the things and my freedom of expression and my First Amendment rights. I love the second, but I'm gonna fight for the first because that's the most important. And then we're gonna get into back into this later. Here's there's that. Genuinely have no issues with this. Going back to the whole Leon stuff, but the same energy by people needs to be shown when the situation is reversed. If Leon looked like an overweight hunchback of Notre Dame. That's not how you spell Notre Dame. But so keep going with the same energy the attractive female has in game characters. Clearly, it makes the joy better for people. NG4 was better for having Saori in it than not, for example. Hold on, as I go find the Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, he's just a guy. He should.
I'm going after Victor.
I mean, I'm literally saying. Right there,
God.
on the sidewalk, in the rain.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Like
in the car.
I was thinking the cinematography, not like
on the street, in the traffic.
What?
In front of the moving cars.
What?
Anywhere, at any time.
Oh, she wants to get fucked. Look at a picture. Look. Whatever. Again, no problem. Again, no issue with this. They have a right to do this. Do it. Like, you know what? She's fine. She can do that. But you know, it is. Don't pretend we aren't any less cringe for making our own comments about the other side. Again, there isn't anything wrong with this. She's right. She has a right to say that, and while I don't share her view, it's you know, to be fair, James Reeves does have that effect on a lot of people, although usually it's more men than women.
At any place of his choosing. Lord.
Okay, Nico Mekoye, oh, but suddenly I say the same about Springfield. I'm suddenly a psycho killer pervert and shouldn't be hitting people with sticks on the street. Whatever.
I don't know what happened the past minute.
This is why I'm glad I didn't watch. Like, again, I love Sheena. I love Sheena a lot. This is why I'm glad I didn't watch Sheena, because I know she'd be like this. This is why I preferred Rooney streams and Critical Drinker streams. Women are scary, but to be fair, if a woman said this about me, then I would be extremely flustered. But women are scary, chat. Women are frightening creatures. They're very beautiful creatures, very frightening.
What just happened?
Like, it's like he's fully clothed, woman. He's fully clothed. do you like? Do you see? Do you like? I don't watch. I don't watch a James Reeves video and then start. I don't see. I do see the influx where it's more culturally accepted to sexualize men, but not women. I don't have a problem with sexualization of fictional setting for either gender. There is a general narrowing of human consciousness at play with an overwhelming vanity culture. Yeah. Moving on with that, Madcap412. Thank you, Capcom. Thanks to Resident Evil Requiem, all male gamers are clear to demand female characters be designed for the male gaze. Based. It's not a sexist thing, it's not an offensive thing, it's clearly fully acceptable. Yeah, it should be. I'm a woman. Okay, here's another good example. It should be. I'm a woman and I hate ugly main characters no matter what the gender is. I refuse to play with ugly female characters. I'm so happy they put there's so much effort into Leon because I don't think that there's ever been a male character so catered to the female audience. I think it's awesome. Yeah, my girl's a gamer too, and she usually picks the most cute, beautiful, sexy characters to play. Well, and if it's a customizable one, she would make her stunning. Until her female character is not perfect, she wouldn't play. So yeah, I can say even female players hate ugly characters. Her and I are the same. If my character can be fully customized, then I can spend hours on it, and my goal is always to make the most beautiful girl possible to play with. I don't care how good the game is, I will not touch it if the main character isn't good looking. Thank you. I like his new design as well because he looks like a badass. Honestly, I think his design was meant to cater to both demographics. I'm glad the guys like it too. Again, James Reeves. James Reeves from TFB TV. It's a good looking motherfucker. So I can see why they like Leon. Pardon me, excuse me, I'm so sorry about that. No, I'm a woman, I don't give a damn about female characters, only play as sexy male characters, that works too, what's your favorite? The irony here is like a lot of guys who will play as the female character because who will play as female characters only for their sake because I don't want to stare at a man's ass for like 12 hours, and they're well within that right, and I salute them. It's like you get like again good post here. I look on Gamer. This is a good post. Good post. This stream might go on for a while. This might be my longest stream. Noir, by the way, baller ass profile picture, Spike Spiegel, very based. If they thought they hated us now, we're about to get a lot louder. Women and men is like having the perfect sear on your steak. The meat can be good, but it's an entirely different level when the characters are designed well. I keep saving these clips. I'm once again not mad at these females for objectifying Leon. I'm just not gonna let them shit on men for when they do it to fictional female characters. He'd be astounded by the double standards, but it usually goes along the lines of the male gaze is evil, the female gaze is empowering. The good post all around. And look on give me out. Yeah, where's the hypocrisy? To be fair, like this mod, it's not tight. It doesn't. It's like it's not. If the bikini mod was done better, then I would like it more. I don't speak Spanish, so where's the hypocrisy? Where's the hypocrisy of the male characters in video games? Wow, so cool. Well, here's the thing. Well, they're meant to be. Nico Bellic and John Marston are not ugly characters. I mean, John Marston is not an ugly male character, and like Nico Bellic is an acquired taste, but he's like again, it's not like Trevor is played for a joke. He's not meant to be objectified, and Nico Bellic is really going for the sort of this is what Slavic Ryan Gosling looks like. That's what Russians look like. Pretty stupid comparison, but hey, I tried. That's why folic acid is super necessary when you're born. The examples in this picture are absolutely terrible because the ones at the top have character and charisma. The ones at the bottom have no charisma or character. They're strong because they're strong for no reason. The characters at the top have no charisma. That's not true. Nico Bellic, like, get Lima in here. Nico Bellic is one of the most like iconic male characters in all of gaming. I like genuinely, even if he's not easy on the eyes, if you can hear him speak, you know he's charismatic. It's like how are you ignoring John Marston of all people? What the hell? Like, whatever, man. How are you ignoring? Like they're denigrating women. Stop sexualizing us. There's a post I've been saying all along. Stop sexualizing us. I must train to become him. Here's the thing. They make like the most objectifiable male character possible. Men will look at him and think, how many sit-ups do I need to do to achieve that? Which, to be fair, is what I think of. Is what I think of when I'm on the machine sometimes. Yeah, like I must train to become him. Yes, even when it's an unrealistic body type. We're on that RFK Robert. we're on the other Kennedy grind. We're on the RFK grind to look better. Literally, no man has complained that Leon's shirt is too tight fitting. True, yeah. Black Dumpling, another good poster. Smut-brained wine holacracy. The sexuality inversion is complete. She can goon to her heart's content, as public or as private as she wants, and she'll be celebrated for it. Media will cater to her thirst. CCP Lowry animates men's parts jiggle, but drew their line at women's tops. This through line is a part of every form of media. Men are constantly shamed for their interests. Actual media campaigns will be launched against them to demean and humiliate them for the most basic of straight male interests. None of it is accidental. It is all coordinated. In video games and movies and books, everything men and boys are being turned away because it's not just thirst. Think about it. Really think about it. How many non-comic book movies do you see strictly for men? How about books? As ask women, we see it too. We're very aware that the women have been feminized. The media has been feminized completely. It's not like it's lost on us that men are being put into the backseat and all the intellectual properties they once called their own. It's not like it's subtle. I guess what they're trying to say is this woman is that trope made manifest. This is the inversion. She is the inversion. She is Supergirl replacing Superman. She is She-Hulk replacing Hulk. She's the sexual inverted woman that replaced the man. Historically, it has always been the men that have been the beneficiaries of sexy and smashing content. Now they're relegated to mids with media campaigns that will call incel if they won't accept it. They're not just replacing you in media, gentlemen, they're replacing you in every way they can get away with. I just want to enjoy hot female and main characters in games in peace. No one wants ugly characters. Anyways, yeah. Hikakura, the Resident Evil mods, we've already covered that aspect. Warfighter Bear, again. Oh, what the hell? What happened to Warfighter Bear? Grease PMC, hold on. What happened? No! Oh man, no! Go support this guy, by the way. I like this guy a lot. He's another male VTuber. He streams on Twitch a lot. Go support him, please. Shout out to my boy Warfighter Bear, because, hold on, I gotta post that live. Oh man, he had a good post about this. He had a good post about this, and he got suspended. Let him go, man. Let him go. Let him come back. Give my boy Leon the credit for exposing the hypocrisy of all this. I just wanted to make this clear. Ladies and fellas should be able to thirst for fictional characters, but the rules are applied differently for straight men, and that shouldn't be the case. Bubzuri, and then, okay. All Resident Evil fans are pretty much K-pop stans now, posting Leon thirst traps, having Ada with Snapchat filters as their PFP, only posting pictures from the remakes, and having oh my god, yas, my queen, when talking about any of the females in the series. You have Dead by Daylight to thank of that. I thought it was a really bad marketing campaign by Capcom. Never seen this much fake, never seen this much fake fan cam theory fans. Fan cams are fake as hell, man. Like, unless they're done in jest, they're not done by the actual people of all that. Until this release, guess it makes sense because since it has Leon and female pro tag, all your entertainment is turning into this. They aren't characters anymore, they're avatars. But don't you dare say any female character is hot though. Franchise MCUification, everything after Original 4 is shit. It's been like this for 4 years. Here I am in my corner, knowing that the best character was exterminated in the third game that was then bastardized for a shitty remake. Same thing with some gacha games. It's all Floyd Slop now. I pray Chord Veronica never gets remade. People barely treat this game like a video game. It's always look at RC, the RPD, Leon Grace, never how Leon's gameplay is an objective downgrade from the remake, and the game's pacing is awful and the story is even worse. Okay. Again, I haven't played the game, so I don't have much to comment on it. Guys, I'm fucking crying. A strong sense of justice, lethally hot and huge tits. Grace Ashcroft returns to investigate the scene in Resident Evil Requiem. You know what? I'd have a beer to that. I see women in game and thirst posting John and Arthur all the time. Yeah, why is that like that Latina lady, like, why is she hating on John Marston? He is one of the most iconic, like, attractive male characters in gaming. What does he mean he's ugly? What are you talking about? Arthur Morgan. Arthur Morgan is the same thing. Gotta love how acceptable it is for women to say this stuff about male characters, but not the other way around. Laughably ridiculous. How long I was laughing at my joke here? That's not what I was expecting. This was a good post by this guy. King Poop Poop. Gooning is everywhere, but okay. The entire female staff meticulously crafted Leon. Here's the thing. The criticism here. Yeah, Grace's proportions have been changed, while Leon stays the same. Leon's made with love. Grace both were made with lust. Don't lie to yourself. The entire female staff meticulously crafted Leon based on their own personal desires for what makes a man as sexually as humanly possible. I love it, by the way. Leon's design is frequently amazing. That said, literally the entire internet is obsessing over wanting Leon to pound them, choke them, crush them, dominate them, and getting sexualized publicly in so many different ways, which, honestly, again, I don't mind, but this is a problem. As far as I can tell, people barely care, and most are just laughing about Leon in the bunny outfit. The Gunnar Moral Olympics is not on my bingo card, not gonna lie, y'all, I can't. There's a really weird microculture of female Gunners who think they're morally superior in gaming. I don't think it's micro, the Gunning is all over the internet, it's a giga-culture from what I can see. Gunning is everywhere, but specifically not modded my game to put Leon in lingerie. Femme Gunning microculture is weird. Yeah, it's very targeted, like, us guy, like, I don't know if there is a direct comparison, but I guess, like, it's like you see that on Nexus mods, the kinds of things that, like, we go pretty far, we go too far, but, like, that is also too far in that way. A dude who mods his game to add to tits knows what he's doing and won't deny it either. It's like there is a subculture to it. A lot of dudes own their degeneracy, so that's true. Yeah. Game characters AI. Again, I'm not in favor of AI as a whole. I'm not in favor of AI characters as of using AI to design characters, but if it's for your own benefit, if you're if you're the one modeling and if you're putting in actual work to do the art, then that's fine. Again, admittedly, game characters AI, I am following this guy because I think he makes interesting points. Would be something if you designed her in a way someone cared. I don't appreciate this westernized slop of a design. Why didn't you give her the same treatment you gave for Leon? Oh yeah, because liberal white women from the West are running for the show at Capcom these days. Again, this can't be blamed on all women because, as we can see, a lot of women do want a pretty character, but this could have been improved. This genuinely could have been improved. The face is nice, but the figure wise, it could have been. Figure wise, it could have helped. Going on into that, more from him. Always, Leon didn't need a mod. He was designed by gooning liberal women, Jornos. He didn't need a mod, but Grace does. He was designed by gooning liberal women, or what I really mean, designed by Capcom character design artists to fulfill Western liberal women's guidelines. That's why I will never support this game or any other like it. They took away what I like to see and enjoy in these games, but kept what they like and want to see, and amplified it, bragging about it. I have no plans to give my money to these people who do this and now hate me. Double standards need to go away. This is important. You can keep your Giga Chads. They were always like that, nothing wrong with it, but you need to allow us to have our fun too. I want my Mega Babes back in games. Until that, I'll keep my money. It's easy, I have enough games and other entertainment for the rest of my life. I don't need to buy your new things. I'd want to, but I won't until it checks my boxes. And honestly, it's his right, and you know what? That's how you make a stand. What's your problem with this game? Because it's not what characterization you're talking about? Did you not read the post? Capcom chills are so annoying. Based. Let's see what else. You sound like a voted for this. Whatever. Lord Cosmo. Oh. They're swatting down my post like flies, man. They're swatting down the post I wanted to cover like flies. What happened? Why, stop this post is from a suspended account. What the? I'm gonna save this for later because I can't remember what this post was supposed to be. I can't remember what this post was supposed to be. What happened here? Why are they getting torpedoed? What the hell? Yeah, they made It made Claire's ass have so much movement in RE2 that it was hypnotized every time a camera angle lasted more than a second. And but you know what? We want this back. This kind of thing. Yeah, that brother's so. Yeah, we used to. This is proof that they used to have it good. They used to have it equally. Nick Gaishi, another good post from this guy. There's no men who oppose hot guys. I've never seen a single guy that was upset with hot guys. We're all down for it. It's usually when hot women exist, there's a massive political problem for some reason, and a lot of women are just increasingly upset and frustrated with that. A lot of people are just tired of it, and the vast majority aren't the people saying that what you said here either. There's very much a fringe minority that just makes raves because it's easy fuel to write off people's opinions as sexist, objectifying garbage, when it's most of the time it's not at all. It happens all the time too, obviously far more severe, but narcissistic relationships would be the best example. Abuse someone until they snap, and then use their reaction to prove they're all crazy. That's the thing. This is the point with all the characters, the characters AI guys. This is why you get reactions from people like learning the law, from learning the law, from gaming characters AI. Abuse someone until they snap, and then use their reaction to prove they're all crazy and abusive themselves, and completely write off any potential point that they might have. Beautiful women are great, beautiful men are great. They're video games. It's fictional. Let's all stop acting like babies. It's just the men I'm talking about who are tired by this. By the way, a lot of my female friends are sick of it too. Okay, there's an interesting take. Super oversimplification and just one possibility. Historically, women equals a trophy. Now women want to be the trophy because trophy equals winning at life, which means women must sabotage other women. Modern day expands this into fiction because insecurities and projections make everything real, the GIF you included. They want hot men, but forbid us from wanting hot women. I'm tired, boss. Yeah. There's one way I can debunk this in 5 seconds. Watch. Women got the game Snowbreak canceled because hot women. These women play otome games. Name a situation where men got a game canceled because hot men. It's that easy. To be fair, there are flack about Love and Deep Space, but I didn't have a I thought a lot of the stuff they were doing was creepy, but I never had the need to acknowledge it and highlight it like I did last stream without having to highlight this. Yeah. Precisely, yeah. Leon looks good for a guy pushing 50, but the mere idea of men wanting Grace to look good offends these people so greatly. They'll ignore lesbians, bisexuals who want Grace to look better just to shit on men. Yeah. And then, overall, these are the, another post from Manga Lawyer. Leon is this. Now do the same with your female characters. Yeah, that looks great. I like how... And then... Now do the same with your female characters. Very good point made here. These are, Rooney streams that I watched, and then Critical Drinker, what I've seen from him so far, and then... We're getting into this. This I already criticized. No, her character isn't criticized. Here's the problem with this. She looks so damn good. This is a mod. First off, this is a mod. Where's my photo mode? Again, a lot of there is a way for Grace to look good, but again, this is a mod. For as far as I'm aware, this is a modded outfit. This does not reflect her actual look in the game, which is come on. It's
keep looking around.
This is not reflective of something you will find in the game. Using a paid, people are calling her ugly Al, she's anything but ugly. Yeah, she does look good in this, but using a paid skin to make your point, ironically does the opposite. Using, at the end of the day, that's her face, nothing changed, but that's the problem. A lot of the, why couldn't they abduct her before, her, it's just they didn't have to write her like that. They could make any character they want. Your argument is if someone else created that character and then they made it a character, we could have gotten eye candy for dudes and for girls. Even the villains have been sexy and attractive. Why would they design another character to be sexy? Because that's what gamers want. Pretty simple. Adam Wong is very petite. Grace is just mid. Whatever. Translation: I have nothing to say, Lamau. Since you're acting like I'm not gonna devolve into that, but I'm gonna keep that in mind for later. That's why I use mods to enjoy this game. Okay. Nobody demanded the new shapeless protagonist. I was thinking about buying it, but now that I think about it, I would rather spend $80 on Marvel Rivals cosmetics than play with a Quirk Chungus flat-ass female character. To be fair, she does have a nice ass, which was obviously done on purpose like they always do. But here's the thing, yeah, this is a problem. If this is flat, here, I said flat, retard. That's why you use mods to enjoy the game. Is this so bad? Is this so bad? And that's the thing. Is this so bad? Compared to all the stuff you see about, like, all the naked Leon that we've been seeing all this stream, is this that bad? What do you guys think? It's obvious why the people who you're covering are the types to run bots and have access to bot tools and discords to mass report people. It's a relic of old Twitter still around today. I'm not sure. I literally cannot remember why. Again, Grizz was not involved in any kind of botting. Grizz was not involved in botting. None of these people were, to my knowledge, were involved in botting. That I cannot speak to. A lot of the stuff I have saved, I don't even have the context for because I don't know what they got banned for. But again, all right, you guys, what do y'all think of it? Like, this isn't bad. Would it kill them to design a character like this? Is this so evil? Is this so bad? This could have been her base design, and there wouldn't be a problem with it. There wouldn't be a problem with this. Could have been her base design. This looks great. Yeah, honestly, if Grace had more curves while keeping. Hold on. I'm sorry. Again, first off, I like the bigger tits. She's easier on the eyes. I like the again, they changed the face. I like the more mousy look in the game. But curves wise, yeah, this looks good. The tighter jeans, the tighter shirt. Is that I think that's either that's a Taurus PT911 or a SIG PT, like an altered SIG P229. But yeah, this looks good. Why is this bad? Why is this evil? Stop being such a fucking loser. What happened? Did the hottie offend you? Yeah. Like, what's wrong? You sound like a No, it's not. Like, yeah, we are perverts. Cry about it. Grace is already hot acting like this. Yeah, there is, like, what's... Why is it black? Oh, no. People yeah, but FBI raid jacket and stuff like this yeah, this kind of like the glowy jacket, the blue like you can see yeah, you can see like as an example, I'm gonna show off this. The raid jacket, like the big blue raid jacket like this. Maybe make it a raincoat, but make it like a big. She's operate like maybe an overcoat over it. When she removes it when she goes to talk to the officers. When she goes to talk to the officer at Redwood, she removes her overcoat or her rain jacket, FBI raid jacket underneath. Keep the blouse, but for the pants, hold on, got an idea. I have an idea. Instead of the jeans, although I like the jeans, but I think we can do something better. Like the like you see this a lot with on a lot of cops, on a lot of beat cops. Look at this. This so the FBI raid jacket, and then for the pants, the really tight 511 tactical pants. Football fans beg arrest me from as glamorous female officer goes viral for celebrating goal from the sidelines. Yeah, this is obviously a real person. This is obviously a real person. So this calling this unrealistic is ridiculous. This plus an FBI raid jacket on Mike Pop. It's back to good now. What do you guys think? What do you gentlemen think? The redesign for Grace, these kinds of tactical 511 really tight pants, raid jacket on top instead of the leather one, really emphasizing she's a federal agent in her role, and yeah, I think this is the let me get a bit Cash Patel. Let me get a better I get a picture. Honeypot. Just make her look like the kind that rolls up to your door and you feel vulnerable because she's disarming in that way. The FBI honeypot. Let me go find it. This might be the latest I've streamed. 11:38. Hold on. This might be the latest I've gone, but let's look at the hold on. We'll no, get okay, something, I guess, more accurately, something like this, because it's a female agent is wearing it. Something like this for her jacket, this for her pants. Yeah, and keep the blouse. That works. I don't see the problem. And here's the thing. I use this for the thumbnail. Something I feel worth noting. Again, this is a physique. This is a physique that she would realistically have. Very muscular, very tough, because she's been to Quantico, she's been through hell, she's ran through the boot camp. This is a physique that she would logically have, and not just for fan service. It would be fan servicey, but this would make story sense. Everything bigger and more pronounced. And here's the thing. Again, I think this is someone's mod. I think someone made art. This is fan art of Grace. No way, Murmillo. Capcom stop. False alarm. It's fan art made by Murmillo. I thought it was official. Well, how is she supposed to be handling the Rec Women's costume? But here's the thing. Yeah, what are you gonna make for the costume for the game as a mod? I wish I was able to make mods. You know how to cook. Yeah, this looks great. Cheers to my boy. Cheers to you. Mr. Clanker, send my regards to the Brazilians, because this looks great. This is what I mean when I say I want a girl boss. This looks great. This is leaning into the I've gushed about before. I've gushed before about why is her name slipping my name? Because I've openly simped for her on stream before. Gina Carano, very Gina Carano looking. This kind of physique. This looks great. This is very befitting of her. Is the costume a little gratuitous? Yeah, but this is the kind of physique that you would have expected of someone of her background. Yeah, she can be skinny, she can be frail in her appearance as a teenager, but her acting as an FBI special agent, she would be a lot tougher, a lot physical. Oh. I did get a little bit horny in this, but yeah. See, maybe this was made with DAWs, so maybe they altered some details of the face, but the face is genuinely really pretty, really striking, and that's what I like about it. This isn't an unrealistic body to have. They're hating on me for modding Grace. Yeah, they're Like, again, the bikini stuff is a bit extreme, but is this so evil? Is this so bad? Especially when you have real life people looking like this. Is this so bad? And why is this so bad? I'm just trying to provide, letting people know that beautiful women don't deserve to be discriminated by Karens or gaming journalists. I didn't make this mod. I found the mods from sites to make Grace look better and beautiful not looking like a chicken wing. Again, I think this really like something I noticed. This is a really common, like, the shibari bikini thing. This is a really common asset to use on Nexus mods, because I see that all everywhere when it comes to Fallout. We're nearing the end, don't worry. Again, that's a bit extreme. I might have to cut that out. The best thing I got so far with Grace was, without going too crazy, do I think the cleavage is a bit too pronounced? Yeah. I like the black leather jacket and the skinny jeans on her more than the brown jacket, plus some better assets. Not that I don't love how she looks naturally. I think they are a bit too big, but at the same time, like, if, like, anything that shows off a bit of her, like, a bit of the muscles around her chest, and the and, you know, of course, fat tits always help. Fat tits always help. Is it a bit extreme? Yeah, but, like, again, these aren't bad. This isn't bad. Is it, like, is this so bad? And is this so bad? It's not. It's really not. That is a little big, but it's like on the the Bugle Daily, a few improvements to Grace Ashcroft's design. It doesn't have to be like tits poking out and everything, but, like, they could have just showed it off a little bit more. Again, I don't like George Torch. I think he's an asshole. But this, like, this isn't like, is this so evil compared to what they're doing to Leon? Is this so evil? Like, the way that they're handling stuff. There's a line between making Gunnerbry isn't actually attractive. But here's the thing. Like again, would she be showing off, like, her kind of character? Would she be showing off her cleavage? No, but she, like, having a tighter shirt and this kind of thing would make sense for her character. Like, would make sense for her character. You know, it's not so bad. Again, you see this from fan art that, like, they're, again, maybe it's because of the exaggerated features. The fan art tends to be doing her better justice than they are doing her in the game. Hopefully I might end before 12. Again, this kind of, like, preserves that very mousy, like, she does look more like a girl next door here. Wait, the design I was thinking of? Yeah, she's bigger, she's tough, she's assertive, but keeping with the sharper features on her face and the glasses, that kind of thing. You'd want to be designing something like a girl next door in an FBI raid jacket. That's the kind of thing, that kind of juxtaposition, and having that kind of appeal would be a lot better for a lot of the male audience, and what you get from that. Adorable Grace. Yeah, this looks great. And for reference, this is the actress that did the from what I'm familiar with, the face and the face and motion capture for Grace. Obviously better proportioned. Obviously better proportioned than the character that we got in real life. Again, she looks amazing. Beautiful looking woman. And I feel like her in real life does better justice to the character than we got in the game. Glad she's promoting the game though, but that's like, it is what it is. What do you think? Like, and you see all these cosplayers doing that. It's like, this is again, modeling the body type better than the game did. Again, a lot of these Peach Milky, a lot of these, she's the one who did something designs like these are what we're looking for when cosplayers are doing better justice to the character than the game is. I think it's time to, like, say something, because this looks great. I don't she has a nice face, but I don't think it entirely fits the character. But this body type works better for Mousy Grace, but not as much for the more, like, the one who's been through FBI training. Like, no offense, but, like, props to her, because she does look great. But it's not the Grace that I would have created if I was writing. Yeah, again, is this so bad? Is this so bad? like the this kind of look with the tighter blouse and all that. Is it like it's still achievable in a game, and like especially in a in a series highly renowned for its fan service? Are any of these cosplayers and their body types so far off? Is it so bad? And then, oh man. Okay, we got another suspended account that so this post is unavailable. Learn more. This post is unavailable. This tweet violated Twitter rules. Why are all these tweets going down? What am I saying? Why, like, all these people that I have their responses saved, they're going down. What's going on? What's going on? Notices on accounts. Account suspended. What happened? Like all the okay, for context, the thing that I was writing here was the accusations that Shiva's tribal design. This is leading into a different game, Resident Evil 5, because there's an African, like African, like a not African American, but a character, like a black lady, Shiva from Resident Evil 5, and she had this like tribal style bikini in her thing. People were calling it racist or cultural appropriation, but this was my response to that. Writing a Filipino American tomboy into a game, and DLC outfit will have her in a very sheer Bronx Tagalog with red lace underneath. This was my response. Did I horny post here a bit? Yeah. But for context, if you don't like the tomboy part is like emphasized because the Barong Tagalog is it's considered, it's a very like, it's a traditional formal, it's a cultural kind of formal wear in the Philippines. Personally, I've never worn one, so you'll never see me in one. I prefer my suit. But it's supposed to be very sheer and breathable because it comes from a tropical country. It's a lace shirt, but it's meant for men. But it's very sheer. It's often very sheer. So having her wear red lace underneath, but there are versions made for women, so it would fit, and like red lace underneath. That's the kind of point that I'm trying to make with the stuff that we're going on. Okay, nothing wrong with the female gaze. There's nothing wrong with the male gaze. Let people, men and women, enjoy fiction without double standards. Both of these are great, and both of these are great. I just don't want. The people have points. People argue they would have points. Tourists are calling tribal Sheva racist again. Yeah, this is what she looks like. But again, this is iconic. This is an iconic part of Resident Evil 5. These new Zoomers are not like the ones who grew up with the last millennials. They actively beg for censorship while being the most depraved beings you'll ever come across. They honestly think ugly is good and sexy is bad. This is peak, by the way. I like again, maybe I'm a gun nut. She should be carrying I think what would fit her is like something like an M1 Garand. The ultra, like the sexy like leopard print stuff, and the MP5, and is that an MP540? And the MP5 kind of clashes, but yeah, as a whole, I love tribal Sheva. Don't overgeneralize. This is my response. Most of us don't want good work censored. I didn't grow up with this, so I can't help but feel like I live in a post-golden age. I don't want this to go away, but unfortunately, it seems like it has. For Resident Evil 5 Sheva, Yosuke Yamagata was a designer. He wanted to embody the theme of partnership bonds, balancing feminine attraction and strength, and that was a historical piece that Capcom will never replicate. Busy chasing the evil fantasy, we had to go to run. Thanks for the memories. Anyway, at the end of the day, this is what I want. There's nothing like I want. Like, is it so wrong? Is it so wrong that people are crying out? Is it so bad that people are trying to make Grace look better? Is it so wrong? No, it isn't. I wrote a total redesign, both from a writing standpoint and from a visual standpoint. Like, as much as I do, I'm able to appreciate the in-game Grace. I think they could have done better, and that's all we have to say. This might be my longest stream ever. Hold on. Oh, 5 minutes, 5 hours, 10 minutes. Anyways, thank you everyone who came. Thank you Dantiok Fanboy. Thank you Clanker. Thank you Gray Zoomer. Thank you for also worry about my mom. She's alright, by the way. Thank you Last Zam, and thank you Nikumeku Ye. Thank you everyone who came. Otsu Love, and I will be seeing you on Thursday. This might have to be temporarily privated as I comb through some stuff. I'm gonna comb through some stuff, make sure it doesn't reveal anything like sensitive. It might be private, it might not. I'll have to take a look at that, but I'll see you guys on next Thursday. It'll either be another alcohol education stream, ethanol education, where I learn more about alcohol and drinking, or it will be another like it'll be another Modern Warfare 1 themed thing where I talk about the guns where I talk about the guns of Modern Warfare and how I might improve on the arsenal there. But either way it ends up, thank you everyone who came. Otsu love, and I'll be seeing you next time. Let's see who we're gonna raid. We got 4 people in here. We got a lot to work with. Where do you guys want to go? Subscriptions. Where is that? Who's live? Bus Simulator 21 is a game. Jelly's playing something. Seki's playing Skylanders. Let's see who else is going on. Durail Valley. Oh, Cleo's playing something. Sleepy's playing something. Sheena's playing something. I might end off here. You know what? I'm gonna send you to Pascal Saucer. Thank you everyone who came. Otsu love, and I will see you there.